don't want to say boring, but it gets tedious. You want to be doing the real thing, but it's a good way to learn. And
You work.
Yeah, a lot.
Fuck it, a cup and some lipstick on it.
Yeah, the one, and you understand it on a larger scale than me, but it's kind of freaky. Like I'll never have a full-time job all the time. Like this job ends in like a month or two. I have to find a new one, and it's kind of scary. But it's just the.
You're living on the fucking edge, like by Joe, 87. What the fuck are you doing? That's how you do it on a job that you know where you're going every fucking day. You're living like a secret agent. And then till May, you fucking decide something else and you get another mission, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Then what the fuck? You got your green shirt on, you got your goggles, your fucking earphones. Well, you get another mission at least. Can you imagine this is the fucking same place? I know people have the same job every day, but that was one of my motivators. I remember like early on, I was like, you know what? I like a good job. I got that job and write numbers and taking bets over the phone. I like it, but I don't like being outside. I just like something like moving outside. Construction, so you gotta find a job that gives you both.
Fuck that. Fuck
You never broken a sweat in his job. You would die for him. His show.
No, I worked in restaurants and movie theaters and stores and
restaurants.
Yeah.
Eat the fucking food. The fat cocksucker told you. You were in the back eating all the fucking leftovers, and they tell you doggy bag the ribs. Back one, don't be fucking.
No, I was a server at Legal Seafood. When was the years? Back in the
you were like me. I was a dishwasher, right?
Oh, those dishwashers?
I was a dishwasher at the time. I've said it 1,000 times. Colorado. All the Tower restaurant. And they also cook all the chef and cook. One guy, he's jumping prime rib night. His dishwasher. She come up and pick up $1.50. He's wait.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, I'm like, straight away from fucking knives and making soup and shit. I wasn't good at that stuff.
Yeah.
I like smoking up.
When it gets so hot back there, I like being a server. I like talking to people, so I was good at it.
Oh, I love fucking restaurants. I wish I could work in a restaurant. Who would hire guys like me? They know intake's gonna go down. No French fries, there's no missing fried shrimp.
Well, not like that stuff they hide, but like rolls and like the small stuff you can. I used to get like free clam chowder. That clam chowder is so fun.
Where was this at?
Legal Seafood. I worked at one in Boston and then I worked at one in Rabbi. It's not every day, but it's
fucking issues. You fucking.
You know what was the best?
I guarantee you got clams in the asshole still coming out from Legal Seafood.
The best thing I got for free was the rolls. So they fresh bake the rolls like every 10 minutes. And the chef told me you take your thumbs and you cut a hole in it and you stick a pat of butter and then you close it.
And it melts and steams the fucking thing by itself.
That was the best.
It's like an English muffin. You put that butter in and close it. That motherfucker, you burn it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Crispy. Ooh. That's good eating, right?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome.
We used to work at a restaurant. Back there, fucking eat.
Jumps.
I was this guy used to work Tuesday. Only 31 days.
Oh yeah.
Like horseradish, and then you had that shit they give you that sausage.
Oh yeah.
I love that. Oh, I love it. That garlic restaurant in LA.
No,
that garlic restaurant.
It's just garlic.
That's it. You go in there, they give you garlic bread and a bowl of garlic, squeeze garlic bread.
Oh my god.
They have garlic appetizers and garlic meat, garlic pudding, and garlic soda. You can't make clams when you fucking leave there.
No.
One time I had a showcase for an agency and I had a party there and I went over there and I couldn't even talk to the people for a week. And it's one of those garlic drops on the fucking shirt. They were big like a fucking beast. I don't want to give no nationality groups out there. You know what I'm saying? Trying to change those things. So, it was delicious. eat everything. But the first part is the cool garlic restaurant. First ball, you go to the bathroom, take the garlic, clean it, and shit. First go to the bathroom, your asshole stretches, big ball of garlic. Oh my God, the smells are horrific. Fucking horrific. But you look at the fucking man, tell a lie. Gotta push the push, open the crack, I get crushed. What the fuck? A little public enemy on this motherfucker.
Oh shit.
On a Monday. You don't live with the crap. But yeah, I went to a Roma place on Sunset.
Yeah, that's a cool place.
They don't give a fuck about anybody. They sell machines, grenades, rocket launchers, MPCs, MPGs. They have garlic beef. That is better than Philly chow.
Really?
Oh, like the Philly chow comes with that garlic, whatever. No, not the sticker. I forget what it is. Whatever. Anyway, but they have garlic beef, Philly chow. This place.
I didn't know they were real food.
Talk to nobody. It's too fucking nice.
Because in Israel, it's just like a coffee stand. It's like even they have like little mini ones, and they have actual like stores.
Yeah, Roma?
Yeah, but I didn't know they have like actual food.
They have desserts off the chain. You know, my second time I went, probably 3 or 4 years ago. That place used to be that is filled with crack. 15 years ago, you went in there at night, 2 in the morning, you fucking leave.
That's what every day.
It's filled. It was like that show on what is that show on AMC with the fucking zombies?
Oh yeah.
That's what it was.
Walking Dead, yeah.
It was Walking Crack Jack.
Jesus.
It was gross. And one night I sat there at a booth, not at a booth, I was at a chair.
Okay. On the counter, yeah.
A white woman came out like a black crack. And she was fat. She had bruises on her leg.
Oh no.
Drop those cookies. No. This was a fat white crack hoe, like green tea. And she was with another white dude that was nasty. He was fingering her. And it wasn't like he was fingering her. He had like 3 hands. He was like a karate chopper. Taekwondo people have that move. Like a Kwanzaa, where it goes in this way, your hand points vertical instead of horizontal.
Yeah.
He was just like, and she was eating.
Oh.
He's fingering, like putting his whole fucking hand in her fucking fat crack hole's match. And she's eating it. And I couldn't believe it.
So she's just getting by me some food and all that you finger me.
I don't know what the fucking deal was. I don't know if they were together. I don't know if they were smoking crack. I know she was a fucking crack hole when I see her. Right? She was jumped up. And she wasn't like, you see a white crack hole. Usually more skinny and missing it. She had some milk to her, but I could tell she was cracked up. You can see it in her face. You can see it on her. She was cracked up.
Jesus.
I smoked crack.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I smoked crack for about 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
So you were here?
No, it had to be 2000.
Jesus.
Me and Terry used to do this. Schrader,
Yeah.
but that street in between Sunset and Schrader, Hollywood Boulevard, is what the name
Is he over here?
It's a side street there. They used to rap there. Wait, you know where Highland is?
Yeah.
Where the Batman and all those fucking people stay?
Yeah.
There's a side street, Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay.
Right there on that corner, there's a building there.
Yeah.
They used to sell fucking crack there.
Jesus.
Every fucking night. There's dudes there. There'd be dudes on Highland. There used to be a Kenny Rogers. That place that stand out used to be a Kenny Rogers chicken fucking joint.
Wow.
And all that street, yucca. They used to all sell fucking crack there. But anyway, one night I was coming home, I was naive. And New York in '84, crack was big, right? Like I was talking to them.
Yeah.
Pulled up there, I go, what do you got? He didn't say nothing. Put a rock in there, and they get up. I took it home, I tried to start it, it fucking worked. But I figured I was cracks, it was gonna smoke it again. I like it, $10 a fucking night. And I go every fucking night, buy crack and Terry with me, and I'm sleeping at these little cracks. So what the fuck is that smell? Then I go to the weed. Jesus. I just wasn't using it.
Okay. Do you do math?
I've done speed, snorting stuff.
Well, that's just like the crystal. It looks like
Right, like cocaine lighted ups, which are like a black bag. One of the waitresses turned me on to them. And then I went to West Virginia one time, again, to and once you're there and he has no coke, I said, fuck it, I'm not eating crack. And then one time I was in sleep, and I fucked up down. We talked about by Saley and all those towns up north like that.
Okay.
Fresh, no. Fresh. The show. At that point, your dick disappears. It goes into your guts and there's no whacking off. You're tired. You fall asleep in 10 seconds. You get up and talk. You think you're tired. Don't say it's 3 days fucking later.
This doesn't sound fun.
You know what? It isn't fucking funny. That's why it's called
I'm doing the same thing over and over again.
You know, it's funny. I was telling you guys, it turned into like a weird joke, but it's very true. Okay, you know, look at you up. One night I was stoned so fucking hard. Go to a samurai, how I saw it.
Yeah.
How it affected me. How I'm having a good time. Having a few years.
Yeah.
To isolate yourself. 18 months later, Friday, Saturday, 3 or 4, 4, 8. Now it becomes something else. Now you're doing it. And you're doing it 3 times a week. But now you're doing something you haven't done before. You're playing home something.
Okay.
Like a little now, I'm actually buying an extra 20 to take home.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
This fucking room. You can't leave this room.
What would happen?
I would die if you open that fucking like, you know how I get. I would die if you open that door. I just start looking at that door, man. I was sick then. That's crazy. And that went on for 10 years.
Yeah.
When I got in prison, I got locked up in 88. I came out. I stayed clean. I remember doing it the first time after prison. Like 2 days before I got married. The halfway house couple who was next to me, I was like, where you going? I said, yes, I lied. I said, I looked at the property, my in-laws' property. Instead, I went, they had a trailer on the property. It was so fucking strong. 6-pack of booze cans, I went to that trailer. And I started fucking popping. And the next thing you know, just 4 hours later, I had a big bag left to blow. And I was looking at the window and seeing snow guys.
Yeah.
Jumping on trees to go get shooting on the chest of white.
Like James Bond, yeah.
Yeah, like fucking, what's his hat name? What's that movie, Marky Wahlberg? Shoot him.
I
Went in the snow and all that stuff. Got to the point where
Yeah.
now you say, well, that's fucking cool. I don't know about fucking 4 ounces. In fact, I give me one back and forth for a while. He's a fucking
Now, you've done other stuff, but why do you think it's like you do like something for 6 months, or you do something for a little bit, but you've only really stuck with coke and like weed that doesn't like count. Like what was it about coke that you didn't like? You would think you would have gone and died.
Like where it took me. Like where it took me.
Like nothing. Yeah.
I would love to sit there for an hour. I could pay that may be a shot. I can't. It's the last thing on my face. I just go over there. Yeah. No, I ain't drinking. You've been around me for 2 years. Had a problem. That's why I knew I had an alcohol problem and a coke problem. I didn't have an alcohol problem, but I did have some. Yeah. So when I was 5, I already got drunk. I didn't like alcohol. To this day, I don't fucking like alcohol. I like the social aspect. Yeah. Like football, right? You fucking crazy. With cocaine, a lot of that. I can't even think about what you're smoking about. I can't tell you. I just outdid my welcome. And that's what people never understand in this country. We want to go to rehab, make that welcome, cut that welcome, and you welcome. You get rid of your cocaine after you're ready to do it. But people aren't. They child on 6 When I saw that, I was ashamed. I could get out of the cocaine. I knew it. Yeah, I can't say that tomorrow. I know I have $40 enough for $1,000, but I don't know who I can put together at 2 in the morning. I'm up to 2.5 million. So why make fucking plans? Wow. You know, and thank God I got off it. But I got off it. The main thing that killed me was I looked at my wife and I said to myself, okay, let's be honest. This chick was a New Jersey chick. She had done it well for 30 years. I can understand. She's never fucking seen. You know, it's not even in her world. We watch Discovery Channel, they show us cocaine shows, drug things. Yeah. She doesn't get that kind of questions. I'm really surprised that that's not in the world. The same way, fucking photography is not my world. I know nothing about it. I know nothing about anything. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? There's some things that you know about. There's some things you're foreign to you. Not even foreign. You know about it, not really. She had no idea about blow and how it works. She just knew what bank account was like. She just knew that she'd wake up in the morning some morning, she'd go, why is this $60 in this thing? Let's say I need money for a t-shirt last night. She fucking knew. What's the music? Let's hear it. What do you got from Joe? You want to do must be the music. So it can make you wait. I know you worked all day. I'm pretty tired. How many calories? 8 million. Mind your business. It's 10 o'clock. We're waiting for people to call. J.R. Gomez is here. Everybody's here tonight. I love it. Much respect and much love. Thank you for adjusting to the schedule. The church and what's happening now getting better and fucking better. A shout out to the products are getting better. I'm waiting to come back from New Orleans and I'm going to do that testosterone booster. I'm going to keep you posted. We're going to do it fucking together. I'm going to fucking grow, get muscles. We'll be 90 pounds lighter by the time I get to New Orleans. Oh, shit. Wait, smoke some joints. I smoke joints already. Well, J.R. Steiner just tweeted this awesome picture or something. No, it's my logo, but it's like fucking a metal or something. Whoa, I don't know what the fuck that is. Don't worry about the logo. Right? I like having a logo. Give me a break. Fucking logo. Get over here and smoke some reefer. That's the logo. I've had a logo before. Church, what's happening now? Monday night, we're all together. Go get a snack, get some yogurt with some granola, do a dolce, do a fucking fruit box, do a juice, do something. You up late tonight? I love you, motherfuckers. Shout out to the Midwest, Jersey, fucking the South, New Orleans, brown paper ticket, Latin, New It, Theater. I will be there Friday night. Again, brown paper tickets. And Sunday night, March 10th, 8 o'clock, brown paper tickets. Don't fucking, those tickets are gonna go. Don't come crying to me, Uncle Joe. We didn't know. We bought fucking crawdads. I don't give a fuck if you got crab in your ass. What's up, bro?
Not much, man.
Where'd you go?
What do you mean?
You took a hit, you disappeared. What am I dealing with here?
I can't be away. I have the background of the operation.
I know you come over here. Over here. There's fucking Puerto Ricans right now jumping up and down testing on the products. We over here, you know.
Are you gonna work out with me in the morning?
Fuck yes. I'm bringing my Alpha Brain. I'm bringing my Shroom Tech. I'm bringing the hemp. I got a little blender. I'm gonna get ready. I got to stay a little chubby for this role. I'm supposed to be a fat fucking trainer. That's what makes the thing funny. He's a boxing trainer. He's a fat fuck. What kind of boxing trainer am I? Boxing, whatever the fuck. It's a beautiful night to be alive. I love you, motherfuckers. Look at this room again. It's like, I know when we get stoned and smoking. This ain't no Michael Jackson. Where's my glasses? What the fuck? You gotta tell me I'm sitting here like some school kids. Like,
you're an intellectual.
Get the fuck out of here.
You do contact. I can never stick my finger in my eye.
I'll tell you what, I'll think I'll stick my fucking eye out of that and see how that works for you. I still got it. Even at 10 and 58, whatever time it is.
9:30.
You know, smoking, don't leave me like an orphan.
I'm done.
I gotta take one more.
I gotta go to bed at 6.
One more fucking number, Uncle Joey. There's kids starving out there. There's Americans fucking on the front line shooting fucking people right now, so you can breathe and smoke reefer. You're sitting with an Israeli flag behind you. There's a couple of Jews throwing rocks right now with sandals on, jumping up and down, so you can do this podcast. And you're sitting there disrespectful. That's what I gotta deal with people. I'm gonna see a big hit. One more. No more. Come on, guys. I want to see you blow that fucking smoke. There's a boy. Chief and Chung would be proud of you. But here we are. And we're not going to do a podcast the following Friday because I'm not just going to be out of town. I might do a call on Monday. So Monday morning at 7 a.m. if you're ready, I might be ready.
7 a.m.
6 a.m. Same thing. I'll do it from fucking New Orleans.
Yeah.
We'll call the number. We'll do it fucking live. Me and you from one coast to the other. I'll tell you what's going on because I'm off Monday. What time you got to be at work Monday?
Hopefully at night. I'll find out.
Then I'm fucking putting you back at night. I'm just 8 to 8 till I found out today I made a call. They keep me an 8 to 8 till fucking June. This is how they're gonna close the contract out. You think they're gonna make you sit there and go in at night and tuck your toes and jerk off on the chest like you do, cocksucker? You gotta go in there and earn your fuck.
No, fucking jerking off under the desk.
The one good thing about this week is I'm not missing nothing. Back before that Diaz, this GSP fight. I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited about that card. Very seldom do I get excited. They got like 3 or 4 good fucking fights on this. We'll be back by then.
Who else is on the fight?
Carlos Condor against Johnny Cameron.
Professionalism. I can't even.
What's that? You're telling this the guy that's supposed to call here, I guarantee.
I'm joking. Yeah, I'm really excited for the GSP Diaz because those, like I said, those are the fighters I like. That like they'll fight and they'll actually it'll be entertaining. It won't be one person running one person.
You got Johnny Hendricks.
Okay.
Against Condor. You have Ellenberger against Nate Marquardt. This could be do or die for Nate Marquardt. So this is a great fight. You have a couple of them. There you go. See? Oh shit. Oh shit. What's up, beautiful?
What's going on, brother? How are you?
How are you, my friend?
Coco, I couldn't be better.
I'm happy you got the call in. Tell these motherfuckers who's on the phone, Billy.
I am just one of many of the legion of Coco Diaz admirers, friends, posse from the neighborhood back in North Bergen, the legendary city on the cliff overlooking Manhattan.
And I'm a lot older than you, but we used to play basketball together. And unlike my other friends of the criminals, Bill, Mr. Horrenda, is a successful fucking dude. He's always been an honest acquaintance. He's known some of the friends I grew up with. We basically grew up at the same deli, which is no longer there. How you doing?
Exactly.
How you doing, buddy?
No, all's well, man. All's well. I'm just, it's funny. It's been great getting caught up with you. And I'm at a gas station yesterday in Sacramento. Two kids who I coached in basketball when they were on their way up, huge fans of yours. The Peterson brothers stopped me, and they're all asking their huge fans and follow you all over the podcast and everything. So all is well. I can't complain. I've got 3 daughters, married, and it's very kind of you to point out that you're older than me, but I look like Methuselah, like the oldest man on earth. You look tremendous.
You look tremendous. I still see your face. Every time I look at your Facebook picture, Billy, I see you dribbling the ball, walking into ashways looking for a fucking game. Like he was one of those guys that was always looking for a game that was going on and wants to do this. And he would get to the point where he'd push you a little bit. You can't get a little weight. You should get out of that bag. You look at him like fucking Billy. I'm trying to eat my little turkey sandwich and hashway. Because Mrs. Hashway had the best sandwiches because she was losing her hair. Since we were kids, Mrs. Hashway was losing her hair. So whatever turkey sandwich you ate, you always got a hair with it. Her classic was roast beef on rye. This deli was a real fucking deli we grew up at. It was funny because I knew Billy's whole family. We were basketball nerds. Me, Billy, and his older brother was also a coach now. Was your brother coaching?
Yes, look at my brother Greg. He's the head coach at UMass Lowell outside of Boston, where I played in college, and then they're actually moving on to the American East Conference with Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Stony Brook, schools that are in that conference. Binghamton, University of Maryland, Baltimore County. There's a lot of excitement up there around that. And yes, you guys, I remember you could tell me my dad took you guys to the legendary 5-star basketball camp out in Pennsylvania with Howard Garfinkel. And you're right, it was always about the next game, who's got next. I mean, if we had a quarter to buy it on seat and ashways after we were living large, I mean, that was life back then. And it was beautiful, too.
It was, for people, it was a little coffee shop, it was a little deli. And 3 doors down was this basketball court that belonged to the church. And they were supposed to close at 9. They never closed it. And I mean, we had some fucking battles there. Basketball. I remember playing basketball. This is an unbelievable story to tell, but I'll tell you because you could believe it. I remember being there at 2 in the morning, my 8th grade summer. And I'm playing one-on-one, three-point games with Danny Calandrillo, Anthony Sensulo, and what was the good Nicky DeSeglia? Was that his name?
Was it Frank and Schoen?
No. It was Calandrillo because it was his friend's brother. In fact, his brother was even there. Paul Land was there, who was an actor who did a few movies, and he had a model friend, and his friend was Nicky DeSeglia. Yes,
that's right. Yeah, exactly.
In fact, somebody just sent me footage of a guy from Union City, a Greek guy, Nicky something, that went on to play in the Olympic trials with Larry Bird. Somebody that listens to the podcast just sent me that. Nicky Gallis.
Exactly. Nicky
Gallis. See, we're basketball nerds, guys. I just listen to this. I'm in fucking. I'm with Red Band, one of the guys from Joe Rogan's buddy, and we're in Atlanta at the Omni, and we're eating lunch. And we're staying there, and I'm looking at this fucking table, Billy, and who's there? But the guy from Union City, Bobby,
Tommy Hines.
And I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this motherfucker. He gets up and he starts walking. Excuse me, Mr. Hines. Yeah, I go listen. I played for St. Michael CYL. His fucking eyes lit up. He's like, come on. Yeah, man. I was there when Danny broke your fucking record that night when he had 61 points. He had a tear in his eye. It's always great to see you basketball guys. It really is. As you can tell, you didn't know I was a basketball guy, did you, Lisa? Yeah.
I knew you played it. I didn't know you liked it this much.
Oh, I love it. And I remember going up to Ashways, meeting your dad, and your dad took us to Port Authority, where we took a bus to Pennsylvania to go to Lee Garfield. What was his name?
Yeah, Garfinkel, Howard Garfinkel, the guy that ran that camp.
The king of the fucking Jews. He was Pontius Pilate's nephew. So what do you do now? What are you doing now?
Yeah, you know what, Coco? You know what I'm doing now? During the day, I run the Positive Coaching Alliance, which is a nonprofit founded at Stanford, all about better athletes, better people. And we do workshops for kids, for coaches, and parents at schools and leagues. And, you know, we have folks like from Lionel Hollins to Dusty Baker to Phil Jackson, Herm Edwards, literally dozens of folks on our National Advisory Board that, you know, reinforce what we do with their players. So the content's all focused on the latest research-based sports psychology. And so that's what I do during the day, is basically go out, raise money, do workshops for kids up here in Northern California, specifically Sacramento. And then I've been fortunate to do broadcasting work on the radio side with primarily with the UC Davis radio network, to remember the Big West, along with Long Beach State, Fullerton, Cal Poly. And then I've also worked for the ESPN family network, which is an analyst on Time Warner Cable, Comcast Hometown Network. So that's kind of, you know, I just feel really fortunate to kind of feed in athletics both, you know, during the day, and then also with some of the broadcasting work that I've been fortunate to get.
I mean, nothing surprises me about what you're doing right now, because between you and Pete Segro, you motherfuckers who talk sports the whole morning, you know?
Right. And you know what, Coco, I got to tell you, it's really ironic. Last season, I'm down at a tournament at San Diego State, and who's in the tournament but Bryant University out of Rhode Island. And whose son is on the team, and I turn around, there's 2 rows behind me, Danny. So we're hugging, and Danny camped it back to our hotel, and I had him on the next night as a halftime guest.
I listened to him. I listened to the interview.
You did?
Yes, absolutely. Come on now. I mean, for these people who don't know it, when you have an idol, when you're growing up and there's somebody you like, they're distant. We had our idol right there. He was an Italian kid that was 6'2", that could shoot the fuck out of the ball. That ended up going to Seton Hall, leading the nation in scoring, and then got drafted by the Celtics, but he was 6'2". You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't even know if he played or he got picked up. But what he did for us growing up, am I lying, Bill? I mean, he gave it up.
I mean, Coco, you're right. He was larger than life, and I think the thing about Danny, in addition to him being a great player, and he was one of the pioneers in the Big East. You're right. And I mean, he was a legendary scorer before the three-point line, and he always had a huge heart. Was never too busy to help kids like us, and, on the way up that had aspirations to play in college. And I mean, his family situation was unbelievable in that, he had, literally, 10 siblings, and his parents had, issues with their hearing, and it was just an incredible family and an incredible story. He played for Bill Raftery, who now, everyone knows as an analyst, but that was the night, following that North Bergen High School state championship team, and his first game, you mentioned Mickey Gallis earlier, was at Walsh Gymnasium in Seton Hall, and Georgia Tech came in with Bobby Crevens and Sammy Drummer playing, ranked 20th in the country. This was before the internet. That was huge news. The magazine didn't stand that day. And of course, that was like being totally bitten by the college basketball bug. It was like, okay, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to aspire to. But yeah, he was just an absolute, legendary figure and a great guy to this day, no doubt.
It was funny because I remember everything he fucking did in that auditorium, but the thing I remembered the most was in the 8th grade, we had Barone, who was going to call into the podcast. I had him as a 7th grade teacher, but at the time I was in the 8th grade, And Barone, in those days, North Bergen switched from the traditional teacher thing to that you had to go to 3 different teachers a day. So that night, Barone was telling us about, you ready for this, Bill? Kelly Tripucka. Okay.
Right.
He's telling us about Kelly Tripucka, who ended up going to know the fucking thing into the Detroit business and just lighting up the fucking basket with a bunch of teeth. He had like 80 fucking teeth. His father was the original Elway, and he really was. He played for the Broncos. If you're at Denver Stadium, there's a big thing at Tripucka. The family owned distributors. They're a big fucking family. So it ended up that they said this kid was as good as Julius Erving was. Because most people in high school score 1,000 points in 4 years. Kelly Tripucka was scoring 1,000 points a year or something. Jim Spinarco or John Spinarco. We had Michael Corrin, little Irishman from Jersey City. We had a kid, Bill Willoughby from Englewood. So we were like, fuck it, this is our area. All these, like, I still remember Michael Corrin playing the, well, how old were you when Michael Corrin played in the finals as a freshman against Marquette?
You know what? I was that, I think, 77. I was down with Warriors last.
Yes.
And so I was 11 at the time.
My God. When they said Jersey City, New Jersey. Yeah, you fucking get these goosebumps, you know. And it's funny because about a month ago I called Bill and I go, Bill, North Bergen. And I told Billy the story. We're in front of Pathmark one night. We used to shoplift Pathmark because we knew this thing. Billy wasn't there. I'm not even talking about Billy. So we would go to Pathmark, maybe Fernie Bassasudo, Glenn Conti, and Mike Runny to shoplift booze. But this one night, Fernie wanted to snort glue. He was fucking nuts. So he goes in to get glue, and he comes out with Elvis glue, like a fucking moron that he is. So out of the Calandrillo brothers, there was 10 of them, and they had sisters too. But one of them was kind of homeless. He lived in the weeds or something. Remember, he would go outside Ashby's in the morning, and they'd give him a sandwich, and he had like fucked up sneakers. And I never fucked with him at all. I never messed with Bobby Kaplan at all. So Fernie comes out with the fucking Elmer's glue, and we're like, Fernie, you retarded. You gotta get airplane glue, not fucking Elmer's glue. So he don't know what to do with it. So it's in his pocket. So this guy, Bobby Cow, comes up, and he's asking us for money. And we were good kids at the time. We're giving him money, Bobby Cow. And next thing you know, Fernie takes like the newspaper and he puts the glue, those bodysuits on, the heavy ones for the winter, and he put it in his back pocket. We're talking to Bobby Cow, and within minutes, you see smoke coming from behind Bobby Cow, and the thing was on fire, and we fucking turned it off just before. This is the shit we grew up with, but I'm sorry, Bob. I'm sorry. Fucking tremendous night, Bobby Cow on fire in Westwood, Hudson County Park.
Coco, the one story about him. Okay, Coco.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, no, sorry. So, the classic story too about Ashways, and of course, I spent a lot of time with the Parkers and with the Doritos, and I tell you, it's hot August afternoon, balmy, steamy, and I walk around the corner, and back then, as you know, everyone had a bill at Ashways. The paper receipts were taped to the register.
Oh, I owe them thousands.
So Parker catches me on the corner before I get to the store. He's like, Bill, Joe shut me off. My bill is done. Go in there, get me a sandwich, and I'll take care of it. So I said, sure. So I walk in, I said, Joe, I'll have roast beef, hunter cheese, lettuce, tomato, and mayo on a hard roll. And before I get that out, Joe looks at me and goes, Billy, get the hell out of here. This sandwich is for Parker. And I think years later, the Seinfeld show did the same thing, but they did it with a fruit stand with Kramer. I remember one of my brother-in-laws out in California called me with that episode going on. But it was just, a legendary neighborhood. And you were, chief amongst, everybody. There were half the characters, and it was just an unbelievable place to grow up. It was just tremendous.
Ashways was across the street from Gregory's 7-Day Weekend, which was a bar, which was a Corky's, Tom and Corky's, which was one of the craziest bars you ever walked into. But to top it off, it was next to a pizza place owned by a Greek guy named Nick the Greek. Do you remember that? And the other day, Mike Duffy, I don't know if you follow Mike Duffy on Facebook. He posted something about North Bergen, being from North Bergen, torturing people. And, you know, we used to torture Nick. We'd throw snowballs at him in the winter, the pizza on him. The best thing I ever did to Nick was after a while he got kinky. Like when we got to be 17, he told us if you rob something, just bring it directly to me. So we used to rob wood and sell it to him. He used to buy plywood from us for $10 a sheet. Don't ask me why. But the best was we used to rob fake jewelry and give it to him. And we had two scams with Nick. We had fake jewelry that we'd sell him, and then he'd come back to us and we'd let him speak. I need to talk to you. You know, the good jewelry. It wasn't because he called me spick right off the bat. There was no fucking around. There was no, you know, what's the shit now? Calling people by their whatever. There was none of that in those days. But the best was that in those days, remember the iced teas in the containers, like they were made out of paper? Oh my God! Remember those? They're fucking tremendous.
Oh, they were unbelievable. Yeah.
Oh, legendary. Do you remember those? They were made out and you open them up like a milk container, only on iced tea. Well, Nick had them. Nick, you go to Nick to get a pizza, and you buy a soda. But Veneri, who was a rich motherfucker, would go, and he's Italian, would go into Veneri's, go into Nick's, get a slice of pizza, but he would go to Hashways because the iced teas were a nickel cheaper. And when Veneri would be crossing across the street, Nick would walk out and go, Veneri, you fucking Jew, you suck. But he'd say it loud, like it didn't matter who you fucking Jew, you suck. Oh, Billy, you know, if I was telling somebody it's tough to go to North Bergen now because we have nowhere to meet because Hashway is not a business.
Yeah, it's a very sad thing, Paul. No question.
And it's funny that I've always thought about writing scripts. And for the last year, I wanted to write a Hashway script because we've seen them at their best and we've seen them at their worst. You know, like the place just fucking shut down. And this was a place that, you know, had Billy, did you not work there, Billy, when they had the picket machines and the liquor and the fucking sandwiches and
no, you know what? Ironically, I never worked at there. I worked at Joseph's drugstore, which is another story.
That's right. But I used to get steroids from him. I used to get steroids from Joe on the corner and sell them. He used to sell me. I got a connection one time. He goes, "Oh, you want steroids? Just go to fucking Joe. Get the fuck out of here." Yeah.
But you know what, though? You're so right. I mean, from the standpoint of, you know, I was back home with my girls. We have 3 daughters and my wife this summer, and had the opportunity to go visit Mrs. Hashway. And, you know, I mean, it's hard to really put into words, you know, what pillars of the community they were and are. I mean, they were just great, you know, more than just friends. I mean, they're more than just people who, you know, owned the deli. I mean, they were most generous people, the greatest hearted people you'd ever meet. And, you know, what they did that people know about, the things that I believe they've done that people don't know about, just to support people and keep them going. I mean, and you know, like the guys, like I'm involved in athletics now, I think back to like, you know, Mr. Fafaro and Frank Bennett, Phil Loretti, Stan Newman. I mean, these guys, and I was lucky, you know, playing in high school for Jerry Halligan, who passed away a number of years ago. But he, you know, he was a guy who was in the class of like Mr. Ascalese. These legendary guys that had an unbelievable impact on kids' lives, and you know, those guys are coaches, but the Hashways are just, you know, and are unbelievable people. I mean, I just can't say how much, you know, we loved them, and they were very close, you know, family friends, and remain that way to this day. So it is sad, and you're right, like life, you know, has its ups and downs, no doubt about it.
It's hard to explain that they were such a part of your childhood. It's embarrassing to me that a deli was such a big part of my childhood, but if you really think about it, Bill, in front of that deli is where I learned to be Italian. On those hot days in between basketball games when you're waiting and, you know, Gabby would pass by and you'd ask her to suck your dick and chase with your dick. You know, I mean, it was just, I tried to explain to people about where I'm from, and for years I didn't say nothing. You can't say nothing because they're not going to believe you. They're not going to fucking believe you. I just started talking about this 8 kid now. You know, I told the story about when I got chased by the drug dealer, and I ran through Fatima, and they had the rose bushes, and I walked out, and my shirt was torn. Or I looked like the fucking... It was amazing. I wanted the hashways, and the guy chased me and started yelling, Mr. Hashway threw this fucking drug dealer out of there with a gun. Mr. fucking Hashway, who was 100 years old, get the fuck out of here, you motherfucker, before I hit you with this fucking knife. I mean, you know, and I was there the night when I walked in there, when I seen the article on Carmine Balzano shooting the guy 7 times in the back in self-defense. That's, you know, you can't explain to these people. You know, did I just tell you I went to West Palm Beach? Who the fuck do I bump into in West Palm Beach? Little Steven Monco.
No kidding. Wow.
He's fighting for America's top team. If these people knew who his father was and his uncle, how many times his uncle bailed me out growing the fuck up? He was the mayor of North Bergen. He was the fucking mayor. When you were a kid, I used to live down 38th Street, and we used to have those metal nets. Remember those metal fucking nets they had in the wintertime?
Yeah, oh yeah, totally. You know, I have a piece of that. We won the national championship Division II at UMass Lowell, and I also have though. I'm just proud of the piece of it chain that from up the court. Yeah, those were legendary. Those chains.
Whenever the ball hit in the winter, just went. The fucking net was amazing. It was just amazing. You know, Billy, I have no embarrassment from where I'm from and the stories and the laughter, and I have hours. I wish, you know, I tell people all the time, I have 1,000 stories. It's a shame I can only tell 100.
Right now, Kobe, you would never run out of material. And the thing is, you know, I mean, it was an unbelievable environment, I think, to learn about life and how to negotiate life and appreciate people for everything that they bring to the table, diversity, all. I mean, I wouldn't trade it for anything. You know, I really wouldn't. And, you know, my kids, when we go back, they love it. You know, they get a dose of it and you know, a little bit of better understanding. But it's a legend. It's an unbelievable time and an unbelievable place. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I really wouldn't.
It's funny how you mentioned all those names that coached us. All those fucking years, not one sexual, disgusting fucking scandal. You know, there wasn't no scandals. I remember the only scandal we had growing up was Fontana when he threw the kid off the bus for speaking Spanish. That was it. There was no fucking teachers and, you know, all this shit. If anybody, the boys were fucking female teachers at North Bergen. I know like 2 gym teachers that got fucked in the ass when these kids were in high school. But they wouldn't go home and rap to their fucking moms. I mean, that was just a great... You know, that hill, just walking that hill put balls on you. You went to St. Peter's also. You got to take a bus fucking 2 hours every goddamn day.
You know, there was a bus and then the pass train. And, you know, there were times where I'd get rides. But, yeah, that was, you know, to go down there and to play on Ocean Avenue in Jersey City. And to go against, as you mentioned, players earlier. And, I mean, you're right. You know, from the standpoint of, I mean, I look around the league when I was in high school. David Rivers played at Notre Dame and with the Lakers, and Kenny Wilson went to Villanova. Darrell Wilson played at Ferris, went to Florida State. Kirk Eady went to Old Dominion. I mean, I couldn't stop anybody, but it was a really special time and place. And you're right, you know, Jersey back then, and you know, just the urban environment, the feel of it, just the fabric of it is, I think, something that we all, you know, just really cherish. I feel badly tonight that there are probably a ton of names that, you know, I'm losing out just because it's, you know, we just don't have time to go through it all. But such great people. And you're right, those guys, you know, they just cared about the community, about the kids, and I think they recognize that, you know what, keeping us, you know, on the straight and narrow and on the right path, you know, that's just a way of making sure that all that energy was used in a productive way. And, you know, it was their opportunity to kind of give back. And those guys that I think about all the time. I mean, there's not a day that goes by that, you know, I don't think about my father who lost too soon, of course, when I was in 6th grade, or to Mr. Halligan, or you know, Ben, all those guys were just great people.
By the way, before we get off the topic, I don't know if you know this, and I'm going to put them together with you. Vinny Ascalise Jr. is in school at Fresno. Let's go see him because he's only going to be there and then he's going to transfer. But I've been in contact with him on the phone. I tried to explain him to you. And, you know, he's 20 years, he's 30 years younger than us. But the kid's a fucking savage once you talk to him. Talking to him the last 2 or 3 weeks has really made me a little different. Just talking to him because it reminds me of talking to me when I was 21. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck. This guy won the state chair. He don't give a fuck. So, Billy, I'm really, and I know your name is Bill. I keep calling you Billy because you're still that fucking young kid with the ball, always enticing. Come on, let's go play some ball. I'll show you with this new move I got going. Come on. Fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. You know, a lot of love to you and your brother Greg and your family for always never judging and for always loving me, man. You guys are great. And, I'll see you September. I'll see you at the 20th of March.
Absolutely, Coach. We love you too. Keep up the great work, and I just want to thank you guys for having us. And we'll definitely.
What's the webpage that you go to and see what you're doing?
What's that?
What's the webpage of the organization that you work with?
Oh, yeah. So I'm with the Positive Coaching Alliance, so people can check us out at PCA. You know what? Actually, it's probably easier just to go to positivecoach.org. Okay, check us out there. Great videos, a lot of really inspirational videos from people like Doc Rivers, Herm Edwards, Steve Young, Brad Stevens, young coach.
Lionel fucking Hollins. Are you kidding me? I remember when he played for the Portland Trail Blazers with Bobby Gross and fucking Lionel Choo Choo Hollins was his name, wasn't it?
Exactly. And he, you know, is the real deal, Coco, from the standpoint of, you know, I think, you know, when people recognize that, listen, you know, playing in college or playing professionally, you're like a milk carton. There's an expiration date on it. And, you know, it's all those qualities that you learn along the way that are going to propel you to success. You know, not only on the court, but also off of it. And Lionel Hollins is another one of those guys that, you know, he really lives it. And, you know, along with Doc Rivers, you're going to talk about a good too, and I can only be as good as I can be when you're as good as you can be. And he talks about character. They pass on guys that have more talent. They want more R's than S's. So, in other words, they want more character as opposed to characters. So, anyway, I'll get off my soapbox here, but a lot of good stuff, a lot of good videos.
I fucking love it. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you, and it's good to see you after 30 fucking years and be able to get a laugh about Hashways and where we came from. I love you, and I'll see you in the
I love you too, brother. We're so proud of you to keep up the great work. Sure.
Too, brother. Stay black and beautiful.
All right, sounds good, man. Thanks, guys.
You know, it was funny because we talked about this deli where we grew up in, and the kid just fucking flew.
Yeah, I didn't know clue that had.
It's really weird when you're a young guy, you live your life, you're an old guy, and you look at people who were there with you, people who you thought had it together, just lost it. When I was 18, I wanted to be Glenn Hashway. You know, I remember I had a deli, went to school, he had the Corvette. He had the good-looking Italian girl. He had the clubos. You know, he didn't have the fucking care in the world. And, you know, 20 years later, he ends up robbing a gas station with a fucking hood on and no gun. It's just mind-boggling. And again, you know, for a guy like me, I have to break down two different directions. This was a guy that was my friend, but at the same time, this was also a guy that used to laugh at me when I first started comedy and made fun of me. I love him as a friend. But now he's in fucking seclusion somewhere. He lost a deli. You know, it was like the American dream, like Scarface, only with a fucking deli. You know, drugs were involved, as they usually are when they do shit. And it's unthinkable. We got some emails this week, and we usually do some emails that I was wrong about Dolce. Remember Dolce was talking about butchers. How important it is to go to a butcher and get a nice piece of meat.
Okay.
Some guy said, you know anything about butchers, you live in LA, they're all over the place. And he goes here in Whittier, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta drive an hour to get a fucking piece of meat. That doesn't do me no good, right? What he was talking about was neighborhood butchers.
Yeah, of course.
So you can walk over to, there's 10 different ones.
It's not one butcher in an entire city.
In the city. Glenn Hashway was on that grocery store. Remember, there was a Pathmark, it was a ShopRite. But Hashway's Deli was where you went, man. Fucking roast beef sandwiches. They had a fucking rice pudding that she would put cinnamon on it, whipped cream. She made 2 roast beefs every day fresh and 2 turkeys fresh. That's how much we ate in those days. This specialty sandwich was a roast beef on rye with mayo, salt, and pepper, light on the fucking, just on this light fucking rye. With this potato salad, this macaroni salad, your asshole would boil with a fucking pickle. You know, and I ate everything in that baby, because after a while you eat there every day. It's not like now that you went, today, no, we went to Ashley's every fucking day. That's loyalty, that's where you went. And when you didn't have money, you put on the fucking tab. And when you got paid, you went up there and you fucking paid them back. I eat up there every day. We lived at those basketball courts. So you go up there with no money, but no, Mrs. Ash was going to take care of you. Even though she was going bald in the hair, was going to the sandwich. You didn't give a fuck. And if you didn't get enough hair, you'd even say, Miss Ash, I got beat today. You better see the fucking rush over there. I mean, this was a neighborhood grocery store, something that we see 6 of in this fucking country. I got no money. I've been shopping here for 13 years. I got putting on a bill. They don't know what you're fucking talking about. No. But in those days, you could go into Ash's and go, Mrs. Ash, I get paid on every other Friday. In between that, can I send up Lee to get fucking cold cuts and bologna and shit? And they'd say, absolutely. And that's what it's all about. That's what business is about. That's what's been cut out today. There's no more customer service. The Hashways are such a successful deli because it started off as a deli and they moved 2 doors down. They took a liquor store and the picket. But that was 1984. Guess what else was popular in 1984? What? Fucking suits. So Glenn was in there, fucking snorting up a fucking storm. But here's what's the secret: they had the lunchtime school crowd. It was a gold mine, guy. It opened at 7. The high school was down the corner. So till 3, you had the action in the high school, and everybody went to Hashways.
Probably twice, breakfast and lunch.
Yeah, you went to Hashways and got a butter roll with a fucking can of Coke, or you like a motherfucker, or a cream cheese and jelly on a roll with a yoo-hoo or a fucking like a motherfucker. And then at lunchtime you went back over there and you got a roast beef on rye, salt and pepper, salt light on the pepper, no pepper light on the salt, light mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, sliced thin. They would slice the tomatoes, not like these Puerto Ricans like the chip tomato. Sliced paper fucking dinner with cheese. So you just taste the tomato, they put a couple extra ones in the tomato steak, the fucking sandwich, and you squeeze it. Not like these, you bite into a sandwich, the tomato, right to the front, the shit comes out of the ass. Yeah. Like what I ordered, that's why I don't go to this fucking Soho fucking fake sandwich, motherfucker. They want to make a sandwich. You have to tell them to slice your fucking meat thin. They slice the meat thin, but they get the cheese thin. You know what I'm saying? These little things, these fucking jamokes don't know what the fuck they're doing today. They didn't fucking know. I mean, they just go. No. We got some music from it.
Absolutely.
Let's smoke some more weed.
I'm all set.
I got this shit to poke smoke before you. Oh shit! It's a beautiful fucking night. March 4th, Monday. You'll probably get this Wednesday. Tune you up for the rest of the fucking week. I'm sorry there won't be no podcast next week. I'll be in New Orleans shooting, working it out. I'm very sad, one part of me is very happy that I got this, but the other part of me is very sad that I leave my wife and baby. Thank God. Our family is coming in Thursday. This girl came in today. Her brother comes in tomorrow. So Timmy's gonna have her hands fucking full with her family.
Yeah. Is it because I know you used to get like sad when you leave the cats. Is it different? Or
it's terrible. It's terrible, man. Then I gotta go to the bar.
I haven't seen Harry in so long.
Harry's fucking cool as shit. They're all lonely, but this is Ross Finney. I put a special collar on Finn. He's like a half a moment. This is
yeah, they were together for years.
And they were best friends. Finney would choke him and fucking throw him down. They were there.
Yeah.
See, Finney was a tiny little right on back. You fucker.
Does your daughter look at cats?
She can't see him. They don't even know. They come off. You know who likes him? Superbad likes him. Great likes him. Sissy likes him. Black and white cats.
Yeah, that's weird.
The black and white cats play attention to it. They hang out, they watch him.
That's very funny.
She comes first. They take the second, the third second. I love my cats.
Yeah.
I've always done. I felt bad. My wife said, if I've been neglected, you've been busy with the fucking things with the brush. I got him the good cat there. The cat that they like the butt. once.
Yeah.
They still had it on Amazon, but they went out of business.
Oh, really?
But they had like fucking 5 bags left, so I got them. That was
Nothing. So that's good. Nothing, dude.
what's going on, cops? You take this selling this to the Russians. Don't maybe burn this in your skin and get the fucking info from it.
No.
How you doing, baby?
I'm good. This room is getting me higher. I'm fucking.
Your landlord came up here and she sat down and took a nap. She smelled this motherfucker.
Jesus Christ.
This is a good room, right?
Yeah, I got this week. I haven't been busy, but this week I'm gonna put up. I got a Godfather and a what's the other? Goodfellas. I got Godfather and Goodfellas for this room.
They don't fuck around. So it was nice. I hooked up with Billy when I did Sacramento. I was lying last time. He shut up his wife and watched me. He was a nice kid. He was very nice. And I saw him a few times. I was fucked up with his leg. I felt very guilty. Sure. We knew each other like the jock field. And I started hearing I was robbing and doing drugs. It must have been hard. We never judged. He was young and I was. He forgave me. That's it. Anybody know he forgave me? He's a good dude, bro. That brother's a good brother. His brother's mom and dad. And I had a lot of that. Like I said, his dad drove us over. It's funny because the kid that I came over today, with their son, she showed me the picture today of the football camp I went with him.
Picture of you?
No, it was a picture of him with the shirt.
Oh, okay.
It was offense, defense, football camp. I've spoken about it before. It was run by Penn State. It was like Jack Lambert and Jack Ham. I'm getting confused. It was just a picture. So I went to a couple camps growing up. I liked the football camps because it was 6 or 7 days condensed.
Yeah.
You were a little basketball camp.
I know not fuck basketball. I went to a football one.
Come on, which one did you go to?
It was just run by the local high school. I only played football for 1 year. I didn't like it. Well, I did not like it. I didn't play Pop Warner, and everyone else did. And the coach Pop Warner, so I wasn't even very good, but I barely got to play it. And so I didn't like that, but I liked wrestling, so that's what I started with. I went to wrestling camps.
Did you really? How long did you sleep there for?
There was one for like a week, and then I would go to off-season wrestling.
Would you get better at it?
Yeah, I mean, I was never very good, but it was like you said, it was a lot of fun, and it was
How old were you?
Probably 15, 16. Yeah, I was a little off for high school. Yeah, it was. You said something the other day that I've heard you say before. It was on the sides. It wasn't like on the top.
It's on the sides. It goes on the sides. The middle stays bald. You got to buy this mascara and shit. Me, I didn't have a sister. I had to go to the supermarket and buy mascara.
You bought mascara.
Waterproof. Just in case you go swimming, your fucking jock don't turn black. You're swimming, you got an oil fucking leaking out. That's right. That's over you. That's how high you are. You put your fucking finger to your back. What else? That's what you got.
That's all I got.
It's fucking crazy to me. I can't believe that I even got this. I've been thinking about it for the last 2 fucking weeks, and I wasn't going to tell nobody on the podcast. I wasn't really going to tell anybody, but it was overwhelming because, when I moved here, it was 98. I was 30-something years old. Fucking long trip. And all my friends were getting movies, not movies, but deals and shit. These Mitzi Shore people got put me in the comments.
Yeah.
That was the only thing I had working in my confidence. But I knew that Mitzi would pick up a lot of fucking weird people. She picked me up fucking
And fast.
Yeah, I was here a month and got picked up. And I booked a movie and then I sat tight for a while. I went on the road. I wanted to become a comic. I wanted to become a movie comic. I went on the road for like 2 years. I committed to the fucking road. It wasn't like a half-ass. I would go for no money, 300 here, 100 here, take a bus. I told you I had a blowjob from a chick that escaped from a strip club. I swear to God, that's a true story. A chick that left Rochester to go to Buffalo, in those days, a strip had to get a health license.
Oh, okay.
She had like fleas and some other blood diseases, so she had it.
And you let her give you a blood drop?
Sure, why not? Fuck it, I don't give a fuck. In those days, it was like a Greyhound bus. Who gives a fuck? So, but I came back, I took a couple acting lessons, Savannah Chubby. Well, that's where the black chick won the Academy Award.
Halle Berry.
And the white chick won the Academy Award. The tall one.
This year?
No, a couple of years ago. The tall white chick was hot. She did the dance with the kid from Seth MacFarlane this year. Charlize Theron.
Oh, yeah, shit.
Charlize Theron went to the acting class.
Oh.
Savannah Chubby, and so did the black chick. They were both their actresses there. I went there in the beginning class. I had never acted before. I had done basketball. And then when I came back, it was when Josh lent me $500. And I started going to Savannah Chubby. I went to Savannah Chubby. And I started little stupid movies and parts. But I worked as an actor, which for me was fucking mind-boggling. It was mind-boggling. The first time I got hired, I didn't even know what cut was. I didn't know what they meant by hitting your line. I just showed up like a fucking stupid kid because that's what you are. The dumber you are, the better you do at something. When you get smart, you become bad at something.
Yeah, you worry about it.
You worry about it, you know. So, and I remember doing the show, and then they fucking picked me up for a couple episodes. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So I went to Savannah Chubby for like 3 months, and I believed it. And then from there, I went to a different acting class. It was a little cheap. It was $265 that class. It's a lot of fucking money for a week. And I went there, and what I'm trying to say is, you know what, I'm not with a big-time agent. I don't have a manager. These people that are booking me have just signed me recently, and I had a booking agent. Never went to Montreal. Never went to really no festivals. I went to the Toyota Comedy Festival. And New York is basically a fucking joke. And listen, I'm not crying. This I all brought upon myself. I get, you know, and I'm very lucky. I'm aggressive. I don't give a fuck. See, because that's the number one thing. You're going to come out here and put your balls on the line. You got a number one thing. You don't give a fuck. And that's why Savannah Chubby takes women. She's really good with women. She teaches them how to act. Because she breaks them down. Savannah Chubby is one of the few acting classes that you have to strip fucking naked at.
Jesus.
On a Tuesday morning, I stripped down to like underwear, but I've seen girls there show their fucking pussy at the acting class. Because Savannah wants to break a woman down, because that's the only way they can learn how to act. And the point was proven with Charlize Theron and the black chick for fucking Monsters Ball.
Halle Berry.
Yeah, I mean, she's amazing. Was it Monsters Ball she won it for?
Yeah.
So, you know, listen, I just never had that. You know, when I do movies, I'm the same fucking guy, but I take that. I never studied to be a great fucking actor.
No.
I never really knew theater in New York. I did theater. I won a performing arts contest once. Freshman year, I lip sync Shattered by the Rolling Stones. Besides that, the chick was a lesbian. She liked me. It was cool fucking class, but I never really had that. So now I get this call to do this grudge match. And IMDb, which some people don't know IMDb is, it tells you about the movie, the director, the producer, who wrote it, all the actors are in it, and I seen that it was the director from The Longest Yard, and I wasn't going to pressure, he didn't like me, so I said, fuck it, I'm gonna not go to this audition, because he doesn't like me. Then I sat there, I thought about Twitter, I thought about stand-up, and I thought about everything I've done, like, you know what, when somebody doesn't like you, it's a story of my life, you gotta prove it fucking wrong.
Yeah.
So I got that audition, I broke the scenes down, I went for it, I went in and I got a call back. I remember the director, and I got this fucking role. I didn't sweat it. I never sweated. I just thought it was like any other role. You go and do whatever one day. And they called back and they said, I'm working 3 days. And they called back and they said, I'm working hours. De Niro really had my shit together. I didn't really think about it much. You guys listen to me, what the church is about. It's like Lee. You gotta put your pants on. Everybody puts their pants on one at a time. Just us. Nobody's fucking better. You know, whether it's De Niro or whoever the fuck. So, a couple of days ago, I really started thinking about it. I'm going to read with De Niro. I never started off to be an actor. I know a lot of guys that come to this town that would die to play 2 scenes opposite De Niro. This is my second movie with him. The first one I did was single.
Yeah.
But the beauty of this is that the way I've been thinking about it, I'm going to go down there and have a good time and fuck him up. The main reason is this, plain and fucking simple. This is something for the fucking underdog. We get this movie, it's for every fucking little guy that they don't know. And then you have to switch it into your mind that you don't give a fucking no. Because what do you got to lose? What's the worst I can say is fucking no. That's the worst I can say. So when I get this movie, it's good for me. And people we're singing and it's great, we're laughing, but this is a feather for people that have come here and nobody's giving them a fucking shot. Thank God Joe Rogan talked about me and whatever. And people took a liking to me. We wrote blogs, we made videos, and the ball is fucking here. But this De Niro thing is huge.
Oh, yeah.
It goes to show you, bro. It don't fucking matter. Just don't. It don't fucking matter. I just want to. I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna tell me no, though. You're never gonna tell me no. You're gonna need a fucking bazooka to shoot me. If you bring a 44, it's gonna be a bad fucking day for you. You know, and if you just keep having that attitude, something good's gonna fucking happen to you eventually.
Yeah.
Something good's gonna fucking happen.
Do the same thing for applying to jobs, and no matter how many times they say no, every author has that story. They got rejected by every publishing house until the one person said yes.
This is one of the best opportunities for women. It is for me. It's for the movement. It's for a movement that, bro, I'm ugly, I'm fat, I'm a felon, I'm a spick. I got all the fucking things going against me. But you gotta shoot me, gun. You gotta shoot me with a fucking elephant gun. Or if not, it's not gonna work out for you. This is the way. This is where I learned to do this. And if you're not gonna live your life this way, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't waste your fucking time.
Yeah.
You're gonna pick up today. You're gonna listen to what the fuck I'm telling you. You're gonna decide what the fuck you want to do, and you're gonna go through it. You're gonna play the guitar. We're gonna play the ukulele, and if somebody shoot that rose at you, whatever the fuck you want to do, just do it. And if you keep doing it, something fucking good's gonna happen. Something, even if you're 50, even if you're a 50-year-old broken down loser like me, it's still fucking De Niro, motherfuckers. For these agents that didn't like me, I was too fat or too ugly, or whatever the fuck it was, it don't matter. They can't take away your fucking will, dog. They fucking can't. So, you know what, man? I'm not going to see you motherfuckers for a week. I'll still be on Twitter. I'll still try. Should I go get my phone so I can take pictures of these people and video? And I put on my computer. I know what I'm doing.
You could do it with your phone or the bloggy if you want.
I got to figure something out to keep you guys contacted with me for a week. So we'll probably do some type of podcast on Monday where I'll call up. I'm off. I won't take away from your sleep time.
No, it's fine.
Tired. We'll do something, even if it's just a short podcast to give them.
Okay.
We'll have myself and maybe another guest call up and they can interview him or some shit.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see if I can take 2 calls at once.
Get it fucking together, Lee. Always, I don't know. I
swear to God.
You're not smoking dope.
I'm not smoking
doing
dope.
nothing. Look at the fucking shape you cocksucker. What are you gonna be putting in the plan? I
already kissed it. You want to try it?
Not in a million.
Come on.
Not in a million fucking years. I'll tell you, I'll taste that fucking thing when you whack off and taste a little chocolate almond juice.
No, it's
you
fucking.
taste your sperm beer?
No,
Why not?
because it's sperm.
Nah, you don't try to drink it down like that chicken on the couch. You just gonna taste it a little bit on your fucking tongue. So as soon as you drink the fucking green pride, I will fucking.
Come on, it tastes like apples and grapes.
Listen, take that apple and put up some apples and eaves and everybody else's ass. I'm not eating that green shit. Fucking gives me agita. I'm burping. I'm farting. I got fucking that protein. Remember, it's never too late to fulfill your yearly obligation or whatever the fuck you call it. To lose weight and get healthy. On it, Dr. Bob was always there for you. And on it, take a look at the hemp protein. Take a look at the immune. And basically, if you're a fat fuck like us, take a look at the strong bone, please. Even if you just take a look at the strong bone, or the smallest name, type in church, CHURCH, get you a little fucking discount, get you a little hat, like they do in the mail, and you're happy. Everybody's fucking happy. You're happy now, I'm happy. We respect each other. I'm getting, like I said, I stayed at 310 to shoot this movie because I'm supposed to be the fat trainer. Once I get back, I'm going to join Lee, not only on juice. I'm not going to juice, but I'm going to do something different with weed. Maybe just do a Dolce thing. And that's it, my friends. I'm going to miss you motherfuckers and the inspiration that you guys give me every morning. And the music of my brother Lee, cocksucker, Lee, without me 5 fucking days.
Let's throw a party.
I like that you guys took time out to watch the podcast, and I know it's on your fucking routine. If you're in the East Coast, you want to be sleeping by number fuck you. You gotta do like my main man, whatever his fucking name is, who told the school to go fuck himself. Parker. That's it. Parker's like, you gotta go to school. Go fuck yourself, school. You don't learn at school, you ain't gonna learn here. They don't learn about the most important thing you should learn about heart. That's what you fucking get from the church to a tablet. Now, Lee, you know I love you. What am I gonna be this week, Lee? I like the Root Lot.
New Theater, New Orleans. Go to brownpapertickets.com.
Look at Lee.
Just search Joey Diaz, It's up there. March 8th and March 10th. There's like, I don't think there's even 10 tickets left for both shows combined.
They better figure something out.
Yeah, you could buy it on your phone right now. You can print the tickets at home. You can go to the box office. There's no reason not to go.
That's right. This is that Louisiana. I'll be down there eating. I'm gonna go see my buddies at the fucking firehouse. My man Dan. I got some other people who hit me up. My boy said he bought tickets coming to the Sunday night show. I'm gonna be smoking outside like the wet. There's a fucking hamburger stand that my boy told me about that says it is rocking. I forget what the name of the thing is.
You have to get that shrimp po' boy for me.
I'm gonna eat a couple shrimp po'.
And what are the like little donuts that are in New Orleans? What are they called?
Bayonets.
Oh, are they good?
Are they fucking good?
They look amazing.
When was the last time you ate something bad in Louisiana?
I've never been to Louisiana.
What the fuck are you doing? This is what I'm talking about. But you got time to follow these Jews doing techno music. Right? You know, eating ecstasy. This is why you love me. I'm gonna take this little try a cigarette, ash ball. Yeah, how's your dad doing?
He's doing great. I talk to him every day. Call the director. Tell him you're a Jewish lawyer, and I'll come down.
All right, man. We'll get you down there next week. You take a couple of days off.
If they pay for my plane ticket, sure.
Listen, you get a couple of days. That's all I'm paying for plane tickets. Something completely different. After that, they're all concept.
They can do it. They got the.
I mean, no fucking Martin Scorsese. Yeah, not a few days. What music you have? What do you got?
Got some Led Zeppelin.
Well, you know.
Yeah, that's it. You should do that in the movie. Your character should have a cigarette on his lip.
Listen, who you now? Who you? Who the fuck are you? Mel Brooks?
The Flying Jew. Oh,
Get the fuck. Don't forget, Sacramento, I'm coming up to you March 20th to the 23rd or something up there. Go to the website. What else am I doing? That's it. I got nothing. I got this movie. I got Sacramento. We got the podcast. And we got you guys. Thank you very much for watching tonight. Don't forget, you want to support Lee and the fucking Flying podcast, the whole fucking Jew shit, whatever the hell it is. I'm all stoned to the gills. Go get the long sleeve Church of What's Happening Now t-shirt, and that supports the fucking electric bill and all this fucking shit here. Put something together for Lee. I love you guys. Have a great week. And hey, if you're the underdog, tell them to suck your dick. That's what it's all about. Either suck it now or suck it later, cocksucker. Wait, cocksucker. Ooh.
Peruse the website likeforlike.com. And of course, our YouTube channel up and running on YouTube. All you got to do is type in Coast to Coast AM. Yes. A lot of folks in Israel that see this it's all for free. Head over to Coast to Coast AM.com.
Jump around, what's happening, motherfuckers are beautiful. Day to be alive Friday, March, what is it, 14, 15? Who the fuck knows? Who gives a
Yeah,
fuck?
15.
The month is half gone. What have you done, cocksucker? I'm here with my co-host, the main dog, Lee Sayat, looking skinny than fucking ever. He's starting to look like a carrot from behind. You know what I'm
I'm trying by 52 pounds.
52 fucking pounds. You know what? Part of the church is just trying, just showing up with a fucking gun and going and he showed up.
I don't know how you ever lost.
Beautiful fucking day. What's happening? This podcast is brought to you by Honor. Don't fuck around. Go to honest.com, get your shit together. Go to the box, press and church, get your little fucking discount, and get your life started. A lot of shit been going on. We haven't talked, but I'm back, bitches. What's happening?
I'm feeling great, but I'm more interested. How was New Orleans?
New Orleans is a beautiful fucking Catholic fucking city. It is. It really is.
You think it's Catholic?
Yes, that church is fucking everywhere.
So just that one
church everywhere, underground, and they got them everywhere on fucking boats. They don't give a fuck. I walked around Sunday on the Lord's Day, like 2 different church services. It was just amazing, man. Got a cookie, got cleansed, met some fucking cool people. Line at ootd. My Friday night show was a little slippy. Sunday night we rocked the fucking house together. I want to give some shout outs down there to New Orleans to special fucking people, my man. Dan, the fireman, brought me 2 sweatshirts, a t-shirt. I got one for Lisa Ayat from Jefferson Parish. I love you. I feel bad I didn't get to see you guys. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was on the set. And Saturday and Sunday, I had family down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the people from both ways. Get to the fucking chef, whatever the fuck is, Chef Ron, Ross, whatever. I love this fucking guy. The smile and the warmth in these people's faces. You know, Jay came up to me. I didn't get to see him. I smoked some fucking tremendous reefer.
Oh, cool.
And Chef Rob gave me some fucking reefer. I took it back. Because you have California weed, and the California weed is very good. It's exceptional. But we've been smoking that same guy grows that year round.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. These guys brought me some Blue Dream and something else. I was fucking stoned. The first 2 days, I ain't gonna lie to you people, I'm over points. Fucking, I'm so fucking gone. Fucking, what's his name? Dolce can't even help me. He's all fucked up. I went down to New Orleans. Listen, if you're a fat fuck, don't go to New Orleans. Okay? If you're a fat fuck and you like food, don't go to New Orleans. It was a Subway sandwich shop. That motherfucker was deserted. People wouldn't even go in there. I was gonna shoot somebody like Kennedy. Who the fuck would go to Subway sandwiches when you live in New Orleans?
Yeah, you call me like the first night. You're like, I'm just sitting outside watching it, hoping someone goes in so I can beat them up.
I swear to God, I got a big slap. Because across the street, there's a place that has gumbo for $4.99. So go fuck yourself with your $5 fucking sandwich. Because even a bad gumbo is a 6 up here. Like a bad restaurant in New Orleans is a fucking 8 up here. You and I both know that. We got okay food up here in California. It's passive, so the sun's out, the birds are chirping, and there's fucking weed, so we accept it. But it's not the fucking shit I had in New Orleans. I had a steak at Mr. John's Steakhouse with a fucking crab cake and a salad. God damn, Lee.
Now you have to tell me, because I've been telling people since I've been on this, I think more about food than I do about sex. Did you have a shrimp po' boy?
3 of them. First night in, I got a shrimp po' boy. I bit into it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Shrimp on bread with lettuce and a tomato. Who invented and something? The motherfucking sauce they put on it grabs you. It's like a finger in the air. And she's sucking your pipe. But all of a sudden she pops the finger. You don't know what feels good. You know if it's a fucking blowjob or the finger in the ass. All of a sudden, when she takes some mouth off your pipe and you're leaking everywhere, you're like, God damn, that finger in the ass is a bad mother. Shut your mouth. It's Friday, bitches. I had just an amazing, I could say that, no, I shouldn't say that shit. It was a good time in New Orleans. It was really cool. It really opened my eyes. I wasn't aware of the beauty down there. Like Josh Wolf had been telling me for years and a couple people, but when I went down there, it was fucking scary, all right? And I'm not scared of those fucking towns like that, but I was scared that night. I took my cocaine and went right back to fucking Houston. And it was just different. It was a real nice experience. The people were really nice. You know, they don't know I'm fucking nuts and stuff. The landlord theater was off the fucking chain.
Oh,
you know what that sucked about landlord theater? That's at the end, we were smoking dope outside. And people were like, you gotta go inside the bar. You get the neighbors to complain. That's the only bad thing I had about that neighborhood. But then I realized that you can't have weed down there. They'll fucking throw you under the fucking jail.
With Bourbon Street there, they care about weed?
Yeah, that's what I heard. People like, don't fuck around down here with weed.
Okay.
They'll throw you under the fucking jail.
Jesus.
So I was careful after that. But as far as the other shit, the movie link, god damn, I'm a lucky motherfucker. Really? If people only knew, you know, like you see this, if people only knew how lucky like you are, but the luck comes from trying.
Yeah.
That's what people don't know. That you make your own luck, but you gotta really hang in there. You know, this movie here, I auditioned bad for it. They told me when I got to the first table, you think, they go, when you came back the second time, you brought back some heat, and then you're funny, like when you talk. So we brought you in, we got work with you before. So, for starters, I didn't go in there and steal the role. It was mine to lose.
Yeah.
It was my role to lose.
That must be a new experience. Like,
what's that?
That, like, because you were used to fighting, and now you're like, people are doing it with you in mind, and they want you.
So it was my role to lose, you know, and I'm very fortunate that when you see that movie, you go, fucking Joe. I knew people. You know, I had worked with the guy before, was a working experience before. But what was really crazy, I got this really weird thing down there now. I get down there on Friday.
Yeah.
I'm on the way. Saturday, my family comes up, and I had this kid, Mike Giacona, that I grew up with in North Bergen, that lives in Jackson, Mississippi. And he came up, I haven't seen that motherfucker in 30 years. Last time I saw him, he was accusing me of robbing his house. So when I saw him, the first thing I said to him was, dog, I didn't fucking rob your house, which I really did.
That's the first thing he said?
Yeah, because 30 years ago, every time somebody's house got robbed after a while, it was me.
Oh, yeah.
In the neighborhood. Oh, it was Joe. No, it wasn't fucking Joe. You're right. You think what's the villain? I was robbing drug dealers, bitch. big fucking difference. But if you're a civilian that deals drugs, then I'd rob you too, but you got no problem. So that's the first thing I addressed. I got him right. He goes, you know, I thought about it years later, blah, 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 blah. So he told me an interesting story. When we had grown up, Mike was a year or two younger than us.
Okay.
Mike wasn't the sharpest tool to shed. Great-looking guy, sweetheart, big kid. But when we were younger, you know, he had problems at the house and stuff. His mom, the dad was cool, and the sister is my love. I grew up with the sister. The sister's one of my best friends in life. And Mike, his house got robbed. He hung out with those crazy white dudes that I grew up with downtown. Mike, Dominic Michelle, died on the THC, Sabatino, Carlos Perez, went just on Miami. I lived downtown by Gibbon Terrace. Is a crazy bunch of motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these guys were fucking crazy. He brought me a hemp bag.
Okay.
Those coffee bags. And he said, don't open it till you get back to your room. I want you to think about this hemp bag. And, you know, I've never had one of those things, but I remember when I was a kid, towards the end of my mom's life, I was running out of money. We had sold the bar.
Okay.
And we were up a way station for weed for somebody. I don't know. It was one of my mother's friends from the old days.
So you mean like they'd leave it in your basement and then come get it?
And come get it like a week later.
Okay.
And left them head bags.
Okay.
And at one point, I had like 3 of those things in this little room. When you went into my garage and went upstairs in those days, if you looked down, there was a walkway that went down the stairs. My mother had set up a bar on there with a refrigerator for meat.
Okay.
That's why I practiced karate when I was a kid. I went upstairs and I had like a little punching bag and I had a maki bar against the wall and I would punch and I had all these little things on there. In there was a little boiler room.
Okay.
And they had wrapped up under the boiler. It's the weirdest thing about giving that terrace. A lot of people don't know. Under the boiler, if you pushed it over a little bit, a person could fit through there, and it would take you under the street. Where I took you, Jesus Christ, where I took you, and you could walk up the fucking street underneath, because that was all an orphanage. And it's fucking crazy. And I should have talked about it in the documentary, and I didn't. That under that street, there's like a fucking walkway for a kid. Like the hallways from the orphanage.
Did they sneak out or?
You know, I don't know. I never really thought about it. But our houses, that pipe, whatever, that walkway was like a small walkway you could connect with the other houses. You could bring in if you had to. I guess the other lead into the other. It's crazy shit. Anyway, in that little closet where she had the bales of weed.
Okay.
One time, you know, I was tight with Dominic Michelle, very tight. Went to football camp together. And one day I went down, my mother came upstairs, she was one of the bales is missing. Did you take it? I go, no. I was stealing it from the top and selling it, but I wouldn't take the whole fucking bale.
Yeah.
And it was this weed that the dealers did not know. This is just the funniest thing. These were the dumbest weed dealers in the world. When I found out about this 2 ways. Hey, the first 2 or 3 weeds they had were good. Then after that, they started getting this weed that the people who processed it grinded the seeds into it and left the seeds in the weed for weight.
Okay.
So when you sparked it in a pipe, it would blow up. Oh, your seeds blow up. So we call them explosive seeds. So let's say weed was $25 in those days for a little bag. I would sell it for 20 or 15 because it was explosive weed. It would blow up while you were smoking. If you were smoking a joint, you couldn't smoke in a joint. It would keep turning on. Oh, it's a fucking nightmare. So the weed was ruined. Okay. And the second batch of weed, another weed they got you fucked up. It tasted like salt. And what happened was, they must have got, this was Colombian weed. They were bringing it up with the blow in those days.
Okay.
These people she knew, used to have cocaine down there too. Then the weed became cocaine later on. But that summer of '79, it was weed. And somebody robbed my house. I mean, I was heartbroken. And I found out that it had something to do with it. I was really heartbroken. Sabatino came and told me who it was. There was a kid they lied to me about. They said he was involved. He's on Facebook now. I called him. Okay. You walk into a business, they have outer thing with glass. And you open up a second door. I fucking little ring of it. You couldn't get out of it.
So how old were you?
I had to be 50. Okay, so now they found out Dominic Michelle and Joe Rayo. The Rayo brothers, one became a cop. And the young ones, the 2 twins, one was a decent motherfucker. The other was crazy. Exactly murdered somebody. Went to jail. I came out, and he's still fucking crazy. I talked to him. So he said, I'm getting interested in short, you know, when I told him about the Rob's house. He goes, let me tell you my story. He was at the Donald Trail on the THC Crystal.
Yeah.
He goes, I went to his house a year later to give my apology to his mother. We were all kids. Like if I hung out with you when we were kids, and all of a sudden his mother. Nobody wanted to go over there because every time we went over there, the mother broke down.
Yeah.
I don't want to come to your house if you want to break down. But we didn't understand. We were fucking kids. Yeah. He was 16, so I avoided the mother. He went over to the house. Like I seen the mother at the funeral, whatever, a few days later, but I would never fall into the clutches of the house. That's when they got you. So we went over there, and he said he went over to the visit with the mother. And your mother said to him, you want to sit down with us? They went upstairs. We opened the door of the stereo. He had Robert and Michael G. Cohen. Can you imagine going to see somebody and the dead fucking kid that is dead? You went to pay Rob your fucking house.
What did you do?
He said he didn't know what the fuck to do. He was never so hurt in all his life. This is the fucking environment. I was down there with this little, the THCs, the fucking crystals. That shit took over that little fucking line. So it was just crazy. Michael showed up after 30 years and I had to give him a hug. All this out of fucking New Orleans. But Monday, so Sunday, I hung out with Michael and his other family, the Koches from Boulder. The Koches are family. Okay. I smacked my ex-husband. Boyfriend. I wasn't allowed to pick up my daughter.
Okay.
I had a sense about it. So he sent the Koches to Boulder. Joe Koches, his wife, Joe was a bad, loving, fucking skinny dude from Mississippi that owns a big shop out there. He went from after Boulder, and he's done well. He's my brother. I love him with all my heart. His wife is from Michigan, man, and I love her too with all my heart. They're solid fucking people from Boulder. I've kept in touch with since the early 90s. I've been friends with these people. And they lost a daughter. I don't know if you ever heard me tell that story. No. They had two daughters, Emma, and I forgot the other Friday. So they asked me my address. The older one, she was graduating high school, former, in Mississippi. Julia. I still got the card on my wall, though. So she goes, I need your card, your address to send you a card for my phone. When you put $100 or $200 in the envelope, and you send it back. It's no wedding. I got the call Friday. I got the call Saturday afternoon. I talked to the daughter, Julie, and then I talked to Jim Koch. Okay. And they said they were going to send me a card on Friday or one of them. Just say one of those weekend nights. And Monday, I'm sitting in my yard. And I got a call from an old friend of mine in Poland that said to me that, and I heard from Joe Koch. And I go, no. He goes, I have bad news for you. Julia died in a car accident that night. And that next Tuesday morning, I went to the mailbox and I got the card. I never opened the card. Yeah, fucking. But they showed up, you know, and they mentioned Julia. I mean, it's been about 4 or 5 years now. I know it was tough on her at first. I couldn't imagine losing a fucking child. No. Hey, you know, they showed up. They were tough. We had a fucking great time. And that was it. But New Orleans is fucking tremendous. Yeah. And the movie said, you know, I got to tell you guys the story because this is it, guys. It's just to tell you how fucking life turns out sometimes. So Monday, I have to go on the set. So I basically work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. I go in at 12, but my sets, my scene is not going to be until about 4. Okay. And she's being delivered. Oh, shit. Okay, now, I had already gone on the set and watched the hero, LL Cool J, and all this shit going down, right? Mm-hmm. And John Bernthal from Walking Dead. Oh, cool, okay. So he's in it. He plays the son to De Niro, and the little kid is really adorable. So I see this, you know, I see this, I inhale it. De Niro walks past, he says hello, they introduced him, I'm playing Mike. They introduced me to LL Cool J, Todd, this is his real name. Okay. So they call him Todd or LL? Yeah, they call him Todd, okay. You know, so everybody was very nice, you know, I mean, listen, when you meet somebody that's he was a douchebag from the first meeting, everybody was very nice, and then I went back to my trailer, and I started thinking about the same thing. And all of a sudden, I started getting anxiety. Really? Which is called, anxiety is called don't be such a fucking pussy. It's called you're a fucking pussy disease. And most people have it. And we all have it. We all have to stop being a little fucking pussy. But I got it badly. I mean, I was ready to pack my clothes. Look at that. That's how fucking bad I get it. So if you people out there that think you have problems and shit, listen, man, you never overcome it. That's the battle, is doing is getting out there late for 35 minutes. I was sweating profusely out of my armpits and my neck. I even got the little dirt on your neck. You know, when you get that little dirt on your neck, you sweat. I called like 4 or 5 friends of mine. It's called don't be a pussy fucking syndrome, bro. It's not anxiety or it's called you're a fucking pussy. And you got to get it together. You know, you work hard to get this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we work hard, or this is the next step in our life. It can happen when you're going to go on a diet, or anything, any big change in your life. You're going to get this. You always get that little doubt. And if that doubt fucking beats you, you're dead, man. You know? Yeah. You know, you used to say, you know, this is the last day I'm going to go on a diet. And then the next thing you know, you're at fucking Burger King. You know, once you're on there, we're going to lose weight. We get the fucking, you know, we X ourselves. Yeah. And man, I still got it. 20 years, I still got it. But what kept me alive was thinking, what if I walked out here? What am I going to tell these motherfuckers? Oh, yeah. If I'm a pussy, what am I going to tell the church guys? If I didn't have these guys, I would have probably walked out. Yeah, that's the entire, for people who know, I do little YouTube videos, and then we get a couple hundred views. I think one's up to 500, but I do it because I know if I didn't do it for a day, they'd start yelling at me. And it's really helpful. Oh, no, you guys are bad. You guys always say, oh, well, Joey, you inspire me. Well, listen, motherfuckers, you inspire me. Because I tell you what, I had anxiety bad. That's why I started going to acupuncture. I took the pills they gave me. They suck. If a doctor gives you pills for anxiety, just get rid of it. That's hydroxychloroquine shit from Japan that's in the water in Russia. That just goes to kill you. So that's Chernobyl pills. Throw that shit away. Go to acupuncture, run. Smoke a little bit of weed and write down what comes to your mind and what your fucking fears are. Because that's what I had to do. I had to write down, why am I scared of going in there doing this scene with this fucking hero guy? Who the fuck is this guy? You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck is this guy? I ran with Lee. I run with 2 fucking savages. You know what I'm saying? I had to get myself, and then I start thinking about the fucking, I run with RJ Stracco and fucking Jill Himitsu. And I run with Ed B in the podcast bit and Greg Spears. Look at these fucking shots. Look at these people I got in my life. I got Travis. I got Ricky Park. I got Dylan Rankin. I got Alec Pace, Kyle Gore. We got some real motherfuckers, bro. We got Timmy, Marcelo making his fucking debut in MMA. We got Conor Hamilton and Conor fucking Ewan. So sometimes, yeah, bro, the anxiety takes a hold of you, and you start thinking of your life and what a piece of shit you are. But then you go, fuck it, they gotta suck my dick to burn this together. And I went in there talking with them. They're okay. I just huffed and puffed. And when I had to do my lines with them, I just said the lines. And after I said the first fucking line, it was like fucking stealing. Yeah. It was like stealing. And it was stupid fucking lines. And he called me a fat bastard or something like that because I was sitting there reading the magazine. And I said, like, nice. You know, but once I said it, Lee, all the feel was gone. The fucking, the lifesaver, the life vest came off. I took my dick out the pool and pissed in it, motherfucker. Let's hit some fucking music there. What do you got for me, Lee? I got some King of Rock. Oh, shit. Let's kick the Lee. You smoking dope or what? Let's break out the bat of life. We smoked about 18 joints already. Who gives a fuck? Let's smoke this last one. Yeah, I have a couple shout-outs. Scott Pellegrino, SJ Pellegrino, he helped me out this week. What are you doing? He sent my resume over and I got my new job starting in a couple weeks. Lee's got more jobs than a fucking Jamaican. You understand me, people? Again, for you motherfucker, I can't bring the job. This motherfucker's popping out job. I think he's working midnights, daylights. He don't give a fuck. He's worse than black people. I'm trying, but I was thought about something on the way home this morning that you talked about, and I thought about it when you were talking about what you were just talking about. Fuck you. Friday morning, we have to get the party started. It's like Valentine's Day and Maddie's Day. Yeah. So you always talk about like how when you look in your wallet, you see the SAG card, you can't really believe it. And I was thinking about it today. The next job I have is going to be my 4th production company. I've worked on some pretty big shows, and I've done the stuff with you, and it's crazy to think that like just a few years ago, it would have blown my mind, and it's just like it kind of, I don't want to say boring, but it's like it's normal now for me, and it's like I had like a moment of like, oh holy shit, what's happening? I wasn't scared or anything, but it's like you look down and you're in SAG and you're in a movie with De Niro, and it's just man, if you what's that expression? No good deed goes
unpunished.
No, how can a good deed be punished? No good deed goes, son. And I really believe it in my heart. If you had told me that when I was 27 or 30 years old, I would have told you to suck my dick and sniff my helmet. You follow me? Like, no good deed goes, whatever. And I tell you this as an uncle to you motherfuckers, as a brother, as a friend. If you put the time in sincerely in your fucking heart, shit starts to happen. The beauty, once you see it unfold in front of you, and you're like sitting there, holy fuck. I went from there to this step. You know, people think that I just met Joe Rogan one day and he put me on the podcast and we started rocking and rolling. No. I've been fighting banging this out since 91. Yeah, I've done triple runs where you fucking up in the Pacific Northwest and you can drive 8 hours between gigs, slept on floors, went on Greyhound buses. I told you I got a blowjob from a chick from Buffalo to Syracuse. She was eluding not the law, but the health department. Nobody's ever got together with a girl that was eluding the health department. She had fleas, conjunctivitis, or something. Fucking mouth. I don't give a fuck if you're on Graham. You take a blowjob from anything. You follow me? So,
that should be their slogan.
I'll get your dick sucked. You do. I'm telling you what, you're bored in your life, you're lonely. Take a fucking Greyhound. Take a Greyhound dog and keep an open fucking mind. You will meet some interesting goddamn people. I know I did.
Holy shit. Can't even imagine.
I met people at the bus. They took me to their house and fed me and shit like that. And didn't want to fuck me in the ass. It was amazing.
Yeah, did you hear about the Chinese one from Boston to New York that got shut down? They have one, it starts in Boston, but it goes both ways, and it's like $10, so it's crazy. It goes from Chinatown to Chinatown. And they recently shut it down because like the buses were like cracked underneath and like falling apart and like one rolled over and like
that's the Chinese community. Those motherfuckers are gangsters.
Oh yeah, I've heard people have been on it, but like there've been chickens on the bus and it's fucking. They don't give a shit.
They transport anything, heroin, Chinese people, sandals, spare ribs. They don't give a fuck. That's how they make a living. You know what I'm saying? I'm DJ Run, I rock and roll. It's not a trick or treat, and it's not an April Fool. I ate some pretzels this morning when I got up. Some anti-fucking. Oh shit.
He comes up to me. These are vegan pretzels. They're not vegan pretzels.
It says it right on it. You want me to show you?
They're weed pretzels that might be vegan, but you don't open up a vegan.
Vegan? Right there. You want to read it? Top sucker?
I believe you.
No. But you're trying to embarrass me. In front of these people, read this shit.
No, I'm not embarrassing you.
With the glasses, I can't tell. But
this is why that poor flight attendant is probably out of a job. Because he said, oh, these are vegan. And they're not vegan, they're weed. Who happens to be vegan.
Hey, I didn't lie. You ever see a movie review?
Yeah.
A real movie review?
Yeah. Oh, I have something to tell you. Yeah.
You ever hear about that?
Yeah.
How they do the movie review? Some of you review Church was happening. Church was happening now is a shitty podcast. It has Lisa an editor who plays a fucking mook, another fucking mook, Joe Diaz, the vulgar language. But it sends out a positive energy.
And then just take that part, yeah.
So just take that part.
Yeah.
You follow me? So they're not lying. It's vegan. I didn't lie. Oh, it's got weed. Big fucking deal. It's vegan. You're a vegan.
Jesus Christ. Speaking of movies, I had an interview Friday, and then before work, I was going to go see a movie. And I went and saw that 21 and over one. But in the middle, like 20 minutes in, the other company called and I had to leave. It was so bad.
Oh.
It was so awful. And like I've only walked out from one movie before in my life, and I didn't mind walking out of this one. It was just, it was so awful. I mean, maybe it could have gotten better, but
I would have paid $8 to see a little Chinese guy do the robot.
I didn't even make it that far.
No, it was bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't make a good fucking movie.
No.
I can't try. Nothing. You know, I got stuck somewhere. I couldn't sleep when I got up and I had weird channels. In New Orleans, I had weird channels.
Okay. Oh, cool.
It was the scene where he puts his dick in the fucking shower.
Yeah.
She pulls the fucking dick. I had to watch the whole scene. I don't know if you motherfuckers know what I'm talking about. He puts his dick in the shower hole. And Jim instructor sees it, so she sees the dick. And she walks over, she grabs the dick and starts fucking pulling the helmet. I got you too. Hey, she's got my dick. She's got my dick. next scene, they show the teacher, the gym teacher, in the principal's office with another teacher, explain about what happened. You never seen that?
No, I've seen the court, but
Fuck it, you never seen that. He's sitting there, and this lady's telling the principal about what happened.
okay.
And she's like, so the principal's sitting there with his assistant with a fucking grin on his face. He goes, so the patty whacker. And she's like, I grabbed it. And they're fucking dying. They can't control themselves. The woman is stirred. She's fucking angry.
Yeah.
And they're like, so you've seen the dick. What do you want us to do? How about we draw a sketch? You know, on the bottom put, have you seen this prick? And I'm sitting there fucking dying like a 13-year-old because I was 13 the first time I saw that fucking movie. No, I was probably 18 or 19. I was living in Colorado. I was dying of laughter. Those little high school movies are supposed to be fucking filthy and stupid, you know. That's what they're supposed to be. Was it filthy? I mean, I liked it. By looking at it, it had no stars.
No.
So I thought, why not? These are 5 kids that are fucking hungry. Maybe we bump into a fucking good weed. Where's the weed?
We smoked it
What you
all.
doing all the fucking weed? When I got here, 19 fucking joints. Now I got none.
That's what happens when you bring Joey Diaz over. But no, I mean maybe it picked up, but I didn't feel bad about having to leave it. But I told you I watched the original Odd Couple the other night, and that's a funny fucking movie.
You know, it's tough. It's a tough sell. When you told me, I was very surprised that you mentioned it to me. You know, it's a tough sell for the podcast because I have a lot of young guys on here. And I listen, guys, when I was fucking young, I tell you what I hate more than anything. If I tell you, people don't get mad. Black and white.
Yeah, those are tough.
You know, when I was a kid and I saw black and white, boy, I get that old shit out of there. So I could imagine when I tell you guys to put the mechanic on. I could just imagine, like, Joey, we love you, but fuck you, it's old. I could just imagine.
Yeah.
So it's a very tough. So I try to pick something mid-range for these guys that's very has some history to it.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna look at it. It's like music sometimes. I'll put U2's first album on. These motherfuckers will boo me.
Really?
It's a brilliant fucking album. Or I think it's either the first or the second. I'll put some brilliant movie because it's too old.
Yeah.
It's out of their fucking price range, and I don't blame you. Like I told you, you know, when I was a kid, you put on black and white. Get the fuck out of here. All that Chuck Berry shit. When I was a kid, get the fuck out of here. Elvis. When I was a kid, you put Elvis on, and I'd fucking stab you. Today, I hear Elvis, I lose my mind because I understand the brilliance of it. I tell you what, I fucking hate it as a kid. Beatles.
Hey, you did? Was because I know you like you hated SNL because other people liked it. Was it that or?
No, SNL. I bumped into this guy, the guy that was training Stallone and De Niro for boxing. This was Manawan, New Jersey. Mike called in Monday. He's a trainer, and he specializes in weight loss and stuff. I was going to have him call him today, but he's promoting a fight.
Okay.
On a different radio station, so he couldn't make both calls. And at one point, I was talking about Channel 20, which channel we here.
Okay.
And they have old shows, Gunsmoke, Story, Bonanza. They have The Odd Couple, and I watch it from time to time. But they have all those old shows that I used to look at and laugh at as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would, it's just all those black and white. When I was a kid, there was no Law and Order. There was Perry Mason.
Yeah.
Perry Mason's a bad motherfucker with whatever his name is. But I didn't like it till I got it. When I was a fucking kid, bro, I hated the Beatles. Something about them. Just something about them. I grew up on that old style comedy, the Honeymooners, the Jackie Gleason.
Yeah.
And when I told that kid about that, his eyes lit up and we started telling lines to each other about when they went to the doctor's office in Norton, dressed up as a doctor. And he walked in and kept telling the guy, don't touch me, I'm sterile. You know, and they had 2 writers for that show. There was 2 writers and Jackie Gleason. And they improvised the rest.
Yeah.
And I looked at the end of Saturday Night Live, you got 30 fucking writers.
Yeah.
Last week, I was thinking about this last week. I watched Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
And they've had to bring back all these old guys and Justin Timberlake to liven it up and shit to get the ratings back. And people really, I mean, it's kind of cute, but I see right the fuck through it. Because these are the people that are eating my food for the last 20 fucking years. Oh my God, they're so funny. They ain't that fucking funny.
Yeah.
It's not that fucking funny. You watch the first half hour of Saturday Night Live, it gets you a little bit. After that, it's a fucking brutal last fucking hour after the first musical guest.
Yeah.
It's brutal for me. It always has been.
And it's crazy, especially now, because I've never really watched it, but there's always they have certain sketches that are funny. But now you don't have to watch the whole hour because if when you were a kid, if you didn't watch the hour, you'd miss it. Now anything that's funny is on YouTube within 20 minutes, and you can watch the sketches that are funny. So that shows like that's gonna have to go away soon.
So, I like that style. The honeymoon is why I'm here today with you. There's a reason why I became a comic. It inspired me that much. When I was sharing the stories with this guy, he's from Model 1, New Jersey. We talked about WPIX, and at 10:30 on WOR was Benny Hill. We never missed Benny Hill. And at 11 o'clock, you switch to Channel 11 and you watch The Honeymooners, The Odd Couple, Sampling Sun, and The Twilight Zone. That was it. I don't give a fuck if your first class was at 7:30. You didn't fucking miss that. And when I was in the 7th grade and 6th grade, I would get on the phone with Whitey O'Donnell in my mother's room, or I would get on the phone with somebody else on their fucking room, and we would talk about what was going on. So I would play Ralph, and he would play Norton. You follow me? That's why a couple weeks ago, I got the baby in mind. I was about to go out to do comedy. My wife is getting ready, and I see The Odd Couple's on. I put the fucking Odd Couple on. And it's an episode that we used to goof around with. His name, we went to Jamaica, Oscar, and all this crazy shit. And next thing you know, I started bawling. I started fucking bawling like a little girl.
Holy shit.
Because that's the fucking reason why I'm here. Yeah. That's the reason why I became a comic. Why I thought in my mind, every night, I know that from the beginning to the Odd Couple, on November 10th, Madison's wife had thrown him out, requesting that he never return. Can two divorced men share an apartment without driving each other crazy? We used to do, when we got on the #1 bus, that's how we got the ride going.
Oh, really?
That's how we started the fucking ride. And then every episode of The Honeymoon is verbatim. 6 guys in the back of a bus, fucking, my friend, my friend Harvey's even bigger than you. Even bigger than me. I got a friend Shirley that's fucking bigger than you. All those fucking lines from The Honeymooners, there's a scene in The Honeymooners where they're gonna inherit $3 million. Okay, it's one of the funniest fucking things I have ever seen in my life. Okay, and Norton lends. It's like if I come to you and I go, listen, I need $20, but you've already heard every story. Yeah, you've already heard every fucking story. And you're like, come on, Joey. And I'm like, listen, I would like to be part of a corporation. And you're like, what? And I'm like, a corporation. I got this money. It's coming in. What is it? 20%. For $20, I give you 20% of the corporation. So after a month goes by, Norton knocks on the door and they goes, hey, Ralph, you told me every time you spun around, I'd make money. So far, you haven't been no fucking top. All right, where's my money? Right? So they start talking, and somebody knocks on the door. And it's like a lawyer. He's like, I'm a lawyer from this Monahan. I'm here to inform you that she died. Constantine, I love the cocksucker. She died, and she left you something in the will. You have to go to the reading tomorrow. Okay. So right away, they look at the paper, and she was worth $30 million. So Rob was like, we inherited $30 million. She's got a nephew. She hates him. So we inherited $30 million. And the whole time he says inherited $30 million, Norton goes, 20% stockholders, right? I'm dying. Every time he says, I inherited $30 million, Norton would go, and 20% goes to the stockholders. So now it's the day they have to wake up to go to this meeting. Yeah. Fucking Norton shows up with a briefcase, with a suitcase. He puts it on the table. Rob looks at him. What's the suitcase? $30 million. How you gonna bring it home? Jesus. Ralph looks at him and he knows. He wants to argue with him. He's like, you're a real fucking idiot, but you're my buddy. He goes, why don't you go upstairs and cut $30 million and see if it fits in there? Norton looks at him, opens up the suitcase, takes out the phony money and slams the thing. Goes, the small details. That's brilliance to me. And they go down there. Listen to the writing. Listen to the fucking writing. They kept saying she had a fortune. Okay. They walk into this fucking mansion, and there's a fucking statue of Venus de Milo. Yeah. With no arms and no legs. In front of the butler, Norton hits Ralph. He goes, look at that guy. He must have had a rotten barber. They walk into the thing. They sit down. The nephew's there. They start goofing on the nephew because he's a gambler. She leaves the nephew $1. Oh no. $1. They're like, you better bet it on the winner and all this shit. They just tormenting. They're clapping in between. He left the maid $30,000. They started clapping. Norton was clapping. Listen, everybody listen, there's a little habit I picked up from the quiz show. Here's what gets ugly. She goes, and two of my favorite bus drivers, to a simple, I leave my fortune. They both get up, they clap, and they're hugging each other. We're rich, we're rich. And he's in the back 30. Goes to the stock shoot. And finally, he goes, bring in the fortune. It's a fucking bird.
Oh, no.
And the name of it was Fortune. That's comedy fucking writing 101.
Yeah.
That's comedy. They took us one way, and they took us another. There's an episode when they go on a train. He handcuffs somebody, goes, put the handcuff on. 1, 2, 3, poof. And that's it. The handcuffs come off, and they both got locked up with the handcuff.
Okay.
And he kept saying to Ralph, can you give me water? And he had to go back in the bunk. Ralph, take my jacket off. It's hot. Come off the back and take the jacket off. And he's hanging there with a handcuff. And finally, he goes, Ralph, can I get a cigarette? Ralph is furious. He gets up. He goes, get down. Get down. You want any water? No. You want any? No. You want this? No. You need this? No. He goes, I just need a cigarette. All right, get up there. He goes up there. 2 minutes into this, Ralph, you forgot to ask me if I give you a match. They get up and they found that the train is going a different fucking direction. That's comedy.
Yeah.
They were taking you somewhere, and that's the shit we don't see today. That's the shit we don't see today. Watch I Love Lucy. Give I Love Lucy a chance.
Yeah.
If you get stoned, fucking just give me 5 minutes of your time and put on I Love Lucy. No specs. There were no specs in 1951 or 55. Cut it out. You know what that man did? You have any fucking idea what he did? You know. I told you the story. His parents got rid of him out of Cuba.
Okay.
That kid was on his own. Like they just threw him out of Cuba. His father was part of some Batista regime. I don't know what the whole story was, but they sent him to a Catholic school in Miami.
Okay.
By himself. It's like me sending you to school in Israel by yourself. No cousins, no nothing. Just send you there and give you enough loot. And while he was there, one Christmas, he was by himself. And some kid said, you want to come home? Jesus is going to sit here by yourself. It was Al Capone's son. Al Capone took him back to Chicago. Al Capone fell in love with this fucking speaker. It was fucking amazing.
That's hysterical.
Fucking amazing. Listen, put on a little Hector Lavoe, todo tiene su final from like the fucking 3-minute part. We gotta give a shout out to some fucking Spanish people this week. Taking over the fucking Vatican. Nick Diaz is fighting. Carlos Conduit's fucking fighting. We got some things happening, making things happen. Uncle Joey's here with my main man. We gotta give a shout out to Spanish people. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with?
It's gonna be 10 seconds. But what do you think of Chavez? Did you have any comment? Like, because I mean, it's another dictator, sort of.
Because of fucking
Nothing. All right.
commie cocksucker. I thought he was fucking crazy. Oh, yeah. Those fucking logos, like he's done.
Yeah, but he's gonna be on display permanently. Like they're like mummifying him so we can go look at him.
Keep going, motherfucker.
What is he saying about it?
You slipped my fucking helmet. I don't know what it means. They bothered me for saying it in meetings is one of my dictionary in Spanish.
Yes, he speaks Spanish.
You better get together. You're gonna become a Jew that fucking speaks Spanish. Just another weapon. You fucking weird.
Maybe it's only at Yum Yum Donuts that you speak Spanish.
Who speaks Spanish? Yum Yum Donuts.
You.
When do I speak Spanish at Yum Yum Donuts, you dirty bastard?
Every time we go in, you like treat it like he's your cousin back there, and now you say you don't know what todos tiene su final means.
Oh, todo tiene su final means everything comes to a fucking end, cocksucker. Like your eyeball. I'm gonna stick this fake cigarette right in your fucking eyeball. You'll be walking around with a patch in one eye, waiting for the other eye to get farther, which I got the chicks you can call me.
Oh, man.
$500 advance. I told her whatever she wanted. What fucker? This is done.
What is she getting $500 for?
To fart in your face, to stick to a particular diet. You want the juice. I don't want to blow, I don't want to keep I don't want to throw an apple in your eye and it throws your diet off. You follow me? If she's going to fart in your face, you're going to be juicing.
Fine. You don't really have any farts when you're juicing, so that's fine.
Well, then I eat a big ball of fucking peanut butter. So with chunks in it. One of those chunky peanut butter. You want one of you with a peanut in the eyeball?
No.
You never eaten that. To a peanut by mistake.
You're not exactly selling it. Who wants a peanut in the eyeball?
Why not?
It's coming out of the asshole?
A little one. Like a crunched one already. Once that the intestines crunch a little bit, you get like snapple.
Oh, good. So your body can't even break it down, but it's coming out of the asshole. And
Body don't break down peanut and corn. That's why there's always little things of corn. So every time you go to Boston Market, don't eat the corn.
Oh, I love corn.
Oh, I love it too. Cream and fucking
Have you ever had I've never had it, but I've seen it around here a lot. Like corn on the cob, and they put like some Spanish cheese on it. Is that good?
I don't know about the Spanish cheese. I get the shit with the seasoning at the farmer's market on Sunday. Delicious. Yeah, delicious. The corn. You're not going to eat that very good.
No, I am. In a few weeks.
No, you ain't eating. That's it. You already got it beat. Fuck it. Why go back to eating that?
Because I have to eat.
Fuck that. You don't need
I'm going fucking bananas.
You're like Rambo of the diet world. Look at you. I'm next. I'm going to tell you something, people. This is what happens.
I have some juice. You want it?
Fuck, I wouldn't drink that shit. Unless you gave it to me intravenously, you better knock me out and put the needle in because it's not worth the aggravation. I'm going to Weight Watchers today.
Oh, cool.
You know what? When I booked this, I read the signs. And when I talked to the cast director, she was like, you know what? He expected you to be a little bigger.
Really?
Yeah, because he worked with me last time in the longest yard. He didn't fucking know. When I shut up, he lost fucking weight. Yeah, I lost some weight. No, we wanted your gut to be the whole gut. Shut up a little bit. That's what I fucking got.
Yeah, they put a small shirt on you and stuff.
Yeah, but it wasn't the same. It didn't happen tomorrow. The old guy had those cellulite. You know, this you can see like little striations, like my obliques trying to make it come back. No, I'm going to hire a trainer for the next specialist.
Nice.
I don't want to be big. I can't walk around. My cardio's good. Everything's good. I'm going to kickboxing for having to work out tomorrow. And I got 5 days, and it's up to Sacramento with my man B. Agostino, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And after I have a little hiatus for a few weeks, I'm going to go to fucking Miami. See that? I might bring you to that one. I'm not sure.
It's the Miami Comic Con, right?
He's always there too.
Oh, cool, yeah.
He's in a small theater also later on.
And isn't I think Bill Burr there too?
Sal Silverman. We're in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach. Do me a favor, here's the deal. If I sell out Friday night, which is 204 seats, they'll give me Saturday. I'm going to get the banana bread shipped down and everything. I'm going to get some posters. The longest shirt that I showed you, the ones that they kept, they're going to be limited edition.
Oh, cool.
When the longest shirt first came out, they put me in the poster. But then when WB, whatever, gave Chris Rock the show, they put the black dude in the poster. He put his head over my fucking body. I still got the original posters we found when we were moving the office.
Oh, cool.
You find some shit that you forget about. So I'm going to bring some of those down. I'm going to sign those, give them away to some people. So I'm having a good time in Miami. You know, some Cuban people down there. I haven't seen some people I grew up with. So I'm going to have my own fucking festival down there.
And is that, can you buy tickets at joeydiaz.net or is that on Ticketmaster? What is it?
It's on Ticketmaster.
Okay.
And it's $3, a $9 festival fucking fee. It's a South Beach. So my apologies to everybody. You know I'm not a lot like that. The $9 has nothing to do with it. I don't like to make my tickets over $18. I try to be fair with everybody. I want, you know, the way I always look at it, if you can't afford, you know, if you go to a movie and it's sold out, you might as well come see Joey Diaz. I don't want you to really kill yourself, but the clubs have a certain fucking quota. You know, you guys support me in every way you support me. So the $9 service charge is not mine. It's required for you to fucking go. I don't know what to tell you. I like to sell both of these out. 404. I'm sorry, I'm burping this morning. I had a protein shake between the pencils and Lee making me nervous. We don't have a call today at 6:35. I have a call at 7:10. My buddy Greg Schmidt's gonna call. You know, he invited me last night. I'll tell you what he called. But I noticed I got on the scale. It was like 3:15 after fucking the walk.
Oh, of course. You were down there for like 5 days.
Well, let me tell you something. They put me up at this hotel. Okay. That was very rustic. I guess that's when they cut the deal for New England for the Saints. Okay. The Saints first came. This was the 60s. This was a very rustic hotel.
Okay.
And part of the deal at this hotel is that you can eat there for $10.
Nice.
So, you know me, dog. I'm a fucking glutton for punishment. I start walking. I walked to the one side one day. Look, I got some pizza down there. It was very good at a place called Slice, I guess. Bro, I got some good food down there.
Yeah.
Now, the first day for breakfast, I went to some place and I ate fucking eggs. On Saturday, I had like an omelet and I fucking ate eggs.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just so that Sunday morning, I found out somebody said they had great breakfast in the hotel. So I went to the hotel and I got 2 eggs, 2 toast, 2 slices of bacon, and I got, $10 get you 7-course breakfast, 7-course lunch, or 7-course. I'm dead serious. This is this hotel. So I got the oatmeal. Okay. Now the best oatmeal in the country, and I don't lie to nobody. You go all over the fucking country. Is the Mandalay oatmeal. It's $7.95 and they make it with cream. upstairs and shit, just like 820 apples. It's healthy for you. You need a drink, maybe a piece of toast, some water, and it's delicious. I always eat it. I can't wait to go to Vegas to eat it. Yeah, at this particular place. I don't know if it's the Mandalay Bay or the other one. I'm a casino, but I think it's the Mandalay Bay with Ruffles. That's the name of the hotel. And they have great fucking old this place. Oh shit, I had been on fucking eggs. Delicious. They were country eggs. You could taste the fucking yolk. Oh, nice. I didn't use the butter or fucking bread. You know, the bread, everything. Delicious. The flavor, delicious. I had the tuna pan-seared tuna, nice spinach. Yeah, delicious. One night they had the spaghetti for dinner. I swear to God, I thought I had balance. I had called Chef Rabbi. I had called Dan at the firehouse Tuesday morning or Monday morning to listen, depending on the week, depending on the night, what time we get out of there. I'll come home and wash my pussy and give you guys a call. We get together and smoke some dope. Whatever. One guy's fine, but he can't smoke dope. Who I love Dan. I love looking at his face. You can tell he'll light your fucking house on fire. And shut him 20 minutes later. And I meant to wear the sweatshirt this morning. I just left in the fucking rush because I was running late this morning. Man, it's kind of warm. Yeah, it is. Fucking 90 degrees already. I didn't even have to bring a jacket or nothing. Yeah, I did bring a jacket. It's fucking hot enough. And what was I talking about? The food you ate on Tuesday when you're tired. Tuesday, I went back to the room one night and I was going to walk to this place and I'm going to call the chef. The chef had barbecue for me. Oh, nice. And I got out of the thing at 7 o'clock at night. And as I was walking into the hotel, the lady was there, real cute girl. She was, you got to try the spaghetti tonight. She was this black chick that was very cute. And I go, how good is it? She was right there, just off the fucking chain. And I go, you know what, I'm going to take a shower. Let me eat the spaghetti and I go upstairs. Because the restaurant closed today and I was fucking starving. Yeah. It was one of the first movies I'd been on. The craft services wasn't that good. The crafting was better. So craft services comes in at 8, 12, and 6 for dinner. Yeah. Crafty was there all day, making protein shakes, the soup. He made a Philadelphia cheesesteak soup. That I almost fucking died. Everything was from scratch. This guy was badass. He was a Cajun mother. Badass. I gotta give props to fucking food, all right? You know, this is the weirdest podcast because it's a Fat Man Alert podcast. But we love fucking food. We love food. We love good fucking food. Oh, yeah. Did you have the donut thing, the beignets or whatever that was? I tried to watch it. You know me, I'm a fat dude that understands. I keep it down in proportions. Like the pasta I ate, I definitely put sleeping pills in it, but it's a little more. And I had a salad with it. You know, I'm trying to do like yesterday, American Airlines, whatever. Delta, they come over with a basket and they ask me what I wanted, and chips and everything out. But we have to try halfway. We can still have a little bit of both worlds. You follow me? I think we're the same way because I've been craving food. I don't crave the sweet things. I crave the actual food. I don't crave sweet things at all. Was that the night you called me at like, I think it was 2 or 3 in the morning our time, and you were like, I fell asleep at 8:30. Yeah, I fell asleep. I was drooling. I woke up, no sleep apnea mask. I got up at like 2, and I went right to bed with my clothes on. I put the sleep apnea mask, and I woke up at 4 because of the shirt. Yeah. I was sweating fucking profusely. I could feel the sweat in my fucking back. When they changed those sheets, so like this guy was sweating in his fucking bed. Fat man sweat. You know what fat man sweat smells different? Of course it does. It smells like potato chips and fucking salsa and ice cream and Taco Bell. I don't fucking believe it. But no, it's great to be back home. I tell you, I called my wife the other day and she was telling me that the baby was great, everything was great, but the cats were acting up. Oh. Cats know timing. They know timing. Okay. Cats eat at the same time every day. Cats know when you walk in. You know, my wife used to work. At about 5 o'clock, Debbie's already lurking because he knows he's 30 minutes away. He's getting ready for his mom to come. Oh, that's funny, yeah. He starts looking at Harry. They get ready for their mom to come home. They're very good with timing. And they're used to me leaving on Thursday and coming back Sunday morning. I don't lie to people. They don't like me out past 3 nights. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I threw them off for Friday. Yeah. They were all fucking thrown off. Like, where's he going? It's Friday. There's no work now. He can't go nowhere now. By Sunday night, my wife called. She's like, no, you're not coming back. I go, I didn't know they go because they peed. Oh, shit. You know, they peed in your room and pissed at you. You know? So Monday night, we were talking to her. She goes, no, they've been fighting all fucking day. Because you're not here. You're that whole, I'm with them all. I love those animals.
That's funny. Yeah.
Especially since fucking Finney died. Now Fidel, it's like the Gambinos in '85 when they killed fucking Castellano. You had John Gotti's faction, and you had other factions. But since he killed Castellano, there was no argument. But when the original boss died of the Gambinos, the blue guy, whatever his fucking name was, you had the Paul Castellano faction, and you had the other faction, the guy from downtown, the Croce, and they didn't know what to do. So they had to have a meeting, and that's what's going on in my house right now.
Someone trying to be
between Fidel and it's between Sissy.
Really?
Yeah, because Sissy's been there longer, but she's a female. So I don't know how it's going to go down. So there's going to be a war any fucking day, man.
That's funny.
I don't know who's going to side with who, because Sissy's always been a loner. She's never very popular. She's a great cat. She's just not popular with the other one. She doesn't really play with the other.
Yeah, I just assumed it would be Fidel, because I always thought he was. I wasn't there for, I was there for a little bit, and Fidel's always walking around and meowing. But it's funny how you said, he let Finney, attack him, and, because Finney was, the king.
So now he's trying to be Finney, so he's attacking cats.
Wow.
You follow me?
That's
so now
crazy.
he's being Finney. He's not hurting anybody. He's just attacking him the way Finney used to attack him. Finney used to fuck Fidel up. He attacked the side. It was amazing to watch. He'd take him down. Fidel would be looking at me like, I'm like, are you fucking crazy? You could turn over. It's like Kane fighting like George Roop. It's like some heavyweight fighting like a 145, but that's what it looked like, You can't really come up with fucking cats and be fighting. What the fuck is this podcast coming? You know what I'm saying? Lee, what's happening? You're happy to be back? Be the press.
I can't hear you. But,
fucked up today, man.
I think I'm looking at cars today, I think.
What?
Looking at cars today.
Look at you.
Because, I bought this car when I didn't have any credit, and I have 5 or 6% interest or whatever, and I've had this car for almost 3 years, and I might not buy anything, but I'm thinking about trying to get a smaller car, get better gas mileage, get a little Jetta. Who knows?
Yeah, I heard they did good safety rating.
I don't know. I'm gonna look. No, I guess I showed you. But I've been looking at it, and then I'm also later this week or next week, I'm doing That Reporter Kid Speaks. Yeah, he contacted me on Twitter. So
That's a good man. Let me blow my nose. Oh shit! I took one of those allergy tests. For $180 fucking dollars that they test. Not with the pins and shit.
oh, that's now it depends. Okay.
They did the blood test.
Okay.
Quest, whatever. God damn, I got a lot of allergies I didn't know about.
Oh, that's it.
So I gotta get these drops and a shot and pills.
I'm allergic to 8 million fucking things. I'm allergic to wheat. That's part of the reason why whenever I do these diets, I feel better. Because I got tested. I'm allergic to wheat, tomatoes. Nothing really happens except I gain weight and I get tired and have bags in my eyes. But allergies suck. I don't really have them here because it's so dry. But every time I go back east, it destroys me.
Savage.
I try.
All right, what else? What do you got?
Yeah, let's do some Def Leppard.
Oh shit! It's Friday, bitches. So Miami, April 19th. Next week, the 27th of March, we're doing a special Ice House. Instead of testicle testimonies, we're doing a live podcast with Vinny fucking Curto. So it's going to be me, you, Vinny Curto for an hour and a half, talking shit up at the Ice House. We will put the podcast up. We're not charging for it. None of that shit. It'll still be free. It'll be like an extra fucking podcast for you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So what you do is you eat some fucking alpha brain, you snort some fucking THC, and you listen to the podcast, all right?
And for people who might not remember, Vinny Curto is the boxing guy.
Who was on Beauty and the Beast, and it was one of the best podcasts I've ever been involved in.
Yeah.
Tears, we had to stop during the fucking podcast and cry. Vinny Curto's a boxer that's been in movies. He sold a few scripts. In fact, one De Niro was going to do with Angelo Dundee because he was managed by Angelo Dundee, this guy.
Okay.
Vinny Curto is the real fucking deal. A sweetheart. And I got a lot of respect for one of the best Beauty and the Beast episodes he did. Was with him.
Yeah.
Was with him. One that we did was with him. He was, he took you into fucking long waters. I got tons of emails after that saying, hey man, you can't have that guy on the fucking show while I'm at work. I was crying in my cubicle and shit. So we're going to do a live one with Vinny fucking Curto, and I hope you guys come out. Lee Sayat's going to do his debut that night. No pressure, Lee. Get your shit together, Lee. By that time, you're like 90 pounds fucking lighter.
I'm hoping
You'll be sitting on a leaf. Pretty soon you'll be slinging thick, Lee. What are you going to do with your new fucking looks? Look at you.
I don't know, man.
Little Jew and shit.
I'm trying.
He's going to wear the yarmulke with dollar signs in it. Big and pimping. Why don't you get a BMW? Be one of those crazy Jews.
I can afford a BMW.
Yes, you can. You got more money than God. I got to hit over the couch. Well, we sell this chick on the couch like 20
This seller?
I like her. She's a cute fucking girl.
Yeah, she's nice.
She's very cute, very personal. How's her job going?
Good. She's doing good. Just looking for an apartment, and
I believe you woke her up.
I can't do that. Just friends sitting on my couch.
That's the best. That's your friends. You gotta go over there, pick up her fucking leg, just lick a little monkey nice and soft when she's sleeping right through the underwear. Just lick that little fucking thumb. Just lick it. You'll see the monkey open up right in front of you, like one of those 3D flowers. You know, you'll see that little first wing will pop out. The thumb will be around that fucking wing. You'll see the wing coming to life by itself. And then you lick the other wing, the other wing pops out of that fire, and you got him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, why do you want me to go to jail? I don't understand.
I want you to go to jail. I have a good time. I want you to have a good time. Dad said she's a cutie. She likes you. She would be on the couch and she didn't believe wasn't going to pop that fucking Jew helmet and a little muffler one night by mistake.
Jesus Christ.
I love Emily all riled up. So this chick's been calling. Let's give her the 500 for the podcast.
I'm not giving no one $5.
I'm going to give her the nickel so she can pee on you. You got to have a little pee on your
No,
forehead.
she's not peeing on me.
Listen, they just did a special fucking study in Finland for you bald guys. You rub pee on your head, your follicles open up. Let this girl pee on your head. You have a little fucking Justin Bieber hairdo.
I'd rather be completely hairless with no eyebrows.
I'm telling you, dog. Let this chick. Let's try it. What if she pees on you? You start growing hair like a fucking beaver.
I'll let you get peed on first.
But I got a ton of hair. I just want you to let me.
I don't care.
But I'm a married man. I can't let no woman pee on me.
Why?
But you gotta do. Listen, part of this whole fucking night with the fart in the faces and just a little squirt in your fucking head. It's not gonna okay. You never peed on your foot by mistake.
I probably have, but it's my pee. That's totally
okay. Same thing. You never had pee on your hands. You eat a piece of chicken with your pee on your hands. Yes, you did.
No.
You're a nasty motherfucker, taco. You never peed at work, didn't shake your helmet, right? You left a little pee on the outside of your finger. Then you drive to Jack in the Box and eat 3 of those fucking sandwiches. You never grab your...
No, I
never grabbed a sandwich with dick hands.
No, I don't eat with pee on my hands.
I'm not saying that you rob your fucking hands and pee and then take your dick on purpose. I'm saying unconsciously, you let a little fucking Jew pee on your finger. Then you go eat a taco from Taco Bell. You eat your own pee radioactively.
What does Jew pee look like?
I don't fucking know. When was I at a Jew bathhouse? I'm jumping up and down, listening to fucking Harry Krishna music. Who's peeing on me? What do you think I am?
I don't know.
I'm a fucking Catholic. Get it together, cocksucker. I've never had pee on me. I pissed on a guy. You know what I'm saying? At a fucking disco one time. Because he wanted one of those freak houses. What the fuck? But this is a woman. Cut it out.
Yeah, and
you're always so fucking judgmental about that woman.
I'm not judging. She can pee on anyone she wants. She's not me.
I don't want
to talk about it. I don't want to get peed on me.
I got the shit the Argentinian post when I took the job. Just listen, a little pee in your forehead. Rubs into the fucking head, dude.
I won't be ready to go. I'll be stuck in a mental asylum going back and forth being like, I don't like you.
You told me a month ago that you want to live. You want to start living. At times you feel like you're missing shit. You're not going to the standard.
Peeing isn't living.
Right.
It's
a story. It's a story.
I'd rather not have a story.
Sure. You want to be sitting around with your son one day and they're talking about, Dad, what are you doing? Me and my buddy Joey Jesus. He got some fucking black chick to pee on my face.
Why isn't farting enough? I think farting's pretty good.
Farting that's big in Europe. People take farts in the face. It's so nonchalant. A little pee in the chrome dome and we rub it in. Forget about it. Anyway, you put the fucking music on. Unfucking believable. Oh shit. Oh shit, lady. Where's the reefer, lady? He holding that up. No, we didn't fucking smoke it all. You smoked it all. We.
I smoked it all.
Besides this fucking thing.
Take like 2 hits and...
So anyway, he's got a big weekend this week. Let's talk about this shit.
Okay. What's this weekend? Oh, the fight.
I love GSP. I like everything about he is with the sport. He's the bastard. He's great. He's a great athlete. Diaz, on the other hand, is this fucking animal.
I love it.
I love it. I love it. And I'll tell you what, you have Carlos Condit against Johnny Hendricks.
Yeah, Matt Rory, that would have been a good fight.
And you have, I think Rory would have had his fucking hands full with Carlos Condit. Then you've got Nate Marquardt against
Let me look it up.
Ellenberger.
Okay.
Jake Ellenberger was a great guy. He's got great power in his hands. You know, I could sit here and give you picks. I'm not going to give you picks. I'm just going to give you fucking psychological shit here. What's going on? I mean, I'm watching Diaz with all his interviews, the last couple of weeks. And I got to say something. He's just a guy that wants to fight.
Yeah.
And you know what? Some of the shit he was saying, I understand because I go through it. I went through it. He's 29 years old. That's how I felt at 29 years old. If I would have been a comic at 29 years old, I just want to get on stage. I didn't want to write. You know, you're just a renegade. You're just a fucking renegade. Either you have that in your blood or you don't have that in your blood. He taunts you. He gets into you. Do I agree with him? Yeah, I like all that shit.
Yeah.
I keep my mouth shut now because I'm a pussy. I keep my mouth shut, Lee, 90% of the time because I'm a pussy. Sometimes I let go on people.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I shut my fucking mouth because I'm a pussy. Because I know that these people can't handle it. In this town that we live in, Los Angeles, well, in this society we live in, even if somebody's fucking up and they know it and you call them, you're a negative and you're a bad person.
Yeah.
You can't say what the fuck you feel or whatever. Some people don't really want to hear the truth. You know, hey, listen, I've been around for 20 years. Nobody knows who I am. There's a lot of people who don't like me. I like that you don't like me because it lets me know what the fuck you are. I don't fucking like you either because I fucking know that you get bored easily and you like fake shit. You don't want to face the fucking truth. I don't want you to fuck around. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I really never ever worried about that. You know, I was on a plane yesterday. It was funny. I was on a plane with this coach, this boxing coach, and one of the guys in the movie was behind me. I worked on stunts behind me. And at the end of the fucking flight, some chick comes on, like this Asian chick. And yeah, she was a 6. Okay. Fake tits, the whole walk, the big Diana Ross sunglasses, thinking that she did something. So she sits behind me and she starts that fucking shit, that LA shit, that she's a fucking artist, that she travels to all these festivals, and you know she lives in LA at Northridge, but she's thinking of buying a house in NOLA and New Orleans, and she was headed to San Francisco to an artiste thing because she's a performance artist. And she works this pole like Circus du Soleil and all this. And I'm looking at this chick, and she's an actress. You know, she's been in this, and by the way she's talking, I'm looking at this bitch going, this bitch has a 60-year-old boyfriend that she's sucking his balls, and he's paying for all these plane tickets. You just see it.
Yeah.
I've been around those already. That they talk a big game, and they got some 60-year-old nuts that nobody would touch, and they're sucking their balls, getting their rent paid. And I ain't mad at you for that because you're making it happen, but don't make believe you're fucking something else.
Yeah.
So she's talking, and all of a sudden the guy next to me gets involved in the fucking conversation. Right? And he's talking, and he knows what he feels, what I feel. This chick's a fucking stroke. And she looks at me and she goes, I know you from some whatever. It's the typical shit. I'm like, how are you? I look her straight in the eye. I go, you know what? You're a fucking animal, aren't you? The dog. It was like I took her fucking money away. She just froze. I don't know what the fuck you were talking about, but we all know you're a fucking savage. I go, all right. I go, you're so fucking. I go, that monkey's so fucking strong. They're flying you in. And she just looked at me and I go, you're Japanese? And she goes, no, I'm Vietnamese. I go, that fucking napalm. I told her right to her face, and that was the end of the conversation. She didn't say a word the rest of the fucking flight. The guy next to me was like, I love it. He goes, that's why you get along with Justin Ford, this Australian guy. We're mutual friends. He goes, because you guys cut right to the fucking chase. Listen, if I had 500 in my pocket, I would have told Miss Vietnam to stuck my dick right there in the fucking third row and she would have fucking sucked it. That's the free shit. She's trying to be something else, a Circus du Soleil. You know what? Time for some fucking college kid that don't fucking know what frequently sees me. Fucking almost making believe. I hate that word artist. I always have because I write and do comedy, whatever. I'm no fucking artist. I'm an ex-felon that talks shit. I'm no fucking artist. These people that call themselves fucking artists, you better give yourself a fucking breather, all right? Take that picture of the picture you drove, looking at the moon and bring it over your head. You're no fucking artist, all right? The fuck out of here. I got a studio in Soho. Listen, get your shit together, all right? Tell your dad to stop writing checks. What would you be doing? You'd be selling that little asshole on 42nd Street for $50 a pop, and for an extra 10 they'd sniff it. Get it together, cocksucker. Stop faking the fuck, you fucking momos. It's America, you bad motherfuckers. Get up, it's Friday. Lisa Ayat lost 52 fucking pounds. For you motherfuckers that I can't do it. Lisa Ayat drinking fucking carrot juice and kale.
Yeah, it's fucking.
I'd rather be in isolation by myself, talking to the fucking wall.
After day 5, it's not bad. It's a tough first 5 days, but then now I'm fine.
I love you, Lee. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, buddy. Let me see when we got a call.
Oh shit!
What's up, buddy?
It's my little brother, Greggy. What's happening, buddy?
I don't know what. I'm making a cup of green tea.
All right, look at you. You don't drink the coffee. You just drink the green tea.
Well, I got to stay away from the coffee. The blood pressure's a little high.
So when you drink coffee, it raises your blood pressure?
That's what the doctor's telling me.
Really?
He's saying everything right now. There's no salt, no coffee.
You know, my blood pressure's been off the chain the last 3 months. And even though I go to the acupuncture, I take the medication, I do everything for it. I try to exercise. I don't coffee. I like my coffee. Why do you drink 1 cup? It's not like I'm drinking fucking 92 cups.
I don't have it every day, but my daughter drinks a lot of tea. I'm on the medication too, but it was helping in the beginning, and now it's not helping. I got to go back next week and see what the hell is going on.
No, I'm scared of it, but I'm not. I'm Latin, so my blood pressure's always running fucking high. It's always a kid. You know, when I first got diagnosed, I never ever heard about blood pressure. They put me on something in there and whatever, but it wasn't really high. Now I'm like at the 180s or 120s, but I also have white collar or whatever the fuck. So once they take my blood pressure, you wait 20 minutes in the doctor's office, and once I get talking, they check my blood pressure, and I'm fucking back to like 140 over 90 or something. So, how you doing, Greggy? What's going on?
Not a whole lot. My youngest just left the school.
How old is she?
She'll be 18 in like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a senior in high school. She's graduating. And then my oldest, I told you, is graduating USC in May. So,
you know, I've known Greg for 40 years. You know, we grew up together. He's cousins to another caller on the show, Danny B. That's how tight we are. We're that much connected in this town. And Greg invited me to his daughter's graduation. She's graduating from USC and double majors. And he's very proud. He should be. But it was funny. Greg and I were talking last night in the middle of a conversation. He says he wanted to call and do the podcast. We go, call him tomorrow because we're going to talk about something. I knew Greg 35 years ago. 35 years ago right now, we're just bringing you back to the base. In the Bronx with 3 other gorillas in the car doing our last line before we dropped you off. And did you ever think that at that time there was any way that we would be having this conversation 30 years from now?
No, not at all.
Do you think when I was in that car 30 years ago, I'd be saying to you, do you think 30 years ago when you were getting out of that car, I'd be saying to you, hey man, after this line, I'm going to get it together and I'm going to have a movie and shoot a movie with De Niro in 30 years? Did you ever think that? That's where I was, you know, Greggy. I was in New Orleans. I played De Niro's boxing coach. Did you know that, Greg?
I thought you was down there doing a couple of shows. I didn't know you was doing a movie.
No, I did a couple of shows, but I did a movie called Grudge Match with Sylvester Stallone, Robert De Niro, LL Cool J, Kevin Hart. And you know what? I'm very proud because I worked with the trio. Now I got to start working with the Jews again. I got Sandler, Alan Arkin. Now I got to get some other people. But 30 years ago, I didn't think I was going to say as we did that. You know, when you do coke, you talk all that garbage. Man, yeah. After tonight, I'm never going to do it again. I'm going to go back to class. And I'm going to do something with my life. I never said that to you. I told you I was probably going to get my life together and move to Colorado. But it's just really weird where we're in our lives right now, what we're doing and where we were. And I want you to tell these people that we had belief, brother.
I'm so excited for you. I'm telling you, I love telling people, hey, I went to school with that guy. It's like when I went to see you up in Ontario and I found those 2 nice ladies out there. And
you always find nice ladies, Greg.
Yeah. 50 years old. I still got it.
I still got it.
But I was like, hey, you guys want to go to the show? I know the guy. I went to school with him. Like, shut up. I'm like, oh, come on. And then you called me and we went in the back door. I would have taken them home, but they're my daughter's age. I felt like a dirty old bastard.
Oh, you are a dirty old bastard. It's just weird the things we saw, Greg. Did you ever? I mean, Greg, I gotta be honest with you. After I got off the phone with you, I started thinking that couldn't happen. Like, I gotta be honest with you. At that time in my life, when we were doing that, we're talking about 84, 83,
Yeah,
85, when cocaine was still cocaine, and I had that fucking pain from my mother and the pain of not knowing. You're 20 years old. And we didn't know. We didn't know what our next fucking step was. And I thought about after I got off the phone.
a lot of us got really caught up in it bad, was because of some type of pain in our lives that was just buried. So that was our escape, getting all banged up.
Like fucking all of us. I mean, Condi always had that pain about his dad leaving.
Yeah.
Fernie, I mean, it was just a Holloway, it was just so many of us that were involved in that. And I tell you, man, at that time, it was like I was just starting to die. Like I thought I would have an OD and just die. And that would be the end of it. I'd be with my mother and father and never have to worry about it. I never thought about 30 years. I never thought about being in a union. I mean, after you got out of all that, did you have a belief, Greg? I mean, what kept you going? Why aren't you snorting coke today? Why aren't we snorting coke with tattoos on, telling stories till 8 in the morning? Why aren't we doing that today?
I just got sick of it. I mean, I didn't need any rehab or anything like that. It was actually when my ex-wife was pregnant with my first daughter, and I was out on a bitch for a few days, and then I just looked at myself in the mirror and I said, what the fuck am I doing? I got a kid coming into this world. It was like that's when I stopped being irresponsible, when she was probably about 6 months pregnant. And then it was after that I looked in the mirror and I just said, I'm done. And that was it. And I never went back. Never, not once.
No rehab, no hugs, no meetings, no bongo drums, no fucking people crying. You just made a decision and you stuck to it. And it's so weird, man. When I fucking make, they say that people from northern Italy have hard heads, Germans have hard heads. Let me tell you something. When I make a fucking decision, it's done. There ain't no fucking coming back, a la-la-la-lin, and it's just amazing that you talk to people. I talk to people now that have been in rehab 8 times, and they're still drinking. My friend called me the other day at 3 in the afternoon, New Orleans time, which is 1 o'clock LA time. Hammered. Meanwhile, she's in an outpatient program. I don't get it. I don't get how.
The rehabs are a bunch of shit, dude. They don't even work. There's less than a 5% success rate with the rehabs. It's all about, they fuck what you had. They tell you have this disease, and you had it for the rest of your life. And it's bullshit. There's no disease concept. You wake up, you make a fucking choice every day. You either going to make a choice, I'm going to get loaded, or I'm not.
I'm going to suck dick, or I'm going to get my dick sucked.
That's all it is to me.
Hey, listen, man, I went to a rehab when I was in prison. When they had me in the halfway house, I was still selling blow. And they talked them into fucking putting me in an outpatient, which I was selling blow and getting my dick sucked at the outpatient. The girl's name was Patrice Twiney. And I would look at her, and she would look at me, and we'd go outside, and she'd suck my dick, and we'd go right back into the group meeting. She'd have that sperm breath, and we'd talk about whatever the fuck pain she had in her heart with that sperm breath. And it was a joke to me. It was a fucking, all that shit was a joke to me. When I divorced my wife, they made me take P-test. I got to the fucking guy who got P-test and said, listen, test me for everything except blow and reefer. And he went for it. It never ended. 8 balls looking under counters. When I was in Boulder, my drug disease was horrible. I took it to Seattle. And then once I came here, it hit an all-time fucking high. And I couldn't wait to do comedy and get the fuck out of it. It was like I had a firecracker on my ass. I would get on stage, and right from the stage, go to the car. I would stop by the fucking dude's house and right to the house to snort, and that was my life. And it was like in the back, every time you do it, it seems like, I want to fucking die. That's what it is. You want to die. You're putting yourself in that death range. So, I don't know, Greg. We're lucky to fucking be here, my friend.
Yes, we are. There's certainly so many coach stories we can tell. I mean, I can tell you He probably got a lot more than I do, but so many. And when you say we're lucky to be alive, you're not kidding. You really are not kidding. And if it wasn't the blow that was going to kill us, it was the lifestyle we were living. You know, we could have got shot, stabbed, anything. You know.
I remember robbing a guy in West
I
Virginia.
can't go on Amsterdam Avenue, bro. I not to jump in rooms when the fucking DEA stormed one of the crack houses that I was in with the Angelo and Chris Costa. We were getting a quarter ounce. And they just fucking stormed in the fucking building. And we went up to the roof and just started popping roofs. And we made it out of there, believe it or not.
No.
One of many stories.
I told this on stage at the Testament, the story about Kabilan, my godfather, who I fronted 2 ounces, 4 ounces, 6 ounces of blow on Halloween night, took it to Ascolice's basement. And we did. I snorted till fucking Wednesday, Greg. From Saturday to like Wednesday. I was in a hotel room just sleeping for fucking 2 days. And I finally got up to TikTok on Tunley Avenue, the tip top with the jacuzzi that the Hindus owned. And I walked up that hill, and he started chasing me with a motorcycle. And I had to go through the bushes at Our Lady of Fatima. And at the rose bushes out there, and I ripped all my skin up, and I went to Hashways, and he came into Hashways to get me. This guy was screaming, he was crazy, Cuban guy. And he told me he was going to shoot me. And Pete Lee called me one day, like 3 months later. He's like, dog, I was at a party. And there was yeah, this is like 3 months later.
I was going to ask you about him last night.
Pete Lee or I know, man. I had to stop talking to him.
Alan Stiglitz, any of those guys.
Well, this is what happened. I was very tight with Pete Lee, and I got to work for Hashways. I borrowed $200 from Marilyn McGuire from my daughter. She was my original daughter's godmother, Marilyn McGuire and Pete Lee. Did you know that? They were Jacqueline's godparents. They came out to Boulder, baptized the child. We were always friends. And when I was in a hole, I asked Marilyn for $200. Like February of '90, I asked her for $200. February of '92, I asked her for $200 for the baby. She goes, "Do you need anything for the party?" I go, "If you could send $200 so I could change the party for the baby, it'd be fine." She was the godmother. Then in '94, when I was working on Hashways doing comedy, when I went back to Jersey, she approached me one day and she goes, "You still owe me $200 from the whatever." And I was like, I thought it was a gift. And I paid her the money. I didn't say nothing. Then when I got to the beef with Hashway, they took Hashway's side and called my ex-wife and said I was snorting dope. So I never talked to them again, ever again. The Perry Viggiano story. Let me tell you something about that fucking douchebag. I always hated him when we were kids. Me and Ronnie were talking about, Ronnie called the podcast about a month ago. And we're trying to Steve or Mike? Mike, I've had Mike call. Steve was retired. I'm trying to get him out here to do set security. But one night, Perry got into a fucking fight out here. Perry got into a fight at Hudson County Park with some guy, Rocco, that owned Rocky, that owned the diner in Fairview by Hudson County Park one night. The guy beat the shit out of him, and it was over that girl. Peggy asked if it was over his girlfriend. And he wanted me to jump in against this guy. And I'm all fucked up. And I'm like, I'm not jumping. This is your beef. So he told people I was a pussy. Now he got pissed off about it. And I'm like, I was going to fight for you, Barry. You fucking piece of shit. He's like a rich kid. His dad was a gangster. And he started selling blow in '84. And one night he sold me some blow and it was fucking cut. Like really bad. Like, when you did blow in '84, it was fucking tremendous what we were doing. It was all inositol. And I told him, he told me to fuck off. So I robbed him. In those days, if he told me to fuck off and you were a drug dealer, I went over there in the morning. His aunt lived in the house. She was like sick and she lived in the house. I walked in the house with the aunt there. That's how light-footed I was. Went all the way to the attic, took like an 8-ball or a half ounce that he had, and walked out. He lived in the attic in a Hashway. So I stole his blow. He had cash there. I walked up to the Hashway. I told Hashway I was broke. I needed money to go home. That was the setup right there, because that's where Perry would go first. He would go there looking for me to ask if I was around. So I went to Hashways and borrowed money. That was the psychology. I got on the I had a ride home. I lived on 43rd Street, that by Suplo and George Cannon and those guys downtown. What did she die of?
I don't know. She went to the hospital like a week ago, and she passed away. You know who told me? Gary Valanis told me.
Bro, that's who. I used to date Helene Cannon.
Yeah, today is the week at Rivera.
At Rivera.
That was their funeral home in North Bergen.
That's where I had my mother, Rivera Funeral Home. Why she had the spec fucking funeral parlor?
I don't know. Yeah, everybody goes to the Navy, got it. So that's what George put out on the Facebook.
Oh my God, I feel so bad. I dated her in the 8th grade. That's the first girl that gave me love when my mother died. She came out of the house that week. We were tight, me and her when we came. She was beautiful. She had blue eyes, but she was troubled. And she started doing drugs. And when I last saw her, she didn't look good at all, like 20 years ago. She had gone from A to C. And I talked to her on Facebook. And, she was still friendly to me and stuff. I'm really sad. I'm going to send George Kettle was a good fucking dude. Played a lot of basketball.
Yeah. Good basketball player.
So fucking Perry, I take the 8-ball and I give some to Ronnie, so I got protection. Right off the bat, I go Ronnie, because Ronnie hated Perry, but he beat him up once in 51st Street Park. So I waited for Perry by my house. I left the window open, and Perry, I heard the motorcycle pull up. And it was like I knew exactly how he thought. He was like a fucking moron. And he went to my house and left the window open. He stuck his foot in, right, Greg? And when he put his head in the window, when his head popped up, I came up and I punched him right in the fucking face. And he's like, "You're going up to see my aunt. She's going to let me know if you're the one that robbed my house." She said that she saw you from behind. And when I went up there, the aunt goes, "No, it wasn't him." So to this day, Perry, and I don't give a fuck. I'll say in the podcast, what's he going to do? Beat me up? I'll fucking stab him the next man. What's he going to fucking do? Fucking douchebag that he was. He was a fucking cocksucker then. He's probably a cocksucker now. So. Greg, a lot of fucking good times and shit, man. And at least we're still living. I mean, Lorenzo, proud of you, Greg.
They just sent me a text a while back. And he said, I guess you was on a show there. It was a while ago. Not the one that you just did, but he said that he went to see you and they had a good time. And he's doing better now. That's what he told me in a text message.
Well, he's not doing heroin. Okay, well, that's drinking. I mean, when you see Kurt, it's like a life thrown away. When you see Kurt Lorenzo, you understand how lucky you are. Because when we were kids, Kurt was the best looking kid around. He was in shape, he had money, he had a family.
He was like fucking all rocked out. He was such in good shape and one of the best wrestlers in high school. And he was so like he would never fuck around. You couldn't even get him to drink a beer.
And if you see him now, you can't even believe he's Kurt. Last time I saw
him,
I
heard the fucking wind blows still 4 rows.
You can't even believe it. When I went to his house, I could not believe this kid used to be the cleanest kid in the world. He didn't have a shower, he didn't have a kitchen. He had sold all the appliances out of the kitchen. All it was a refrigerator and beer bottles. It's listen, man, I had you call in today just to show where we started and where we got to. Because we're fucking lucky, Greg. We're fucking lucky, man. You know that guy that used to own Joe and Mary's was a loan shark, a big time mob loan shark. Another friend of ours. I owed that guy like $40,000.
Oh, George?
Yeah, George of the Jungle.
Yeah.
He used to give me loans in a check, and I would have to take him to a certain bank, cash him, and the bank guy would take his piece out. This is how connected George of the Jungle fucking was. So if he give me a check for $500, I get $450. Because the guy at the bank would take his $50 off the top and cash the check. At the bank,
and then
you're supposed to cash.
You got to pay the thing on the $5.
And I had to pay $750 on $5. You know how many times I went to him and said, "Listen, Greg Schmidt got Tasia pregnant. She needs an abortion. She's ashamed to borrow the $500. Let me the $5. Give me a commission. And I'll give it to Tasia at the mine." He would keep giving it to me. Me and Conti had George at like maybe $25,000 a piece. I remember a cop coming in there one night. I think you were there one night for John Kelly's birthday, one of those. And an undercover cop came in, and he flashed his badge. They bought us an ice cream cake, but there was 8 balls of Coke, so nobody was eating. At the end of the night, the ice cream cake was fucking melted. Nobody had touched it. I remember she had the dog Lila. We used to piss on the dog.
Ronnie was there that night.
Ronnie was there. Everybody was fucking there. And this cop came in and
he got all fucking Navy, like fucking tongue kissed me that night.
Let me tell you something. One man one night, it was fucking classic. He ripped up the sheet. I see this shit down there, but this one night I see the undercover cop flash fucking George. And George goes, "Let me see the badge when your name is on it." And the guy put it close to the badge. And George stood on the fucking badge. He goes, "You better go back to your precinct and ask around who the fuck you're showing the badge that walked on the guy." I saw it.
One time I was leaving Joe and Mary's, and you know, we went to school with this guy, and he wound up staying on the porch. Remember John Sanford?
John, no.
John Sanford.
No, I don't.
He became a cop, Alexander, Joey Rail, and all of them, and Canella.
No.
Yeah, he was in my fucking home.
No, I don't remember him at all. I remember the other guys you met. We were just talking about the Rail brothers.
Yeah. But, yeah, I was coming out of Joe and Mary's one time, and he, like, fucking started harassing me and shit. Like, fucking did, like, a little pat down and a search. I'm like, John, really? Come on, bro. All of a sudden, you're a cop now, and you fucking... And, you know, anyway, he kind of let me go when he said you can't watch. That place never went down.
The place is still there. It's a Spanish place now, Jose and Maria's. Used to be Joe and Mary's, now it's Jose and Maria's.
Costa Rica, Guatemala.
And it used to be next to one of the chicken joints. John Cowell used to work in there, and he'd bring buckets of fucking chicken in there.
That's right.
The best bar in the world. You remember the fucking undercover cop that started going up there and giving us blow? They would take us back to his house and show us the jewelry. He was looking for us to rob him. And like a year later, somebody killed him, so they started hanging out at Joe Mary's because they thought they killed him. And that's when I left. That's basically when I left. This black guy that would take us up to Fort Lee.
I think I was ready to start. I left in 87.
Oh, I left in 84. And then came back in 80. I left in 83, came back in 84, kept the party alive till New Year's, and then left in June of 85. And the last day I left, I was leaving People's Express. And I took a bus to White Castle. And I was going to take a bus from White Castle in Jersey City to Roger Hollow. He was taking me to the airport. And as I was standing this is how lucky I am to be alive. I'm standing by the White Castle with Gabby, the guy I fronted the fucking coke from a year early, October, for Halloween. That directly killed me. That Pete Lee told me that some people were talking at a party that some Cuban guys looking for cocoa. That was the Cuban guy. I'm standing there on the corner waiting for the bus, and this motorcycle was up next to me, flashing his face up. And he goes, "You never gave me enough money, did you?" And it was my godfather. And he goes, "The next time I see you, I'm going to put a bullet in your fucking leg." And I thought he went home to get the gun right there because I had luggage. I figured he knew I had time. I had luggage next to me. I was leaving. I was going back to Colorado, and I was never fucking coming back. But Greg, I'm happy you called today, and I'm very proud of you. And I'm very proud that
Proud of you, bro.
I love you with all my fucking heart. And I'm happy you have 2 daughters and everything changed for you. And here we are.
I'll actually be in North Bergen on the. We're leaving. Just me and my oldest. We're going for a week. We'll be there on the 4th of May. Gonna go visit Danny D and see some family.
Well,
just to Yankee game and
just to hit these motherfuckers with some things. The new president of the CIA is from North Bergen. Grew up in North Bergen, went to school at St. Joe's of West New York. William Freach, who was the investigator on the Penn State thing, who was also in charge of the FBI, is also from North Bergen, also went to St. Joe's of West New York. So not all bad.
Went to St. Joe's and West.
Not all fucking savages came
from St. Joe's.
Oh, please. St. Joe's is
you know what my father got thrown out of high school for?
What's that?
Stealing condoms, bro. This was in the 50s.
He was a condom dealer.
He was selling condoms in fucking high school, in Catholic high school, and they expelled him.
We want to get a piece of pussy in there. We got to call Greg's father. I love you, cocksucker. Give Jay more.
I will.
And I'll see you before the 17th, but I'm proud of you. Stay black.
All right, Coco. Love you, buddy.
I love you, buddy.
Care. All right, bye-bye.
That's crazy, motherfucker. I'm very sad about that Helene Cannon girl. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
She was 2 years younger, 3 years younger. They met her at John Bender's pool. We were always tight with each other. We always kissed and shit like that. So she was quite unbelievable. Good podcasting. I'm happy you're a part of it. It's great to be back here and be with you people. Monday we go back to the same rotation. Monday and Wednesday. I'm in Sacramento next Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Get your motherfucking tickets. Miami, April 19th. The Ice House Chronicles live. Ice House Testicle Testament is Lee, myself, and Vinny Curto, a live podcast. And remember what I told you. just because it's March fucking 15th, like me, I'm starting today. Today I'm going to kickboxing, water, I'm back. That's it, it's over. But it's never too late. Go to On It. You want to lose some weight, you want to keep fucking your bones in shape, you're a fat fuck. Get the hemp protein, start off with that. Start off light, just start off with the sprinkle. Give that 3 weeks and just walk around for 3 weeks. If it don't work, say, Joey, you're a sack of shit. But if it's gonna work, you're gonna feel better about yourself. Get out there, walk, breathe. It's beautiful. I know it's cold, Joe, but get the fuck out there, cocksuckers. Hit me with some music. I love you, man. Thank you very much for supporting the fucking podcast. All my fucking shout outs. I love you, motherfuckers. New Orleans, you were gentlemen. Dan, fucking Chef Rob, I love you, Nola. Jake, I'll catch you down there next time. But not that I was avoiding you guys. It's just I was shooting a movie. Nobody knew what the fucking house was. But I love you guys. Lee, keep juicing. You're looking good. You're healthy. I'm proud of you. You're stuck to it. And that's what it's all about. We talked about it. I put the same fucking videos up, but I do it every day. Little commitments become big commitments. Get out there. Tell somebody to suck your dick today. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Stay black. Hit it, Lee.
The past few years have proven that unexpected events can strike at any time. And when they do,
Oh shit! What's happening, baby? What's going on, you beautiful motherfucker?
Not much, but I haven't heard you this into a band for a while. You came over and you were like dancing
Let me
almost.
tell you what happened to me yesterday. Yesterday, the day before Saturday, I got this on the iPod in the living room.
Okay.
It's an old-fashioned iPod, but I don't take it out of the house unless I go to the gym when I fly with it. So if I lose it, I don't give a fuck. I got some brilliant songs on there. I had a buddy of mine put a bunch of fucking heavy duty music. One of the songs was Whipping Post. I'm sitting there with my fucking daughter, and it's blasting. I had the remote and I couldn't find it. And I'll tell you what, my daughter was passing out by the minute, and I'm listening to this, singing this to her. Whipping Post. I'm like, this bitch is bad for the bone. Her lullabies would be fucking Whipping Post. But I'm sitting there and I got overwhelmed. I'm like, I can't believe I'm holding my daughter to Whipping Post. And he's just dropping it. But put that back where we left it on. Listen to fucking Greg, Dwayne. I mean, these guys, this is real fucking white fucking pride.
I haven't coughed like that for a while.
This shit is so fucking good. I've had this drawing since I left the fucking New Orleans. I came back and still stick. I can't roll a fucking number.
Oh my
This was
God.
run by these fucking Hawaiians that have like blue eyes, look like apocalyptic. Tell me the grandmother and she's buried in the backyard. This is some fucking tremendous weed. I wish I could share it with you motherfuckers, but I can't. It's a beautiful day to be alive today after St. Patty's. All you fucking momos that got dressed in green. Get the fuck out of here. The other thing you're doing with those people, selling them gloves so they fucking can make their final front. That's what I would get excited about St. Patty's.
Why?
Because I'd be selling fucking 40s for 50.
Like beer or
Blow!
oh, okay.
Hey, who do you think makes them drink that fucking beer? But why for me? I show up with a fucking package of salt and they do 2 lines of that shit. It's over. Over. They'll be drinking till fucking 6 in the morning. I went out to one St. Patty's. I knew it wasn't for me.
Why not?
Listen, I never like fucking some people, all right?
No, yeah.
It was just my mother at the fucking bar. I don't need people breathing on my neck. Vodka bread with poop off on that bread. And they hug you and they tell you the same shit. I don't want to hear that shit. When I get like that, it's time to fucking go home. So I never liked that whole thing. I don't like that whole booze thing. If you drink that joke, I don't give a fuck. I smoke dope. I do whatever. You know me. Gorilla biscuits. I stab bitches. Drop them off up to 170.
Yeah, it was like I've told you, sometimes I feel like I'm missing out. Yesterday wasn't one of it. Like I drove by Irish pub yesterday that is normally dead. Like there's like cobwebs in the windows. But yesterday there was a lamp on the bar, and I'd much rather drink at home with friends than go to a bar.
One year I got talked into taking a bus and going to the city and a bunch of people stopping at every bar. And you know what, man, it ain't for me. I like my beef, man. I like being peaceful. I don't really like going out as a bunch of fucking pack, like 12 fucking animals. Listen, the more guys, the less pussy. The more fucking idiots you do. You go up solo and you're depressed like James Dean. Why don't James Dean have so much pussy? He go up by himself, depressed, always with his head down, thinking like he's going to kill himself. Chicks love that shit. Anyway, it's Monday. It's a beautiful day to be alive. I hope you get your fucking day started. Tremendous weekend. It was great to be home. I didn't do dick. I went to the Laugh Factory. Watched the fights. What do you think of the fights?
I love the Carlos the Condit Hendricks. Who was it?
Always a great fight. Carlos Condit, always.
Yeah, that was great. I liked him more than I did the last two fights because versus GSP he didn't do that great, and Diaz I didn't like him versus Diaz like I've already said. But I said I wish Dana White and the UFC would do something. I was talking to my friends, and if they would let like the last 3 fights of the pay-per-view for like $20, I would do that every time. I'm never gonna pay $60 for the whole thing because the rest of it was kind of crappy.
Well, there was 3 great fights on the main card. There was like 2 in the preliminary card, and there was 1 on the other card. You know, listen, when GSP's on the card, they focus on GSP.
Yeah.
They know the strength of GSP. They can put 2 fluff in. And the Nick Ring fight was good, and the other one was good. But it's funny, I was telling Eddie and those guys, and you've seen it. We discussed, you came to see me in Bray a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
The Saturday Night Late Show, I wasn't happy with my set. People laughed, and they probably had a good time, but you and I have seen me do better.
Yeah.
And I left there, and I was like, I could have done better, and I went over my notes, and my energy, whatever. It's funny, you could see it in GSP's face. He had the same thing. He knew. Let me tell you something. If Diaz had 1 more minute in that 3rd round when he opened him up,
Yeah.
he would have knocked him down. He knew, and he knew it. He knew it, and he knows he's got to do something about that. He knew.
There always seems to be one thing in when Diaz fights, the last few fights that I've seen him, that he, everyone's like, oh, if he'd only done that. Like, why does it seem like he's never really fully prepared?
Was that Diaz?
Yeah.
It's not. It's not the same guy that comes out with those punches. I mean, the last time he fought that really looked really, really effective was against BJ Penn. Carlos outmaneuvered him, outsmarted him.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, a lot of people don't like that style of fight. I like Anderson still. He says, I like to come home the way I left. I want my face. I don't want my kids to see me cut up.
Yeah.
So, elusiveness, it's not about getting the ring and banging it out. It's about outsmarting the fucking other guy. At the end of the day, it's about who's going to go home with the less fucking scratches and punches and win this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and Carlos gives you exciting fights, but he fights very smart, Carlos.
Yeah.
He's a great fight. I've been a fan of his since the fucking WEC. I love Carlos. No 2 ways about it. Always have, always will. Big fan of Greg Jackson's camp. It's basically because of him and Winklejohn. Love him. Nothing about him do I not love.
Now, I asked this with the question the other night, and I know the answer is no, but just the first thing that I thought of when I saw him lose was, are they going to cut him? Because they cut all the people.
No.
So
He's fought 2 world-class fighters, and he's lost by fucking pussy heads.
Okay.
He has not lost by, coming in and just not improving everybody. Listen, like I told you 1,000 times, MMA has helped my comedy because I broke my comedy down into sections now, like MMA, and I have to work on each of them individually.
Okay.
And that's what MMA, it's like you watch a fighter and you have to see them in 6 months, and he's like, where my punch, I've gotten better than you watching this. And he's running out of cardio in the 2nd fucking round. You get disgusted about paying that $44 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
You really do get fucking disgusted because this guy hasn't improved. He hasn't done anything to make his I was just listening to something on the radio. My wife has the satellite like you have.
Okay.
In the new car.
Yeah.
And my fucking Subaru. I just have stations, and I was listening to the station. And the guy was talking about improving himself. How Kodak set the bar in photography, and they're out of business now.
Yeah.
Because they never improved themselves. Kmart never improved themselves. He named 8 companies. He said he bought the fucking iPhone, but he threw it away. Because he went to Verizon, he got the Samsung.
Galaxy probably.
He says it's fucking amazing. It's easier to handle, and he goes, you'll see. In 3 years, if Apple don't get it together, because now they're running on fumes. I don't know the technology.
No, it makes sense. My iPhone, I've had it for about 1.5 years, and it started to shit the bed. So it's that's what everyone says. I have one.
Guys, they make them too fucking fast. And we as a society, let me take I got an iPod on my fucking thing. I'm embarrassed to take out of the house. It's the size of this computer. This is one of those iPods that are fucking huge.
Yeah.
I can't throw it away. I've taken care of it. It's fallen on the floor. It lost 100 pounds with me at the fucking Y. It lost, and I have friends that said to me, throw that away. It's going to fall, and the music's going to go bad. Not today, it isn't. I got a camera Joe Rogan bought me in Philly 6 years ago. A digital camera. It still takes pictures. If I really wanted to use it, I could use it. It's weird that they've outdated the software.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And you're like, why did you update this to make you spend more money? We live in a society that they want you to spend more money, and they want you to throw away your shit when it's still fucking perfectly fucking new. perfectly fucking new.
Exactly.
That iPod I have is big, but it sounds fucking great. And then the fucking living room, I have one of those things that you put it in and it charges it with the speakers.
Yeah, speakers in, yeah.
But the speakers are amazing. The speaker set is amazing. I got it from that Play Sharper Image.
Okay, yeah.
Fucking amazing. 5 years ago, 3, I don't even know when the fuck I got it.
They probably at the beginning had to make them good so people would get hooked, because I bet now if I bought an iPod now, it would never last as long as the one that you have has.
Come on.
I mean, I could be wrong, but
This is what I'm saying.
I have my
I
iPad.
don't know how the fucking people are happy with all this shit. When I have something, I'm an only child. When I was a kid, my parents were raising me. I was spoiled. So I would leave shit out the fucking corner. I would do this. When my mother died, I had to fucking work for my shit. And when I spent $200 on something, it was my fucking thing. I take care of that fucking thing.
Yeah.
I take care of that fucking thing. And then some people laugh at me like, Joey, you're cheap. But no, I'm not cheap. This is perfectly fucking good.
Yeah.
If you buy into this phone shit every 8 months, they're gonna fuck you up the ass. You know, there's sometimes you're like, you know what, I got what it takes already. This camera works. But if you're telling me they're making the shit cheap from the start, that pisses me the fuck
Yeah.
off.
It's kind of like the time I grew up in, kids would get cars from their parents all the time. Like they'd be like BMWs, like nice cars. And I bought my first car. It was a '97 shitty Chevrolet Cavalier, and like the hood was like the paint was coming off, and the fucking door wouldn't open all the time. But I never got in one accident or had one ticket when I was in high school. And kids who had parents give them their cars were crashing and getting
I
in
don't
cars.
appreciate fucking shit. It's amazing. When I was a kid, I was spoiled. I didn't appreciate nothing. I used to rip my shirts and shit. Once I had to start paying for shit when I was 15 or 16. Now I make my shit last. I got a TV I won't throw away. My wife is furious at me. Because when we met, we had a shitty TV.
Yeah.
And I did this gig one night, and it was like the first time I ever got like over like $200 fucking dollars. And I had to buy a TV.
Okay.
And we bought this $200 TV that to this day, you gotta see the picture of this fucking thing. It's in my closet. She's like, Terry, you gotta get Joe, you gotta get rid of that. Fuck you. I'm saving this for like a man cave or whatever when we move. You know, it's one of those TVs that you don't give a fuck what happens to it. It's got another year or two left on it. Once it blows, it blows.
Yeah.
I'm not just gonna put it out the fucking street just because, you know, society says that every year and a half. I can't believe it. I really can't believe how people react to the fucking iPhone. I finally got it.
Yeah, I know.
I got the 5 from Sprint because they kept sending me fucking emails that they were putting bonuses on my thing. I was like a year over on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Every year they give you $75 of credit or something towards the phone.
Oh, okay.
I had like $190 credit. I've been with Sprint for 10 years.
Oh, cool.
Since 2004. Joe and those people are right. I held on for a pager till 2004.
Jesus
My
Christ.
first, whenever Spider-Man 2 came out, whenever I shot Spider-Man 2, 2003. I've been with Sprint since 2003. Because I remember I took that check and I went and I bought a fucking Sprint. I owed money and my credit was bad, but they still gave me a phone, but they only gave me $2 limit every month.
Oh, okay.
So my phone would be $201. They cut it off. I had to stop what I was doing to go to fucking Sprint and pay the dollar and change for them to turn it back on.
Oh, jeez.
You have no fucking idea. What's the music today, Lee? Lord, I want to be around. It's Monday. Get up, get out there, do your goals. It's a whole new fucking week. You want to quit smoking cigarettes? You want to stop taking in the ass? It starts fucking today. Write your goals. Go to onit.com. See how you can start looking better and feeling better. Drink some fucking water. Look at Lee. But wait, I want to be around Lee. It's Monday for the fucking spirits out there, for your mother, for your father, whoever the fuck light a candle and think about them. If there would have been a fucking storm.
Yeah.
Like I'm out in the boat, like when I came from Cuba and the rash would have fallen off this shit, I would have been smoking this, just pop my hand up and stuck my fucking hand. Look at that.
No, Jesus Christ.
You don't fuck around here in the church what's happening. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you had some coffee and some oatmeal and you washed your fucking mouth and you're thinking about your day and how you're gonna go out there and make it a little fucking better for yourself and for everybody else. I gotta go to the eye doctor tonight.
For what?
I'm gonna check my eyes. I haven't got new glasses in 2 fucking years. They keep sending me emails from insurance. It's time to go down there and check your eyesight. It's time to go down there.
What would you do if they said you had to wear glasses all the time?
No, they said I gotta wear glasses when I read. When I eat pussy. I don't know what the fuck, but you gotta wear glasses. You gotta wear fucking glasses.
Okay. No, you always hate wearing them.
No, I hate wearing them. I can't wear them because of what people are doing now. They wear glasses to look exotic and to look smart, like somebody gives a fucking. You people buy into it. No. No, I wear glasses to read. I'm embarrassed to put them on here because I don't want you people thinking I'm trying to be fucking, Steve Martin or some fucking swarmy fucking cocksucker. I hate that shit. You stole me.
A little bit, yeah.
We gotta re-roll. You know what I'm gonna do? I got like 19 roaches over here. I'm gonna put together like a Puerto Rican blend first. When was the last time we did that?
About every day.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. Not when I mix a couple different fucking blends. This is old school shit. This is what Puerto Ricans do. See, the problem I'm having is I can't find the fucking glue no more. That's how bad, even with the glasses. I got, what the fuck? My computer. Lee, you're fucking up here. Keyboard shortcuts here. Lee, what's happening?
What are you doing on my computer?
I didn't do nothing, Lee. So, Lee, what else do you think about the fights? I got it. I'm just teasing.
I enjoyed the fight. It's a lot more fun when you watch with friends, and I saw it with a buddy. And
who usually watch fights? Yeah?
no, but sometimes it's a weekend and you just want to be home and you just watch by yourself. But
What are you talking about? Watching fights with your friend? I thought you went down and watch fights with German. Me and Lee went and got coffee yesterday. At our usual place. We go to the same place. We fucking scratch the fucking Starbucks. We go to this little dump by the house over here. And I'll tell you what, nothing bothers me than you motherfuckers that drink coffee. I'm going to take a shit in the coffee shop back. Two people took shit back to back. And it don't piss me off that if I go into the bathroom and somebody takes a shit, like I go in there prepared. Like if I know somebody took a shit, then I definitely, because me other time, listen, dog, I don't give a fuck. I won't pee on the street. You know that, Lee. I'll take my dick out anywhere. Cemeteries, you saw me in my mother's cemetery. I'll take my dick out and make believe I'm bird watching. But that's how you do. You don't grab your dick and piss. You take your dick out and you make believe you're bird watching. You're talking to somebody on their cell phone. They look at this. They don't look at your fucking helmet. And you twist it from the side. It's like a Hollywood punch. You know what I'm saying? When you see a Hollywood punch, they shoot it from the side. So it looks like you really hit them, but it's on an angle, you dumb fucking maloose. Meanwhile, you go home and tell people how tough fucking Randy Couture is or some shit.
Yeah, it took you about an hour and a half to pee because he would go and come back like someone's in
This guy was in there for a fucking hour shitting at a public bathroom, which really fucking burns me up. Listen, you want to pee or something at a public bathroom? That's okay. You want to shit because you had like bad fucking Hindu food or something like that? Because that's what makes you shit that quick. It's like bad curry or bad fucking juju food or whatever the fuck they eat. They think that, oh, it's so cool to eat this shit. Next thing you know, they're shitting fucking blood. But how many times I got to go to the bathroom?
At least 3 or 4.
This nasty motherfucker pissing, shitting. I can't go in there. They're pissing me off at that specific place. I love the place.
Yeah.
But there's somebody who keeps going in to take a fucking shit. And it pisses me the fuck off. He told me something when we were sitting there yesterday that was very interesting to me. Lee is new to all this. He's by trade. He's a comedy fan. He's a fan of baseball. Lee's a sweetheart of a kid. These are conversations about Lee thinks he was missing part of his life. That's amazing that you weren't cut out to be at the standard, jumping up and down on Friday and Saturday. So, and a lot of people ain't cut out to do what you do, to hang out with me and smoke dope, eat edibles. A lot of people ain't cut out for whatever. And that's what makes life special. That we're all fucking different. That we're not all, we all don't like the same shit, I think the same thing. I'm not part of a comedy circle. You don't see me hanging out with a lot of these white dudes or whatever, giggling and hugging like George Clooney or whatever, And sometimes I think maybe there's something wrong, but you know what? Maybe there's something fucking wrong with that.
Yeah.
And I leave it at that. I'm with you with me, and they're with fucking us. And that's the way I've been thinking since I was fucking 13. And if somebody don't like it, go fuck yourself. That's old school fucking thinking. And Lee, you said something to me. You've never been to a strip club.
No, the joke I say is because I don't want to pay a cover charge, which is partly true, but the real reason is, and I asked you about it because you've been a little bit and you dated a stripper, but I can't get over. I don't like the feeling when someone doesn't like you. Like I don't always have to be liked. Like I don't care if I piss someone off or something. But if someone's judging you, like I feel like a stripper would just look at the guys coming in and just hate them. It just feels like especially with porn on the internet nowadays. Why do I want to go and feel like shit to do it and in front of people? Like then she won't even be fully naked, or if she is, she's not doing anything with it. I don't know. It never made sense to me.
Only time for us to get a little honest here. You couldn't fucking catch me in the strip club if you fucking paid me. I was in a strip club when I was 15 at the Meadowlands, and I saw a woman sitting up and banana and put teeth in her pussy and take them out and give them to guys. And it was cute when I was 15. And as I got older, I went to a couple strip clubs. You know, you go with your buddies, you're out. It's 6 years in the car. The same way I ended up at the gay bar that night to get blow. The same way. When I was 18, I didn't have a fucking car. So I was in Gorillas. Wherever they went, I went.
Yeah.
In 87, when I got pinched, the guy that ran on me was a big time strip club, buddy. Big time. He walked in and all the girls came running to him. He sold them weed. He gave half of them blow. He spent money on him. He was cool. He had the tattoos, the bike, the pit bull. He had the whole fucking set. And I like that lifestyle. It's fucking disgusting. For you people who don't know, the guy got caught with the kidnapping. The reason why he wanted to kidnap this stripper, a nude stripper that was fucking at 12. This bitch was banging a Spanish chick that was amazing. He had her living on his couch. She was divorcing her husband. But she wouldn't sleep with Steve until she got a divorce because she was Catholic.
A stripper wouldn't do it. Jesus.
So she wouldn't sleep with this guy. And I don't want to call them strippers, but they were exotic dancers. Whatever the fuck they are. And I have a few friends that are on it. My ex-podcast with Felicia, she used to be an extra bad. Nothing against strippers. Carol, the girl that called, that I dated for 4 years. She was a stripper. When I dated her, I never went to pick her up. One time I went to pick her up and she told me to come, and that was the time I seen the fucko throwing dollar bills or fucked up Farley at the girl. He died 2 weeks later. A star stripper in La Cienega between Beverly and whatever.
Yeah.
Right there in La Cienega, star stripper. I think that's what I never went to see it. I've never been one of those guys. I never, work with some people and don't work for other people. I don't like people touching me like that.
Yeah.
I don't like women touching me like that unless I really fucking know you or whatever. And it's just disgusting that a guy would go in there thinking that he'd have a shot with this chick. And I can't tell you, listen, man, I'm right here to tell you when I first got divorced. This is what happened. When I first got separated in 91, our relationship was fucking fine. Separated. I was doing my thing, she was doing her thing. There was a strip club in Boulder called the Bus Stop. It was the guy who owned it, died. He left it to the church.
Jesus.
So the church had to run it now.
And they're running it?
They're running it.
Oh my God.
It's not like the pastor was in there. It was like they hired a manager to run the club, and then they paid him a salary. So one night, I was heartbroken. I was in a strip club guy then. I was heartbroken, and some guys after a comedy club, so let's go to the bus stop. And I went to the bus stop and reached out to some fucking girl. And again, she was going to meet me at Denny's later because she liked me, like a lot of guys do. And I met her, she showed up, and when she got there, she told me she wanted $200. And I'm like, I said, I'd rather fucking choke myself than give you $200. That week, this fucking dirty fucking animal went and sat in my ex-wife's chair and Barbie cut. My ex-wife cut hair. She went to my wife's chair, so I'm going out with a comedian, Joey Diaz, on Friday night. I wouldn't pay her the $200 a fucking hot little girl. But it wasn't for me. I went to one hookah house that time, the 1040 Club, and after that, I can't pay. It makes me feel weird. I don't even like the strangeness of it.
Yeah.
When I go to Vegas now, they're all over the fucking place in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I don't like the strangeness of it. I don't even like a woman in my fucking room on the road. I don't like a woman in my hotel room on the road.
No.
I don't like going there unless it's gonna happen. You never went to Hooters either. I wouldn't go to fucking Hooters either. All you're gonna get from Hooters is blood coming out of your ass, and they're gonna pop your ulcer and chick with stockings on. These are strippers that don't want to make the fucking commitment. Fuck you, you little dirty whore. You want me to come in here and tease me like I'm in the fucking 6th grade? Go fuck yourself. I've never been one of those guys I could sing around with a bunch of chicks and look at them and giggle and break. I've never been into that shit at all. Either you're on the boat or you're not on the fucking boat.
But that's a strange thing you were talking about. The guy who goes in and like just throws money around so that the girls will really love him, but they don't. Like that's the entire that's what I'm scared of. Like
you ain't the fake.
Yeah, it freaks me out.
It's awesome. Hey, listen, you gotta put It's Hollywood. And they're acting. It's Hollywood.
And there's nothing against the strippers. I don't have a problem with what they're doing, but like that's the thing. Like I don't want them to hate. Like I feel like they hate you as going in. So it's not like the strippers are bad. Like they're doing. I mean, if I looked like that, I'd be a male stripper. Fuck it.
You know, let me tell you something. I'm being a kid and people going, you need a car, you need a bunch of money to pick up the chicks. You just need your heart and your fucking dick and balls. You go up to any fucking woman, you tell them what you're feeling, and they get on the boat or they're not. There's women that like fake fucking guys. There's women that love that shit. You know, they love the fucking Chris Brown looking motherfuckers that'll go up there and giggle and you girls fall for that. Shame on you, you dumb fucks. Shame on you falling for that dumb shit. That shit you fall for when you're fucking 13. You know? I don't like that shit, you know? And that's those girls, they come running with the heels and shit. That's okay when you're fucking 10, guy. And then once you see a bad blood, you see the other side of it. I love Carol. I really did love Carol. I hated that she did that. It destroyed me as a man. I couldn't move fucking forward.
Yeah.
Here I'm dating a woman that's on guys' laps, telling them guys touching the tits and shit. I couldn't do it.
No,
People that show up with their wives and somebody fucks your wife, you're a filthy fucking animal. A filthy fucking animal. I remember that. You hear that tape we did, me, T-Bo, Triple E. Remember we were talking about,
I heard you talk about
it, 750, and we all had to do comedy at a disgusting house up in Beverly Hills with people fucking wives, and this idiot showed up with tattoos. It's my wife, and the girl is 5 feet away from them. They have kids together, and some fucking gorilla's fucking your wife on tape that you just met at a party and you're giggling about it. That's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
That's another level of fucking disgust. You should be shot and fucking hung, you know?
Yeah, I just thought about it. Are you a jealous person when it comes to, because
yeah, I'm fucking jealous. It's not that you're jealous, it's that there's a certain way how to act around fucking your wife and my wife, and there's certain fucking ways, and there's certain ways she has to fucking act.
yeah. Because like jealousy is made out to be a bad thing, and you don't want to. Like I'm not saying if your girlfriend or wife has a friend who's a guy, like you throw a fit or whatever. But at some point, like I could never like it's like how I imagine wives or moms who have kids or cops feel. Like if a girl I was dating was going out to a thing, I wouldn't feel. I'd probably go insane.
What about this joint? You gonna smoke this fucking number with me? You gonna make me smoke it by myself? Put some music on. What do you got fun with, Joe? I know you got some fucking groove. Stop, you fuck. It's Monday, cocksuckers. Get up. Put some salt in your asshole. You gotta get out there. Get on the train. It's snowing. It's fucking cold. I know you're hungover. St. Patty's. I don't give a fuck. You should have thought about that. You're an adult. Fucking drinking like a fucking momo. But at least you're on the Lord's Day doing blow and eating pussy. I commend you for that. You're a fucking savage. Anyway, making it fucking happen. Some shout outs to my main people on it.com. Go to onit.com. Get your life. Just because it's March 18th don't mean that you can't start now. A lot of people say, well, I'm going to get started January 1st, Joey. Then January 1st, they eat a fucking donut. And they said, let me push it back. Now it's March 18th. You're still sitting on the couch confused. Get the fuck up. Get the fuck up. Even if you don't fucking go to Honor and buy something, go to fucking GH. Go to fucking get the stick for strong bone, like Joe says, and get the recipe and go to fucking whatever milk you yourself. I don't give a fuck. Put chlorine and inositol together on your own part time. But get up, do something, make me fucking happy, make yourself happy. You know, my wife always says to me, Joey, what the fuck? I want to go to yoga on Wednesday. I said, you don't understand. That's why all these women have that postpartum fucking depression, because they sit there with this ugly kid and stare at it all fucking day. Get out of the fucking house, go do yoga. She's got to go to 11 o'clock yoga today. Well, I'm at the fucking eyelash. What weed store on ground, the weed store in Grand Rapids? What are you bothering me for? It's a fucking holiday, Death Squad, Michigan. Get your shit together. I don't know what the schedule is in Michigan. It's 6:35, so that means it's 8:35 in Michigan, and you're already looking for weed. In other words, you got fucking emotional problems. I'm over here smoking dope. Yesterday, we're at the coffee shop. We're waiting for this guy to shit. And me and Leah talking as usual about stupidity. I'm telling Lee how Lee's got a hot little cute roommate. He's single now. Like, Lee wants to get my roommate. No, Joey, maybe when I lose some more weight, I mean, they make a cute couple. They giggle together. She's cute. She's 22, right?
Yeah, 22. Yeah.
I go, Lee, what you doing? She's got the little blanket. You stick your finger in this machine gun. Right between the little asshole and the monkey right there. This machine gun really lightly. And she would just pop her head and go, Lee, what are you doing? You say we're friends and you're hoofing those two fucking fingers from the side and you just massage that little monkey in his face. Look, he gets all hot thinking about you, little Jew dirty bastard.
You can't do that to somebody.
You can, they love that shit. Tell them the surprise. Chaps do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's why they fly into you while you're sleeping.
Oh no. They fly. Yeah, not that.
So next thing you know, these fucking two jerk offs sit next to us. You know, two of those people that are rich, but they want to be poor. They dress dirty. The guy had his hair all fucking fake blonde. The chick didn't even wash her hair. That dirty fucking pussy fuck with these house sandals on. These filthy. Then they pulled up a fucking BMW 7. Filthy motherfuckers, you know. And they're sitting next to us trying to be fucking politically correct. The guy was a half a fucking fag, I think. He was a Republican dressed up like an artist. You know, I'm an artist. You're a fucking scumbag. Leaves 8 inches from this guy saying, Joey, I'm not going to stick my fingers up in this. And he doesn't stop there. He's like, I'm not going to machine gun her ass. I can't do that. I can't tongue her ass. So like you, I can't. And I'm dying. And this guy's hearing this. And guys, I'm on a little bite. I already had 300 milligrams of THC flowing through my bloodstream. I'm fucking baked to the gazilles. And Lee won't shut the fuck up. And every time he says, I'm not going to stick my tongue in her ass, I'm not going to let her piss on me, and she's telling her shit on my chest, or whatever the fuck he said. I'm dying. I'm getting dizzy from laughing, from the high, the blood pressure. I'm getting fucking dizzy. He never had me laugh. Nobody's made me laugh that hard, like, but I love when it happens. That's what happens when there's a table fucking full of room that's open. You ever go to a dining room to eat and the place is fucking not busy, and there's a table and you sit at that table and all of a sudden somebody else comes in and they sit right next to you
All the time, man.
the fuck, and the waiter brings them over there and you feel looking at the waiter going, dog, give me some fucking room. The whole place is over. You want people sitting next to me for what? I don't hate you or nothing. I just don't want people sitting next to me. I hate fucking people sitting next to me.
That happens in the movie theater a lot too, and that's worse because they choose it. Like I went to the movies with my dad when he was here. We went to see a movie, and this little Asian guy with a backpack came, and a half-empty theater came and sat like literally in the seat next to my dad.
Oh no, I would have said, Joe, get up, come on, you gotta go. The whole fucking place is empty. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but you were turning red yesterday. Like I couldn't even believe it.
Dog, I was fucking howling and I was high, and you would shut the fuck up about it. I'm not gonna lick her asshole. And the guy would look, and then you'd say, I'm not gonna machine gun her asshole. I'm not gonna put my fingers there. She's fucking hot. She's 22. She got perfect titties. You know, at 22. You know, they got a little B cup. They're fucking sticking right up. That's how she go out there and get rid of that.
I'm not gonna do that when she's sleeping.
And her pussy tastes good in the morning. You eat it in the morning.
Yeah, of course.
No, early in the morning. It's got that little pussy do.
Yeah,
it's got a little pissy aftertaste.
After a night like that, like it's hard to sleep sometimes. Like you wake up at like go to bed at 3, but you still wake up at 7 together. So yeah, of course.
So when you wake up and you tell that little asshole,
yeah, you better have bail money ready.
What bail money? You wake a chick up with your tongue, there's no bail money. You wake her up ripping her clothes off, hitting in your face with a dick on her, and you oh, like, you know, yeah, then they'll call the cops on you. But she's on your couch. It's not like you met her on the street and took her home and down on the head with a stick. You just let her rub her clit slowly like that, like a savage. Look at you.
Oh, shit.
Maybe that little pussy, that jump juice falls out.
What did you say? Yeah, you were dating a girl like a while ago, and you was like some ooze down or something.
Oh yeah, she had a little ooze come out of her pussy. I don't know what it was. Clear juice, fucking whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Oh my god.
It's like sour fucking toothpaste.
Oh my god. Yeah, you said like the toothpaste tastes like sour cream.
We still got it, cocksuckers. Monday. Get it, make it happen. Write your goals. Pussy, this tastes like always delicious.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Don't you miss eating that little monkey early in the morning?
I do, but I'm not gonna do it to a girl like unexpectedly.
No, that's what do you want to do? Send her a postcard, tell her you're gonna eat her pussy. No, they like it. They like to wake up to it, like music.
Nah.
It's like waking up to the Stones. You can't get what you want. You hear angels singing. You gotta tongue up your asshole. If you open the tongue up your ass, you dial 911 and get back.
Like, no, I wouldn't, but I'm a guy.
Go down in that little Jew dick and rub your little Jew feathers together and take the yarmulke off the helmet in the morning. And you fucking suck your little stuff. I mean, kid, what would you do? You're gonna call her? No, don't do this stuff. No, you don't let her suck that little Jew pipe.
Of course I would, but it's different. that's.
You're trying to say that with a straight face.
That's our first question on them. Like so, like mummified. And he said that on that podcast. Cause
What podcast about what?
About Lucy Storbush. They're fucking. No one does that anymore. No one. You can't just like even without the Quaalude, it would have been enough. But you're on a Quaalude, you break in and then you do it.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna call them and tell them you're coming. You're gonna send them a text. I'm coming over to eat your pussy. No. Some people like the element of surprise. I would love in my youth when I was single if somebody woke me up sucking my pipe. You imagine a woman breaks into your house, stabs her, and sucks your dick.
No, for a guy, that would
Stabs
be
her in her
amazing.
sleep, just fucking stabs her, goes in the room, puts the knife down, and takes your little fucking helmet out. Why are we talking about this late? People don't want to hear this shit at 8 in the morning. That's why I try to tell you ladies, they fucking.
Oh, I'm losing it, man.
You've never gone to a strip club. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, it's just I can't even.
We'll go together.
All right, we'll do a
You'll
podcast.
see that it's not fucking. You know about it's gotta be 12, 13 years ago. I did something. I got a check one afternoon that was bigger than expected. When I lived on Gardner, over there by El Compadre. If you walk down El Compadre on the Sunset Strip, if you cross the strip clubs,
Yeah.
right before you get to La Brea, there's a strip club, the Seventh Heaven, the Seventh Veil.
Okay.
And then if you go around the corner, it's that real popular one on Sunset, not the one down by the clubs where people go to. But yeah. This is on La Brea.
Okay.
I bought coke there. I didn't have to go in there. I mean, you used to hang out there and meet me outside by the gas station. And while I was bumping the car up, he'd come over and bring me the blow. Excuse me. That place next to La Brea there on Sunset,
Okay.
that's where all the celebrities come. They don't do shit in there. Like, they'll just show you titties in there. Then you have the other one, the Seventh Veil, where in the afternoons, I think they lick your balls there.
Oh, that's the worst part in the afternoon.
Right, and I could have got my dick sucked or whatever the fuck they do there. Even at that age, I felt creepy.
Yeah.
I always felt creepy about that. I don't like that touch type thing. I like to have a relationship. That relationship, talk to them a little bit at least.
And it's just, there's one over in West LA, right on like at the entrance to the 405. Like it's literally almost on the on ramp, and it's like next to like an auto body place. I'm like, this just doesn't seem like the right place to be.
The best thing, when I started in Denver, there was the Diamond Cabaret. Okay, I was in Denver, and when I first started doing comedy in '94, the Diamond Cabaret had just opened. And on Monday nights, they did a combination comedy strip thing.
Jesus.
And I remember sitting there. When the word on the street was that they had good steaks. You know, like that was the word on the street. I remember sitting there seeing guys come in the strip club, like four men, distinguished men, they would eat a steak and a baked potato. Women would come and look at, would you like a dance? Like, no. We're here on business. Like to be big shots. Jesus. That's like the third one. The girl would sit and they press the girl like, yeah, we're here talking about 401ks. That shit has always driven me fucking crazy when idiots think they're impressing this other idiot by talking big in front of them. Well, we're giving out like little dots like we're in the mafia and the girls like, oh my God, they're in the mafia. That shit has driven me fucking. When I used to think Carol, if he was that, well, would he be in your little fucking dumpy strip club? And wherever the fuck you work.
Yeah.
You follow me? I mean, these guys go in there and they'll be better. It's a whole creepy fucking game that is just, I don't know. It just drives me fucking nuts. Do you feel bad? Don't you have friends that go to strip clubs?
Oh yeah, I mean it's not.
And what do you say when they go? Want to go out to the strip club?
I've had it a couple of times, but more, like I've never been like in a car and like had to say like no. I mean I would go. I don't care if anyone else does it. There's actually a story. I went to New York when I was like 6. And we walked by one of those peep show things, and I asked my dad what it was. He's like, "There's naked girls dancing in there." And I said, "Why would anyone pay to go see naked girls?" Like I just didn't understand it when I was like 6. And I don't know, it wouldn't end up going, but it's like it's never something I would want to do.
Hey, listen, man, that's what makes it special. That was different. It's weird because when I was about 14, we used to go to the city and play hooky and walk around New York.
Yeah.
And one day, a bunch of us were walking by, and some made us go in for like a bar in the afternoon. That's how you learn. And we sat down at the bar and we're like, we're 14. They're like, we don't give a fuck. We're like, really? really? Give us a vodka tonic. Give us a whatever. And all of a sudden, a girl comes next to you, and she sits next to you, and she lets you rub her titties and shit. And she's like, "Can I buy something to drink?" And you're like, "What do you buy?" She'll drink champagne. It's $30. Here you are in the 8th grade. You got like $12. And she's looking at you like, "No, I don't have no fucking money." They throw you out of that. That was no lesson we learned.
Jeez.
But one of them, my buddy, cracked open the champagne, so we all had to chip in. So, and I learned my lesson that way. You follow me? It's fucking crazy. It's a complete different animal. That some people are into it, and some people don't. I question myself sometimes why I'm not into it. I question myself sometimes, like, why I can't right now? Because when you get off Victory, off the 170, it's a huge strip club.
Okay.
The valet parkers and the whole thing. A lot of times it's 10:30. I know my wife is sleeping. I'm driving home and I see this, and I'm like, ah.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't like naked girls. It's like that's not the thing. It's just like that. It's just the whole thought. I don't know.
When I did coke, when I was doing blow, you could probably get it easier to take me to a strip club. When I was doing blow, it would be easier for you to get me to a strip club. Just because I was halfway there.
Okay.
And I remember a fucking story when I worked on Thornton at 104th. I was about 30 years old. At the time, my wife was pregnant. I was in the halfway house and I had to make money to get married. She was about a month pregnant.
Okay.
When Alex Ray called the podcast.
Yeah, of course.
Alex Ray was one of the guys on the halfway house. So I gotta look up his number again. I lost his number. Really good kid. Alex Ray was my roommate, but Alex Ray had one particular story where for 6 or 7 weeks I was selling blow at the halfway house with no problem. I was pulling up, walking in with my suit on, people would wave, I'd go upstairs, I'd cut the coke and sell it.
Okay.
What the fuck was my thought here? Holy shit, what we talking about?
Strip clubs. Okay.
And there was one weekend when I was in it, and I was making money, Lee. I was loan sharking money in the halfway house
For rent,
so people would pay the rent. And I was selling blow, plus I was doing it with the first year Mitsubishi had released the Eclipse.
Oh, okay.
That blow really speak, and people were buying them at sticker. So I was making $600-700 a piece. I was selling one of those a fucking day.
Wow.
And I was trying to pay for a wedding. I was paranoid. I was young. I thought I was really gonna get off cocaine. Once I do this, I'll stop selling coke. And I was not doing blow, people. Here's the beauty of the story I'm about to tell you. I was not doing coke. I was selling coke. I was probably putting away an ounce a day selling at this time. I was making money.
How much would that make you, bet?
2,000.
Jesus. And you buy it for what?
1,500. In those days, I was getting ounces for 800. And I would cut the coke a little bit, like get 35 grams out of it and sell it for 60, 80 if I knew you. If I was friendly, I'd give you the whole rock and not put any coke on it. You know, I used to get it from this Mexican dude that had a gym in Acapulco. And they're opposite. Their seasons are opposite ours.
Okay.
So he would come up in the wintertime and give me that blow. He would leave it in a pink can. It's fucking crazy stories. But we're talking about this night, so I have this half ounce of fucking blow. And I got to be at the halfway house at 12.
Okay.
And we used to get off at work at 9. But this one particular night, we used to get off at work at 9, but it was a late store. So something to make me puke.
No.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I took it to the water.
I'm sucking because I keep seeing you go like this when you're going to get sick like you drink that fucking bat juice you're drinking.
No.
So one night, we used to go out there at 10. And then one night, you almost like, let's get the fuck out of here. All right, it's like 3 hours to kill this half ounce of blood. It was like, I was clean 6 months, but I would have it in my pocket. And I was dying to fucking do it. I needed an excuse. On the way home, I see this place in Colorado at the time. They had bars that had no booze, but the chicks dance naked.
Okay.
And I said, let me pull over at this place, see what's going on. I go in there, and they have a Korean girl. At this time, I had never really seen an Asian naked girl like this. This chick just wasn't a naked Asian. This chick was bad.
Yeah.
Shit,
And we dance and everything like
the whole
this.
fucking thing.
Like this. Peppermint twist. Go round and round. Up and down. round and round. Oh, yesterday, while I was dressed, and Mikey, I flooded it.
I'm not coming back. You don't show up at 12, there's a warrant out for you fucking harassing sheriffs and starting to look for you. So I had like an hour to straighten my face out.
Yeah.
I stopped
Fuck
sweating.
Jerry.
I stopped, I bought Visine, I did everything I fucking could. I took the coke, I hit my socks to walk it in so I could make my money back.
Oh, okay.
I blew everything on the stripper. I don't think I fucked her. I ate her ass, I sucked the tits, I fingered her, I mixed her hands. This guy pulled the fucking hair. She was beautiful. For 1,500, trust me, I pulled the fool. I left the pussy stink on my hands, I could jerk off at home, get 3 more bites out of it.
Yoshi
Fucking
just
disgusting savages is men.
Honey, I'm back. I'm sorry, boo. I'm sorry about all the things I said to you, and I know one day it back. I know that you can. I love all the sounds, and baby, you make my world go round, and I just wanted to say.
What led me to that first bus? We had Korean girl with streaks in her hair and a suntan. I mean, this girl was bang. She was right for me. She was growing up here.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of loving my one to it.
Here,
Yeah.
But you gotta go buck wild. See, I don't want to go a place where the chicks show you their tits and they don't take their panties over. I don't even like playing games with people like that. Show me the monkey from day one.
Yeah.
I don't want to play Houdini or play fucking, what's behind curtain number 2. Show me your titties. Come on. Show me the monkey. Get on your fucking hands and knees and show me the fucking your real soul. Show me that. Where's the music, Lee? You said you're gonna play some fucking music to perk me up today. Oh shit, the sticky hit you. It's a beautiful day to be alive. I'm happy you guys are with us. I'm back. I'm in Sacramento, California this motherfucking weekend.
Nice. What days?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the Punchline. Nice. Sacramento. I like this club. We got a sushi place up there.
Oh, nice.
Wow, I can't wait. I'll be up there. I'll be up there after this. I'll be up there Good Friday.
Oh, yeah.
I have a good time at this club. It's a small club. I can't wait to see my main man. He's running the fucking joint.
You run out there with
so sweet, knees beat on the head, he's vomiting on his mom spaghetti, he runs. On the surface, he was calling the way to drop bombs. My cheeks on forgiving when he wrote down the whole crowd.
I've always known that. What's fucked up about me and my mother?
It's really good.
I was 20 something.
Okay.
Wow, imagine if you had like that internet. You could do so much.
I'd be out. You know, it's funny how you have to nap. And it's funny how the last
What's the thing?
8 or 9 or 10 years since I discovered sleep apnea. I know a lot of people have been sending me emails ever since the doctor called. They've gone for sleep apnea checks and they've gotten sleep apnea. So thank you very much. You know, when we do these fucking podcasts, it's not like we sit here and jump up and down and shit like that. I try to get you, like today, some guy was supposed to call at 6 days about your health and fitness. You're like, Joey, you only 2 fat fucks, we're just 2 swingers. Why the fuck are y'all looking for this shit? Because it's men's health, man. And if we can help anyway, each other anyway. I get emails from people sending me tips all the time. I got a great fucking menu. Some guy sent me. Here's what we do. So some nights we're going to talk about eating pussy. Some nights we're going to talk about drugs. Some nights we're going to talk about that there is a future in your fucking life. We're going to keep improving ourselves and improving our health. We've inspired me to go back to Weight Watch. I went back to Weight Watch. I didn't want to tell you what I weigh. But I stuck to the point.
You stop me up.
Once I went to New Orleans.
You have to stop me up. I'll never stop. Never stop. I've been running hot. I'm gonna blow my top. If you stop me up.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying you know
If you stop me up, I'll never
stop. The fucking treadmill and that's it. I walk the boxing train tomorrow Wednesday. And Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'll run up there to the hotel.
It must be hard on the road because I couldn't do road traveling. I couldn't.
The road is easier than here because you have all this time. Every hotel you go to has something.
Well, working out wise, but I mean eating wise.
It's even easier.
Really?
I tell you why. When you're here, when you're at work, how many times do I call you at work? What happens at your job? Don't people bring food in?
All the time.
So here, you got donuts. And you got shit in your fucking back. Because the thing about society today is,
this is a Scott. This
you can curve your way around everything. I get a bowl of oatmeal.
has
Correct?
come,
Yeah, yeah, for breakfast. Yeah.
I get a bowl of fruit. Correct?
and the land is dark,
That's it.
and the moon
But I know in like
is
bigger
the
cities, there must be
only
like in New Orleans,
light
you have
we
that.
see.
Every city has oatmeal. Like, everybody's got that.
No, I won't
You follow me? So it's over.
be
There's
afraid.
no more excuses.
Oh,
Yeah.
So the best
I
oatmeal
won't
you can have is at that.
be
Mine for
afraid.
breakfast. But what about for
Just
lunch?
as
Lunch?
long
Everybody's got a chicken breast and everybody's got a
just
salad.
Yeah,
stand.
that's true.
And everybody's
Stand
got a hot
by.
water for salad. There's no more excuses. And
Or
everybody's
no.
got diet iced tea and everybody sells water.
Yeah.
I don't want you to go to McDonald's and get a salad. That's not healthy.
No.
But if you're out and about, every restaurant has a lettuce, tomato, and onion salad.
Yeah. And it's funny. I had to go return a movie last night,
I want
and I
to go
drove
back
by a
now.
Carl's Jr. at midnight, and it was packed. And I used to not like the only reason I would notice it before is that because I'd have to wait in line. But now I notice it, and it's Mike Dolce said something when he was on here that when you think about eating fast food, you should look at the people going in and out and think if you want to be like them.
That's what
And
I
they were like, I
say.
didn't see anyone like 800 pounds last night, but I was like, I have a craving to just see them like just wait in line and getting. And, like I was thinking about it at midnight when you're supposed to be going to sleep.
Can't
You don't
get
like you're
no
hungry, but you don't need that. Like that food.
action, cause I try, and I try, and I try, and I try. I can't get no.
Yeah.
Now your body's trying to sleep, trying to destroy that fucking thing.
That one was really good. Yo, shit, I like it when it was like, hey,
I'm not a late night eater.
that's
I'm definitely not a. Like I said, I don't know how many times I went over the Yum Yum Donuts. My wife is pregnant, and I look over at Taco Bell and go, wow. But they also tell people smoking is not good if people smoke cigarettes. The same way I smoke cigarettes. They also tell people it's not drinking soda. It all goes hand in hand now.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, once you step back, right now you're still young. Once you step back, you start to see, wow, I've survived without this.
Yeah.
Except when you go to prison, you go wrong with prison. I need to smoke weed. Once you go to prison, all your phobias, different things, all that shit that you need, all that shit that you
the
fucking need,
fuck?
Yeah.
Zuckerberg, you dumb
you find out
motherfucker.
about
Why
a
are you
lot
starting this off?
you find out a lot about yourself, the things that you need and you can do without.
Yeah, of course.
And the things that you can live without, and you're like, wow, I thought I couldn't live without weed. What am I gonna do? You learn to live without it. It's the same way with, there's no excuses. I hate the fucking Satan. You just go to Subway and get a tuna salad. There's no
Yeah.
you're taking your chances of trying to get sick. There's a lot of people get that a lot of people get that tuna, get food poisoning.
Oh,
I've seen
really?
more on Facebook. I got food poisoning about 6-7 years ago. But if you really want to eat healthy, your options are at every airport has yogurt and fucking strawberries and granola. Every yogurt to go. It might not be the healthiest thing, but it's a lot better than getting an egg muffin and a thing. So there are options for people.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I learned through Weight Watchers. And that's why Weight Watchers is the best diet out there. Because it teaches you how to eat again. It teaches you to eat a bowl of cereal. And after you eat that bowl of cereal, you go, I'm not really hungry. I eat fast.
Yeah.
I eat the speed of light. I don't even taste the food. I eat like I'm fucking going to the chair. So what happens to you is when you eat that fast, you don't even realize you're full or you're not full.
Yeah.
Hey,
So that's what
Jeff.
fucking happens to you. But no more. There's no
Hey,
excuse in
Jeff.
society for them.
Yeah.
They give you the option. It's like they're gonna give you the best option for breakfast. When I go to the airport now, I eat the fucking granola.
Yeah.
That one was
You have
great.
to, and that's
So
it.
she'd be like, oh,
But my
geez.
problem is always my eyes are bigger than my stomach. So when I look at like a menu, like especially like a Chinese menu, you want the main dish, but then you also want dumplings, but then also you want egg rolls, and then
I was there. I
Yeah.
became a fucking appetizer.
oh yeah,
Is this your
But I
first?
also realized that, like, the last time I went to eat Chinese food,
I think so. First time I ever to which I have a
my friends were
karaoke.
here from Jersey.
Shout out to what is that
I got
motherfucker's
no
name?
appetizer. I just got
Oh my god, it was on my friend's birthday.
oh yeah,
And you realize that you live. See, in our minds, we think, oh,
Who
we're
was
going to live. An order of lunch special. I can't just eat that. I got to eat everything. Eat the lunch special. Sit for 5 minutes. If you're still hungry, then we'll get 2 more orders, egg rolls, and we'll all fucking party. We'll all rock and roll and party. It's really weird how your mind works. I had a friend that was really heavy and she was 100 pounds. I knew this lady personally. Man, I'll tell you something. You have to work for me. She was a fast food.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Oh
Yeah, what I tell you.
that one was really great.
She'd eat up in her
There
bag.
she tell everybody the story.
Chips Ahoy.
Well, my hair
Every
was on
night,
there.
she was the Chips Ahoy, the nut butters, I wouldn't know all the cookies.
yeah.
And I didn't know we used to go on the road.
Oh geez.
That she spent so much cookies that instead of buying on the road, she bring it with her. Before 9/11, she bring a suitcase of just cookies.
Not driving on the plane.
Watch it.
A suitcase, people at home. A suitcase, it's stacked. Like when you bring clothes and you have to
I
find
was born in a crossfire hurricane.
It would be cheaper if she took it on the road.
Up and down.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
M&M's, pretzels, fucking, and she'd kill it every night. Kill boxes of that shit.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was never that bad, but I used to laugh to myself because when I go grocery shopping, that's on my car. I was like, it would be like a 9-year-old dream. It was chips and cookies and that's the only thing I would usually go out or maybe cook pasta, but I'd usually go out for my
Get ragu out of a can.
Huh?
You eat ragu out of a can.
No, I don't like ragu. I never like it. It's a blue glass thing. I forget what the name of it is. But like I get like pasta sauce, but actually
I didn't sauce out the giant like pasta sauce.
oh fuck, I can't make pasta. But
If I can make sauce,
you can make sauce.
I'm gonna eat sauce. I can make chicken lobster sauce. I can make a lot of things. I'm just lazy.
Yeah, that's like,
You know, I get the best steak. I chop it. I put a little white bread with toast with butter. So the gravy from the fucking steak goes in the butter. So when you dip the toast in the fucking milk, the toast tastes like a steak. You follow me,
Go in the market down in New Orleans. Alright. We should have just around midnight.
I'll cook for you in the fucking house.
Brown sugar,
I take what else.
how can I dance and do it now?
Just so you don't get back to you.
Brown sugar, just like a young girl should now.
Before I go without pasta, apples.
okay. Yeah, I mean,
Why
Yeah,
not?
that was a good one.
Last night I got home and a fucking cantaloupe. I got up this morning, I was like 22 minutes shit. I had shit everywhere. I had my eyes, I had everywhere. I had on my chest. You know, because these are little things. I mean, I'm still a fat fuck, but I'm eating better. I'm eating better. And that's all we really want.
So I need to introduce myself. I'm a man, yeah, and
Say, look what I'm fucking putting up with. Because
I've
of these
been around
motherfuckers.
for a long years.
Say to yourself, look what I'm drinking. You might as well let that shit piss in your fucking mouth.
I was bound when Jesus Christ had the moment of pulling the hay. Then damn sure the fire washed his hands. See what his face.
Next time you look at that, you say to yourself,
Dude,
before I go eat this motherfucking place,
Calm down.
look what I tasted again. This is worse. You rather eat a crack nose asshole
But it's just not
than eat at that
satisfying.
fucking place. I tell you this in the sincere way.
Yeah, it's tough because
It's hard on you. I can tell in your eyes, but now you're used to it.
when I'm used to
God
that,
bless you.
this
God bless
is
you.
fine, but it's I have to go off for like a couple weeks when my mom's here, and but
Where you going?
I'm going to Vegas the weekend before, but my mom's gonna be here, and I didn't know what you're talking about, that garlic restaurant. It's called the Sticking Rose. I looked it up online. It looks amazing.
Come on, dog. I don't throw. You know, I ain't fucking with you. Go in there. You go in there. You don't make no plans after. Like, Mom, what's the whole you want to do? That's right.
Watching Josephine and she
I don't want you to be that embarrassed. So they have an appetizer. It's very I'll look at the name of it, but it's a crock pot, and it's filled with warm olive oil, and they put garlic cloves in there. They let get really soft, and like you melt it
On your bread.
yo,
And the flavors of fucking garlic.
yeah.
And it's like spreading. You turn it upside down and squeeze it. It's like popping a pimple. And it comes out this garlic dog and you put it on your fucking bread. Now, whatever they bring you, you dip that in.
Always do
God, you have no
what
fucking
you
idea.
want.
I've been there 2 times, maybe. And even that, we'll bring you dessert for you. You know, I don't fuck around with you. I only do the fucking 2 music. I only do go for the menu. I can't fuck like that. What's the dessert?
I'll tell you later.
What's up, beautiful?
How you doing, man?
You know me, dog. Over here smoking joints for fucking Jesus.
Well, let me ask you something. What time did you get up this morning?
4:45.
Holy shit. All right. And what time did you go to sleep to get up at 4:45?
9:20.
Okay. And so is the baby sleeping?
Like a motherfucker.
Come on.
The baby goes to bed. My wife is fucking. My baby goes to bed at 8:30 and she sleeps till 3:30. My wife pops a tip in the mouth and she continues on till about 6 or 7.
That's amazing.
She slept 7 hours straight last night. I know that the night before, Saturday night, we had her out all day to go see the UFC. And she went to bed after the UFC. She slept straight till 5. My wife was running about to 7.5 hours straight.
Amazing.
It's the THC in my son, dog. It travels.
I was going to say,
That's old school THC.
it's 45 years of sleepy sperm.
Can you believe that? No, she sleeps through the night. The other night there was a problem. There was issues. Like 1 in the morning. But see, my wife has it good. So if she gets up now, if she sleeps 4 hours and she gets up, my wife thinks it's an issue. She has no fucking idea. I told her yesterday. She has no fucking idea. You know, I've seen those women. You see them up in the valley. Those Mexican women pushing one, pushing 2, one in the crib and they're pregnant. And my wife thought there was a sock on the floor.
I think you might have seen me at one point in time walking to St. Bernard. I had one in a stroller, one in a backpack, and one holding my hand.
Man, that was amazing that your youngest turned 16 yesterday.
16, man.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm eating those the things.
It was I couldn't even believe it. Because I was standing there next to this 6'1.5" beanstalk. I'm like, this dude is 16 years old. 16? I can't even believe it. I mean, smoking weed, the whole thing.
Is he smoking weed?
Yeah.
How much?
Not a lot.
Well, you don't like the booze, so we won this.
So he went past it. He didn't like it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Don't like the booze, so we won this. That's good.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know what? I went all around with that one.
No, you hit the jackpot. He's healthy. That's the number one thing, brother.
Yeah. We just spent the weekend in D.C. It was for his birthday. It was good.
What was the big show you did? Okay, you did some shows.
I did some shows at this new comedy club. I keep going. They keep putting me in these new places. Joey, you would have lost your mind. Okay. So it was the Living Social building in D.C. So it wasn't a comedy club. It was, they bought a building. So it was a room that basically, it was an empty office. And they probably thought, what the fuck are we going to do with this? I mean, honestly, after I did my comedy, it was like they could have put macrame class in there. There was 2, those old DJ speakers at my bar mitzvah. You know what I mean? Yeah, they had one of those on either side of the stage. The stage was like those, it was basically a piece of wood with 4 milk cartons on it. There was no liquor. And it was, they just served absolutely in a can, Heineken in a bottle, and wine. And no waitresses, so you had to get up and get your own drink.
Did you pass the check yet?
Yeah, I got the check and cash.
You bring that motherfucker that night. You go right to the ATM machine. You pay an extra $6.95 to tell you that check is bogus, bitch. You take it right back.
I tell you something else. DC is home of the cab driver that doesn't know where the fuck anything is. I got into 3 cabs, and one address can take me to 918 F Street. That was an easy one, because F Street, it's in a little quadrant. And he said, where is that? I said, it's on 918 F Street. And he goes, do you know how to get there? I said, no. I go, do you have a GPS? And he goes, do you think I'm rich? I go, no, I think you're a fucking cab driver. So you should know where the fuck you're going. He had no idea. We had to pull over and ask another cab driver how to get there. That's the worst.
You never played the improv in DC? One of those clubs? Indeed, I never played the improv either, so.
I haven't. You know what? Outside of the Southern California improvs, the improv doesn't give me a whole lot of love. I'm not sure.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they don't.
I don't play DC at all. At least you go to DC. I haven't been to DC in 22 fucking years.
Are you allowed to go to DC?
Yeah, I got no warrants in DC.
Where are the warrants right now?
Right now, there's one warrant in existence, and we're trying to take care of it in Seattle. But there's such
What's that warrant for?
This warrant is from 1997 for failure to go to
Every day you day despite the challenge. All you always do is play with everything you found it. You find the way you can go with everything you found. That was not on the old station.
I finally, Josh Wolf took care of the whole child support thing.
Yeah.
After 4 fucking years. In fact, Saturday I got 2 checks back from them.
Wait, they actually paid you back?
They sent me 2 checks back.
Oh,
they would get money out of my check for fucking 4 years after the fact. I thought they were taking it for money.
Hey, you.
They were taking it for after the fact.
Hey,
you really gotta watch your paperwork in today's society. You don't know what the fuck you really paying for.
How much did they take?
They took $500 out of the check. I didn't have out savings in my taxes. Just went in there and fucking yanked it out. No saying nothing. They said they were gonna come back for more, like the outlaw Josie Wales. They were coming back, dog. These motherfuckers don't fuck around. I got panicky. So I called, and it was California that said that I owed them interest. They were collecting a VIC that they weren't allowed to collect. By law, they weren't allowed to collect it. So now they're spitting all these checks. You know, when they look for you, her biggest mistake was that she went worldwide with it like a little fucking rat. And this is why, 30 years ago, you get away with anything. Today, my friends, with the computer age, you're fucked. I went and tried to get my background checked. There's 20 towns that never gave my arrest records up or nothing. Because in the 80s, nobody gave a fuck. Who cares? He stabbed somebody, throw that away. Yeah. Now, fucking, they put everything down. They got everything on computer. What else is going on in your world, brother?
Buddy, I got that book coming out tomorrow.
That's why you called. I was happy about that. I want to talk about that. How long did it take you to write this book?
I guess it took like 2 or 3 months. Usually it's the end. You write up front in the thank yous. Because it's right up. It took about 2 or 3 months, man. But not. I guess for a book that's not that long. But they're all real stories, and they're all about that time of my life when I was raising those kids on myself. And I always said, like, I made sure. I actually called Child Protective Services, and I said, listen, if something comes out retroactively, I can't get in trouble for shit that happened with the kids, right? Like, we did some stuff that I'm sure the law would not be happy about. But this is many years ago when we did what we had to do to survive. You know what I mean?
Whoa. You did nothing but raise 3 children.
Yeah,
bullshit. What the fuck? Remember when we were gonna rob the coffee maker and we cased the fucking joint all day? The Starbucks on Melrose. That's not even there no more. I told you I was robbing those. I was a fucking king of the coffee. When coffee went public, I made millions of dollars selling and stealing and fucking espresso. I love you, espresso.
One of my favorite things to watch you do was going to 7-Eleven because you tell me the trick is stealing at 7-Eleven is buying something because you can't just go in and steal something. They're gonna watch you. So you would go up and you would put something on the counter, and as you put something on the counter, you would have him turn around and get something, and you would basically take everything off of that counter.
Everything. Lighters, peanuts, M&M's, a fucking Valentine's card. Valentine's.
You would walk in there, but that's how, we went out to walk with the kids, grab some stuff off the counter, whatever you can pull. But yeah, and here's the thing. This is the thing in this book. Is it's
a little bit of everything because, even if you don't have kids, look, I was a young guy still trying to, get people to have sex with me in the back of a minivan, you know what I mean? It's not exactly a penny when you have to move a car seat to have sex with somebody. So all that stuff is still in there. And my big thing right now and why I'm pushing it is because my publisher kind of fucked me. They made a huge, they had some bigger names start signing books. See? And they kind of lost me in the shitfall. And then my publisher, my editor, admitted to me, I dropped the ball. I'm really sorry. And as soon as she said that, it was almost like she felt like she could completely drop the ball and they let me go. So I'm telling people, I want to get on that New York Times bestseller list just to spite those people there.
All right, let's do it.
And I want to, if I get on there, I'm going to go into my editor's office in New York, and I'm going to take a shit out of this.
I'm going to say something so weird. No, I'm proud of you. I'm trying to write a book now, and I've been writing 18 fucking books. I got 19 directions I'm going with, but I also
tell me, what are you trying to do with it? Are you trying to do from New York in Colorado?
No, what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do what brought me down and how I brought myself up. There wasn't anything like Rob having conversations that really changed my life. I want to write it from there. But I also told you that there's nights I'm going, TV starts at 8 o'clock. My wife watches Jeopardy, and I don't know what comes on at 7:30. 8 o'clock, I'm going through channels, and I'll look at Chelsea, and I'll see that you're on. I watch it, and I see you with your hat, and I see you having a good time and giggling and laughing. And I think about when I see you in the mornings making fucking breakfast with a kid in your chest and your hat on and feeding 2 more, and I come break your balls about what's for breakfast. You even feed me, Beans and turkey burgers, the healthiest thing out there. But it's amazing that people only knew. I always thought that'd be a very interesting story. That there was more behind that. You stepped up to the bump as a man. I could never do it. Now I had to do it at 50. But you were doing it when you're up in early 30s.
Wait a second, 50? Is that how old you tell people you are?
I'm 50 right now. I just turned 50 February 19th.
You know what's crazy is that, listen, forever, people say, how old is your dad? And I would say, he could be 30, he could be 50. He's really, you don't know. I'm not going to
I'm going to stay true about it.
I always told people, it depends which ID he shows you. Because he could show you one where he's 33.
Oh, yeah, I got them all up. I got a birth certificate that says I'm fucking.
Yeah, you can show one, yeah.
People think I don't have a passport. How the fuck does a guy like me live on this planet without a passport? You understand? I got a passport. Jose Peters, Joey Peters don't have a passport, but I got a passport. But now with cameras and surveillance, they're gonna know I'm fucking Matt Flavor. Somebody's gonna follow me on Twitter. Those places now.
Now, you don't go to Oregon or Idaho, do you?
I went to Oregon, Idaho. I haven't been to in fucking years, but I've been to Oregon to Bend and stuff like that. And, it always sits in the back of your mind, but you never really think about it. I mean, they want me to go up there, turn myself in, and wait for 3 days and go in front of a fucking judge. And I'm trying to do it with a bail bond. And see, if the quicker I get rid of that, I could go to fucking China, and I go to Hong Kong, and I go to England and do comedy. I still can't go to Canada.
What do you mean go to China and do comedy?
Oh, yeah. Once I fucking get Seattle taken care of, I can go to China and do comedy, which I wanted to go to England. I want to go to Ireland. I want to go to Hong Kong.
China and do comedy part?
Because I want to run with Bruce Lee's nephew. I don't fucking know. They got spare ribs.
Listen, can I tell you something? If you went to China, you would be, I just imagine you walking through the streets and people following you.
How about Japan? I want to go to Japan. I want to go to Thailand and get my balls sucked. Do you ever think of that?
They have never seen a body like yours in China.
Yes, they do. Bolo and Enter the Dragon. Remember, he was all juiced up and shit.
Yo, dog, is it
And he's still walking around in North Hollywood somewhere selling fucking.
You could maybe shave your head, go back, you could be the Buddha, a new Buddha for China.
Stop, though.
Stop. I'm telling you, one of my favorite things you ever said to anybody was we were at a comedy show and there was a good-looking Asian woman in the front row, and you go, oh, hey, yo, Gina.
Where's the thing?
And she goes, oh, thank you. And you go, you make me want to go home and play Karate Kid with myself.
Oh, was on the plane with me. There was a dirty, filthy fucking whore on the plane with me. A Vietnamese one. She got on the plane when she sat behind me and she had the people behind me. She was talking about she's an artist and all this shit. Circus. So like, this bitch had big ass titties. And she was banging. She had a weird face though. You know, she wasn't no fucking Korean chick that looked hot, but she was banging. She's like, that sounds. The guy got up and she's like, don't you talk? And I looked at her and I said, you know what? You're a filthy fucking animal. And she just turned pale. And I told her, she had to stay, but she was a filthy animal. In fact, they were blind as a chick or something. That's how filthy she was. And Vegas, no, it was coming back to Louisiana last week. How was it? That was pretty amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing. I'm still fucking when I look at the camera with the pictures, I still, my head almost broke.
Wait a second. You saw the UFC this weekend?
No, I watched it. I didn't go anywhere this week. I just watched it. It was in Montreal. I'm not allowed in Canada.
That's right. I didn't get to see it. So did GSP kill him?
No, GSP beat him, but not for what you thought. Let me tell you something. In the first round, Momo came to life. Diaz came to life and started throwing punches and opened him up. And you can see that GSP was a little worried. That guy went on a blood. That guy swings out the Travis back.
Everyone
That one swings out the Travis back. He runs to 20 pounds. He runs, he comes back, and he does the smoking weed, which is even more of a miracle. You know, I'm just one of those guys. I'm going to see those guys hopefully this week. I'm going to Sacramento. When are you going to be in Sacramento?
I'm in Sacramento. Yeah, I'm going to have you. I'm there on the 28th. When you there?
I'm there this weekend, so you're there the week after. I'll be pushing you up there.
Yeah, man. I'm just there for one night to sell this book, man. I got to tell you, this is the thing that I'm most nervous about that I've ever done. You know, do you get nervous for anything anymore?
Everything.
I don't get nervous when I go on stage anymore.
I still get nervous.
Here's the thing. I guess we're saying different things. Like I get energy, like anxious, but I don't get nervous. I used to think every night before I went on stage, I used to think tonight is the night they find out I'm not that funny. That just went away a couple months ago. And now it's more of a nerve, like, oh shit, people are actually here to see me. I hope I don't let them down. I do think that, but I don't think that's nervous. You know what I mean? That's more like, I think maybe it is nervous, but now it's more of a fear of letting people down. Like, these people actually came to see me. I hope I don't let them down. Like, I hope I can live up to you know, to them getting a babysitter and buying 2 tickets and buying 2 drinks each. You know, that I feel like that's my responsibility. And I used to get nervous, like I know I'm not funny. Now they're gonna know I'm not funny. I don't get that anymore. But I'm really nervous about this because
you get very insecure before you go on stage.
What's
You
that?
think of everything bad that you've done and how you're not funny. That's what I think about. I beat myself up in that way. You know,
Well, I beat myself like if I you know, if I'm in Chattanooga, Tennessee, right, which I will be coming up soon. But Chattanooga, Tennessee, I'm assuming not a whole lot of money, right? So say that they get, you know, they got one date night and they say, but come see me. That's the responsibility. Like, I'm like, what if I fuck you today or tonight? You know, that's where I'm at. I don't even like people wearing t-shirts after the show.
There's a bathroom on the right.
I hate it. I fucking hate it. Even when I was coked up and I needed $40, I couldn't sell nothing. You know I could sell anything. I would have sold fucking keys to somebody's apartment in those days. I don't give a fuck, but I couldn't do it. I don't have the balls to go up to somebody after they spend $7 a drink and $20 a show to say I need a t-shirt now for $20 or whatever the fuck. What kind of stories do you have in this book, bro?
Man, look, do you remember the peanut butter and jelly delivery service?
Yeah.
I got the story about, you know, when I had no money and the kids, they couldn't afford daycare, but we needed to make money, and, you know, we go to the improv to make $10 a set. You know, people can't make money in town, like, when you're out with comedy.
People's checks in the front, let me get your check.
You carry had all those checks.
You know, we used to steal and put on my check.
Better not let him in.
Yeah, sign them over, which you never asked.
Little old boy got me
You
to
carry, you get those $50. You carry with $50 checks.
We get like $7.50.
You get the $50 check for because they would go down and do a live version of Who's Line Is It Anyways.
$7.50.
Yeah, that was the best.
$7.50.
It was the bad checks. And people would be like, aren't you making money in town? Making money in town? What was the comedy store? $20? 10? 15.
15 cents. If we do one set a night, you get $75 fucking dollars or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't great. So, I used to, I had to figure out a way to make money. So I started that peanut butter and jelly delivery service where I would take the kids and we deliver menus to places in Hollywood. And they would order peanut butter and jelly sandwiches from us. And we would make them at the house and deliver them in a little red wagon. But I always had the kids deliver the food. And I would make them look a little dirty, because they would get better tips if they looked a little dirty. Like I would mess up their hair a little bit, make them look a little fatter. I was like, make sure you don't smile too much in there. Make sure you look a little sad, like you can eat it in a couple of days. Like you're making them a sandwich, but you can't eat one.
It's really funny. I look at you now and people look at you and you're all bright and shiny, but you paid your dues, bro. And you paid your dues times 10. You slung a lot of dick, so God made you raise a kid by yourself, and it turned you into a savage, bro.
Listen, to quit. I mean, there's no. It taught me, like, when I was living in that one bedroom with all those kids in that fucking St. Bernard. And they were eating 2 meals a day, and maybe I was eating one. It just basically taught me that there's no time to feel sorry for yourself, because you're just gonna, if you feel sorry for yourself, you're just gonna keep saying you're gonna sink deeper into the shit. And there were days. Here's what I always try to promise myself: is that look, there may be days where I don't move forward. I just want to make sure I don't move any further backwards than I am. So you always tell myself that the saying was that I got to just keep my legs moving. You know what I mean? Like as long as I kept my legs moving, I wouldn't move backwards. And that was my main. At one point, I was like, I can't move any further backwards. Like, I have to make sure that this is as low as I can. And as long as I keep my legs moving, eventually I'll move forward. And that's basically what it was every day. But you knew it there. You were up my couch.
I saw the whole fucking thing evolve. Now, where can they buy this book tonight? Where can they pre-order tonight?
If you could go to Amazon.com and you search Joshua, It Takes Balls is the name of the. I told you that was going to be the name of the book. So It Takes Balls is the name of the book.
I like it.
And it's awesome, man. Like, look, there's tons of funny stories about that, like books out there from moms or, telling their version. And this is really from a guy's point of view. Like I said, there's nothing particularly nice about it. There's a lot of irreverent, dirty shit in there, but it's what happened, That's what happened. We stole a lot of shit to get by, but we did it, and we're here.
Well, fucking here, bro. Like I said, last week I was sitting next to the greatest, and I couldn't believe it, Joshua. You can't believe that we stuck it out here. We could have left years ago.
I think we talked about, like, who was on that first comedy store lineup when we walked in. And I don't know if he's still around. I don't know.
And we both know that it's sticking around and just waking up and believing. And something will happen every fucking day, man.
Yeah, do you remember who we thought were the kings of that comedy store when we first got there? Wheels.
Yeah.
Who else?
Eddie Griffin was there a lot.
Yeah, Eddie Griffin was there all the time. I don't see him at all anywhere.
No. Yeah, he's in Vegas Monday through Wednesday. He's got a room in Vegas. I think he splits a Roseanne bar or something like that, where he sings and jumps up and down and stuff, and then
get out of here.
He improvs on the weekend. A lot of people in Vegas now during the week. Roseanne bars in Vegas. A lot of people moving to Vegas during the week and doing their thing.
Really?
Yeah. Why not? At that point, why not? So a lot of people.
Weren't you going to do some Vegas?
I was going to do some Vegas, and they wanted me to stay at the Riviera. And you know what? I'm trying to look for a place now that I could go in once a month, Friday and Saturday at 10 or at midnight and talk shit for an hour and get the fuck out of there.
At the Ridge?
It would be ideal for me anywhere. Like anywhere in Vegas, I could pick up a Friday and Saturday, a midnight show. I would love it once a month. Not with the UFC is there, nothing to do with the UFC, nothing like that. Just pick a random fucking date and be there every month, the third Friday and Saturday of the month. And just go there and work out a combination stand-up type one-man show. I'm getting older, so it's just pushing me there now. The faster I get there and pay the dues, the faster I get moving toward oil. But
yeah.
I don't know what my next move is, you know?
I would think that would be a perfect spot for a couple late night shows a month.
I'll put a tuxedo on and so people be like Red Fox, people suck my dick late night. I love it.
When you used to go on stage when you first got to Seattle, you went on stage in a suit.
Well, the one suit I had, the one jacket.
Yeah, well, that was your court suit, your wedding suit, your funeral suit.
That's everything rolled up in fucking one, man. That's just Now let me ask you that. Beside Amazon, any other portals we can go to?
Any what?
Any other places we can go to, or you just have it on Amazon? That's it.
I would just go Amazon.
And what about pre-order? Is there any pre-ordering going on? Because that pushes your numbers up.
If you pre-order, it pushes the numbers up. You also get a better deal if you pre-order it.
Please go over there to Amazon, look up Josh Wolf, and look at the book It Takes Balls. This is not a fucking joke guy. That I know the dues he paid. I know what he suffered. I couldn't even look at him because I was a failure next to him. He was raising a child, he was doing comedy, and he did what he had to do, and that was it. He was like the bull before he went to prison. You know, he did what he had to do. That's how we fucking make it happen. What's going on with the family? How they doing?
Everybody's good, man. Come on.
Where's Fredo at? Where's Fredo at?
Yeah. Fredo's in town. I saw him last night at Jacob's birthday party, and Danny's. You know, they're all good, man. And Scott Wolf is still probably booking a pilot every year. Gary Wolf and Mike Wolf started a company where they direct commercials.
Good for
I
them.
mean, look at that. How about that? And my oldest brother's going to be 50 in a couple days. Adam.
Well, fuck, I'm 50 already, so how we do that? Shit, how we make that happen?
I don't know, maybe you guys can go on the road together.
I got enough fucking headaches. I love you, buddy. Thank you for calling in, my friend. You're a good man.
Thank you.
And have these people go. It Takes Balls. Go on Amazon, take a look. I'm in there, and we have a lot of great stories and history together. Thank you, cocksucker. I love you.
All right, buddy.
Stay blessed. There you have it, bitch. Another funny. Look, you're falling asleep over there like a fucking moth.
No.
That's a fellow Jew. You should be over here saluting the flag of fucking Hanukkah.
It wasn't falling asleep. I was laughing.
Laughing,
Yeah. I can just imagine you walk me in China, they're all like my size and skinny, and then you'll be there like 6 feet, like towering over them. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this electronic cigarette out in your eyeball.
It wouldn't do anything. It's electronic.
So you've done 56 pounds.
Yeah, almost
Proud of you,
57.
buddy. You look good. You're making healthy. You're doing good things for the church. What's happening now? Thank you very much. And thank you for all you cocksuckers for listening today. I know we went a little over today, but who gives a fuck? It's Monday. Go out there, live your life. Don't worry about Twitter, Facebook, sling dick. Like you gotta come into you. What you do? You gotta come into you. Go out there and make it happen. I want to thank my sponsors on it. Like I said, go to on it. Get the protein powder, that D plus testosterone. I have not started yet. But I have friends that have gone on it, and they said they've made some pretty good gains after a week and a half, 2 weeks. Give it a fucking try. Always Alpha Brain. I'm back on it again, and that's why I'm firing with 2 fucking cylinders this morning. Because Alpha Brain, you snort that shit, put it in your asshole, you're ready to fucking go. Joking. Just eat 2 of them. Fat man alert. Leave, juicing, the whole fucking deal. I love you, cocksuckers. Thank you very much. Go to joeydiaz.net. We got the shirts. We got the hoodies. We got the fucking, what else? The long sleeve commemorative, the Church of What's Happening Now to help us with lip sync and whatever the fuck we got. We got the flying Jew insignia. Look at me, like a little fucking Arab every day. Don't forget I'm in Sacramento this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But I need your help in Miami for the Miami the South Beach Comedy Festival, sponsored by Comedy Central with down with Joe Burr. I'm performing April 19th. I need that to sell out to add a second show on April 20th. Lisa Ayat's going to come down there with me and be the MC that night and bring me up. Say hello with a tuxedo on, a Jew with a tuxedo on. You know, it's going to be fucking bad. That's what happens if we get added on the 20th. So I love you guys. Go to the Comedy Central one or go to South Beach Comedy. It was on this morning on my Twitter. And that's it. I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. I want to thank Josh Wolf for calling in. Let him know. Again, go to Amazon. It takes balls. Support is part of our fucking family at the church in Tackle.
I do videos for my weight loss every night. Just follow me on Twitter, Lee Syatt, LeeSyatt. We put up a new Mad Flavors World last night, so go check that out.
Thank you, Lee.
Yeah, and then
Just sent from Flatbush, you take.
Yeah. I just put up it's very funny. But is Soulshine a good song by Allman Brothers? Soulshine.
Yeah, anything by the Allman Brothers.
But yeah, that's it. And
Wednesday morning, we love you motherfuckers. And next Wednesday, live podcast, Lee Syatt and Vinny Curto at the Ice House. Get tickets now. 626-577-1894. Live podcast monologue. Want to try it? What do we got to lose? The tickets are $10.
Yeah, and I don't have to work after, so I'll stay late and let Joey bust my balls.
And smoke some dope. I love you guys. Stay black. Have a great day. We'll see you Wednesday at 6 a.m.
Why would he do this thing so early?
Shit off. I might stab somebody. What's happening, brother?
Not much, man. I'm feeling great.
You're right. You feeling good? What's happening out there? The fucking podcast.
These delicious chef-made recipes are packed with 6 times more nutrients than other emergency foods, and it's packed with virtually the same level of elite nutrition that's required for specialized portions to help you stay strong, alert, and satisfied when you need it most. It's loaded with 40 essential nutrients and made from real ingredients right here in America. Try Nutrient Survival today. I have their emergency food kit, and it's worth every penny. And today, my listeners can save 15% off their entire order. Let's get a free variety sampler with any purchase and free shipping inside the continental U.S. for orders over $200. Nutrient Survival is an American veteran-owned and operated company which I fully support. Head to Nutrient Survival, use promo code NORI, and check out through the Steve. NutrientSurvival.com, promo code NORI, and get prepared for that.
Yeah. Big if true.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. Stuart Story along with Jason Martell. Jason's website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastdating.com. Jason, you have developed some kind of artificial intelligence. What have you done?
Well, that shit wasn't that bad. I mean, it was like, at least it wasn't shit. That came out. It's very dark. Oh my god. I think it's crazy.
I deal with a lot of technology, and I spent the last 2.5 years working with Facebook. So what I've developed is an AI model specifically for ancient astronauts and mythology research. And I'm using my model based on OpenAI ChatGPT 4.0. And what I'm also doing is running it in an abstract architecture that prioritizes API requests. Essentially, I have a very lightly fast AI setup that's using the latest machine learning model where I can access all the ecological.
What up, pimp? How you living? Kicking ass, taking names yourself. How's that going? What's your project? Design of what? Very nice. Absolutely. Yep. I'm in it.
which is a voice API. Maybe some people have heard something on the internet recently of Kanye West or some other artist singing, but it's an actual AI voice. I'm using the same technology to recreate
JADEAV.
So I have that in beta, but in contact in the
Okay, JADEAV.
the current implementation of this ChatGPT AI model that I have and ask me questions about the research. Is it in a computer? It is in a computer. It can basically be accessed from any type of device that's connected to the internet.
Just one moment.
And I'm also actually working on a kind of like a fun physical robot too that had a Bluetooth receiver and a speaker put in, and so that it's like a physical representation that will actually be able to communicate ChatGPT.
Just one moment. Okay, here we go. All right. So, cool for pictures. I'm on the CIA death list for knowing too much. I remember rape. Holy shit. I was raped by multiple sides. Okay. 18th is a character. Oh man. My ability to read at my class, I do every separate common sense gone. They have control over my phone, access to my body. I need to be free. Also, I'm controlled by brain computer interface along with other project. Man, this reminds me of somebody I was reading about on Twitter the other day. I'm trying to think exactly who it is. I was doing some research on this kind of stuff. So it's called well, I mean, yeah, I do. I mean, I've just read 3 of them. Let's see what else she's got.
Including the paranormal, conspiracy theory, alternative history, and of course, UFOs and ancient astronaut theory.
Let's hear her talk about it. Just one moment.
There is a BCI, a brain-computer interface, inside me, along with other biotechnology devices that can control the mind and the body. As a many are
Poor thing, she's hot as fuck. Where does she live? Washington, D.C.? Right. It seems legitimate, though, just at first glance. Let's see her. Yeah, I mean, but she's got a Twitter, Snap, YouTube. She's got tons of followers and stuff. It seems legit. And so, like, okay, that means, like, all right, is the government, do they have these crazy weapons? There is a type of weapon called the Voice of God weapon. That's not what she has. She has some kind of neural implant, which I don't know if you've seen, but the FDA just approved the first person to have the Neuralink implanted in them. I'm in agreement with you. Let's see here. So,
what is the site show evidence of possible stargates on this planet?
Perhaps. It seems like they're trying to go big time with it, though. What was that called? So there are a couple of some like new kinds of weapons. Okay. Well, there's the LRAD weapon, which is pretty well known. Long-range acoustic device. But let's see here. Hyperspec megaphone. No. I was just looking at this the other day. It's let's see here. Yeah. Let's see here. There's a weapon laser from the sky. I can't remember the name of it. It's known as slow disclosure. Oh, here it is, directed energy weapons. So these are like new types of weapons. Are you familiar with directed energy weapons? Okay, so they're ranged weapons that damage a target with highly focused energy without a solid projectile, including lasers, microwaves, particle beams, and sound beams. Potential applications of this technology include weapons that target personnel, missiles, vehicles, and optical devices. So here are some kinds. There's microwave. Some devices are described as microwave weapons. Some examples of these weapons, which have been publicized by the military, are as follows. Active denial system is a millimeter wave source that heats the water in human target skin and thus causes incapacitating pain. And there's all kinds of other stuff about it. Vigilant Eagle is a ground-based airport defense system that directs high-frequency microwaves towards any projectile that is fired at an aircraft. And there's all kinds of other stuff on that. Ba4's HPM Blackout is a high-powered microwave weapon that is said to be able to destroy at short distance a variety of commercial off-the-shelf electronic equipment that is reportedly non-lethal. I think that's to take down drones and things. So there's an anti-drone rifle. A weapon described as an anti-drone rifle or anti-drone gun is a battery-powered electromagnetic pulse weapon that held on an operator's shoulder, pointed at a flying target in a way similar to a rifle, and operated. While not a rifle or gun, it is nicknamed as it is handled in the same way as a personal rifle. Then there's Counter Electronics High Power Microwave Advanced Missile Project. There's Thor, that's a tactical high-powered operational responder. Then you get into lasers and particle beams, plasma beams, sonic. The LRAD's probably the one that is most famous. It's a long-range acoustic device. This is used to send messages in warning tones over longer distances or at higher volume than normal loudspeakers. And as a non-lethal directed acoustic energy weapon, systems are used for long-range communications in a variety of applications and as a means of non-lethal, non-projectile crowd control. And I've seen that used. Well, I shouldn't say I've seen it used in real life. I've seen it used on the internet. So then there are these voice of God weapons, which it's like, so basically without making any sound, you can hear a voice in your head. That isn't what she has either. Use of voice of God weapon system by UK forces or allies. A new Navy weapon could stop you from talking. How to hear the voice of God. Okay, so it sounds like she has a Neuralink, which is different than all of these, or some type of Neuralink, but it could be in combination. But it seems like they're using some kind of non-lethal weapon on her. Let's go. I'm gonna go back to her page and see. You know, it's interesting. Like, why did they basically, so that people know that this stuff exists? They have people do this. Sure. So it's like, why did they choose her for this project? Well, she's someone who has a following. It's known as soft disclosure. Basically, instead of like having a press conference where they just come out and say, okay, we've got this kind of weapon, they will have people who are essentially targeted individuals, and she seems to be one who they're using some kind of advanced technology with. And it's interesting. So I'm going through her. Have you been through all her stuff? Exactly. Right. It does seem very normal. Yeah, and like she was targeted. And so then there's the idea of I would say 95% are legitimate. Why? A lot of them, they say that they're like, they have mental issues or they're schizophrenic or something, but a lot of times they're pushed to their limits. So there's electronic harassment. Electromagnetic torture or psychotronic torture is a theory that malicious actors, often government agents or crime rings, make use of electromagnetic radiation, such as microwave, auditory effect, radar, and surveillance techniques to transmit sounds and thoughts into people's heads, affect people's bodies, and harass people. Individuals who claim to experience this call themselves targeted individuals. Some claim they are victims of gang stalking, and many have created or joined support or advocacy groups. Multiple medical professionals have concluded that these experiences are hallucinations and as the result of delusional disorders or psychoses. So here's the thing. I don't put too much into like medical professionals. I do, of course, doctors and things, but they are just doing what they're told to do by the people who own the pharmaceutical companies and the American Medical Association. Can you hear me?
There's clear evidence around the globe that advanced technology, things like levitation, very high levels of heat applied to stone to create vitrified surfaces. There's just a lot of techniques that we still haven't been able to pinpoint exactly how the pyramids were built. But I think eventually we're going to find that.
Well, I mean, just a perfect example. Yeah, exactly. And you can't, like attack them on that because they'll just close the door on you. Like basically, they'll be like, okay, and they have the power to, put you in a mental hospital or perhaps jail if you need it. No, so it can be done against your will. That can be up to a judge. So, yeah. Well, that's how it works. And so, like, for instance, the American Psychiatric Association considered to be gay, a mental disorder until 1973. So it's like, well, that's not that long ago. That's 50 years ago. And so if you had that in your documentation 50 years ago that was a mental disorder, perhaps in 50 years some of the things that people currently have will also not be considered a mental disorder. I don't know exactly what they will be, but it just shows you that these groups are there are weaknesses, or I shouldn't say weaknesses, but they can be wrong basically, and at least when it comes to psychoses, usually you have to have like why could it happen? It depends on the state, but at least in California, if you say you're suicidal, or police or other authorities consider you to have suicidal tendencies or thoughts, you can go what's called a 5150. It's a 72-hour hold where they basically take you out of your house or wherever you are and put you in a mental hospital for you go through like mental screenings, and then after 72 hours, if you're considered to not be a harm to yourself or others, you're released. If you are still considered, yeah, absolutely. In fact, a lot of times it happens with people who are arrested. The police don't necessarily want to put them in jail, and maybe they need some kind of psychological evaluation. But yeah, they can come into your house and do this. A reason why they would, let's say you were on the internet and you said you wanted to, like, you were feeling depressed and you were having suicidal tendencies or thoughts or something, and you perhaps emailed that to someone. They can use that email as evidence to come to your house and take you out of your, whatever you're doing, and and you have to seek medical evaluation. I personally don't think that it is a bad thing. It's it's like, how often is it used? I mean, it's better safe than sorry. But there are some things like why is the government so concerned about the welfare of people and suicidal tendencies or thoughts when they will go and shoot you, and all these other reasons. Well, frankly, a lot of times these people are in major debt, and if they are and they want to commit suicide, then that debt goes away. So banks, exactly. So banks who control all of this essentially have created a system that they'll, basically have someone come and evaluate you. And um, they used to, I mean, I guess it's better than what they used to have, which are like mental hospitals. But then again, like mental hospitals had a lot of people off the streets as well. Um, but um, it's basically like uh, there's some kind of psychological evaluation, and I'm not sure how it all works. Once, like, if you're there for like more than 72 hours, or they feel like you need to stay. But I just have a feeling there are a lot of people who, let's just say, they were having a bad day. They got, you know, basically under psychological evaluation, and then for one reason or another, somebody said that they were nuts, and they're like stuck behind, like in a mental institution now, and they shouldn't be. They're normal people, so it is pretty scary for them. Um, but at least when it comes to people who claim to be targeted individuals, I mean, there are ways that covert and clandestine organizations can use these weapons against people, the American public. I've heard cases of, so one of the things we just read about was gang stalking, which is an interesting one. Um, I've just heard people talk about this like on the radio, but basically, um, they, they'll just feel like they're targeted for one reason or another, but they won't have any kind of like sound in their head or anything like that. But they'll have all kinds of like clandestine agents around them who will make their life a living hell. Maybe they'll be driving on the road and these people will just do road rage against them for one reason or another, or um, they'll have like, you know, basically someone will defame them to all their friends anonymously. And so there's that claim from gang stalking as well. The most common one is basically they'll be in a crowd and someone will be either make physical contact with them, or they'll just feel like they're, um, uh, I would say, constrained in some way. Then there's the targeted individual aspect, which can be related, which is like where they're using actual weapons against you. And I mean, I saw Jesse Ventura. He's a governor of Minnesota. He's also a wrestler. He had a television show that that this was 13 years ago, um, where they used this type of weapon on him. So basically, what he had to do was he put these like little earbuds, not in his ears though, against his head. And he could hear without any sound coming out what messages were being sent. So basically, we have technology, or clandestine organizations have the technology to make you hear voices or hear things, and it doesn't actually make any sound, which is, can be good and bad. And this woman's, yeah, exactly. And um, like, and it's an interesting term. I mean, I think, I mean, at least in my case, I get gut instincts. I don't hear voices. Um, I think you get gut instincts. You don't hear voices. You know what I mean? Like, you have instinct. Exactly. And when you start to hear voices and things like that, that's when like other mental issues may exist. Like, for instance, at least, no, no, I haven't. I have my internal voice that like is my conscience. Yeah, exactly. But that's the only thing. Um, now I there's this kind of interesting person. I'd say they're interesting. They live in China and they're on Twitter Spaces, and they're like someone who has, I feel, is a targeted individual. And the reason why I know about them is because they come on to Twitter Spaces and they'll talk about that they're targeted and that they hear voices and things like that. And that to me is schizophrenia. And, a person perhaps needs psychological evaluation. And correct. And if they, I mean, basically, if it's not if technology is not declassified, and even if it is, but generally, if it's not declassified and you only see it in science fiction, people are very unlikely to think that it's true, and then they'll laugh you off as some kind of theorist or some kind of loon. And until they see it in their newspaper or on the news, they just don't think that it's a real thing, that it exists. In this woman's case, Jade Ava, it seems that, I mean, she says she's on the death list for knowing too much, being a victim of rape by military doctors and officials. She was raped by CIA doctors and high-ranking officials for the BCIs that control her mind and body. So here's an interesting thing. Okay, let me find this website. You'll be fascinated by this. Did I hear you're in England? When did you go there? Oh, I thought you were in Virginia. That's why you have a London phone and everything. Okay, very well. Okay, so there is. Let me think about. Okay, so from where I am, in Irvine, there's like this random building, and they're all over the United States. They're random, like communications buildings. Like they'll have AT&T on the outside, but it's like no one ever goes in there. It's not like you go pay your bill there, and no one knows what these. They're basically CIA. What would you call it? CIA. There's a word for it or a phrase for it. Like dark locations. Just one moment, and let me find a website for it. Website, and they're like all over in every town. The dark sites, that's what they're called. Dark sites, CIA. And last time I checked this website, I think it was down. CIA black sites. So if you're familiar with what those, they're controlled by the CIA and used by the U.S. government as war on terrorism to detain enemy combatants. So these are like communications buildings, and like the ones that I know, they're in very prominent locations. In fact, I've been in some cities, and they're the second biggest building, or perhaps even the biggest building in town, and no one knows. People live there their entire lives, and they've never gone. And so, anyway, this website was created. Yeah, it's like I would say like less than a mile away, and there are like at least 5 of them within a few miles, in every city. Like, and so what were these buildings? Basically, you used to have a lot more competition when it came to telecom. So there were more companies out there. Right now, there's basically like AT&T, Comcast, and just like it's a few. It's a handful of them. So they had all this extra real estate, and it's like, well, what do we do with all this? And a lot of these are run. So they're like basically the NSA, the National Security Agency, can run missions out of there. But like at least the ones that I've like of which I've known, I knew about one in a city that was the second tallest structure in the city, and they asked the mayor about it. The mayor was told that it is classified and that he wasn't supposed to know what was going on there. In fact, it was, who Pete Buttigieg is, his Secretary of Transportation. He also ran for president. So he was interviewed on this. It's in South Bend, Indiana, and that's one of them. They're all over though. But I thought this was really interesting when Pete Buttigieg, he's like a mayor and everything. The second tallest building in his city was one of these random communications buildings. And when the newspaper, it's the South Bend Tribune, asked the people about it, they were told that they're not allowed to know anything about it and not to ask. That's the only time I've ever like heard of a media organization asking about these. Um, if I can find this website, it's very helpful because it lists them all. Um, and so it has all these locations of eight. Usually these are like AT&T, but it's like AT&T dark sites, and it's kind of hard to find anymore. Just one moment. So like the one that I know in Irvine here, it has it's on the main street. It's literally on Main Street, and it is that I don't know. I'm sure around Northern Virginia there are a ton of them, but exactly. Exactly, but it's not surprising to me because they want to have the connection. Okay, so here's one of them, 33 Thomas Street, also known as AT&T, and formerly known as AT&T Long Lines Building. Here's what's interesting about them: they're all windowless. So basically, this one, it's huge. It's in New York. It's 550 feet tall, windowless skyscraper in Lower Manhattan. The building stands on the east side. Blah 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 blah. It is a telephone exchange or wire center building, which contained 3 major switches for the inter-exchange long-distance telephony, as well as a number of other switches for competitive local exchange carrier services. However, it is not used for incumbent local exchange carrier services and is not a central office. The CLLI code for the facility gives the code. Okay, the building has been described as a likely location of a national security agency mass surveillance hub. So that's what these things are. These like massive, like you remember what Edward Snowden talked about? So basically, in every town, the NSA has people who either like are either listening or I'm sure probably this like every type of communication runs through these things, and then the if needed, people can be dispersed, not dispersed, basically, well, yeah, dispersed from these buildings if needed to for whatever reason. Mass surveillance locations, AT&T. So there used to be this website. According to Intercept, the NSA is siphoning data out of 8 large AT&T buildings known as service node routing locations located in Washington, D.C., New York, Atlanta, San Francisco, Dallas, Chicago, Seattle, and Los Angeles. There are more of these, though. Oh, and then there was this one, room 641A, is a telecommunication facility operated by AT&T for the U.S. National Security Agency as part of the warrantless surveillance program as authorized by the Patriot Act. At least this one is just like a random door. And like there used to be so many more communications companies. SBC Communications was one, AT&T, Verizon, Nextel. Like they used to have just tons of them. But basically, room 641A and a controversy surrounding it were the subjects of an episode of Frontline, the current affairs documentary program on PBS. It was also broadcast. So, what I'm trying to say is that some of these programs and some of these weapons could be stored at these places. And like the one time, no, I'm saying it's like, sure. So all communications goes through this, and then it's like siphoned to databases throughout the United States or the world. But basically, right under your nose, there are like secret buildings, I would say, that no one knows what they do. People are like walk by these every single day and don't know that the NSA is actually listening to all the phone messages and telephone calls and things. So, at least in this woman's case, I think that. Oh, and they can be used as dark sites too. So basically, like if the CIA wants to interrogate you, they can put you in a van, take you to one of these places. It doesn't have any windows in it. It's basically an empty warehouse sometimes, and they can do whatever they want to you, and then put you back in this windowless, like vehicle, and then drop you wherever they want. They can also, um, like I read about these injections that they can do on people that make you lose your memory. There's also like the neuralizer thing that they had in Men in Black. Yeah, definitely. The neuralizer. Right. So there's a thing in Men in Black, the neuralizer. It's an electrobiomechanical neurotransmitter and zero synapse repositioner. Exactly. So that you forget what it was. And then also, I mean, I don't know what um, search engine you use, probably Google, but it's the worst one. Brave, yeah, that's a browser though. I mean, search engine. Um, yeah, which is better, exactly. So I'm gonna. So I use DuckDuckGo usually, but well, I should say probably overall I use Google, just because that's the. So if you want to know what the most key relationship in all of corporate affairs has been in the history of the world, it is Google being the default search engine on the iPhone. And they pay, I think, $10 million a year to have that ability. But, basically, like, it's totally cheap to basically, exactly, to have control over all the information in the world and be like the default. Like, iOS definitely has the, I like, it has that cool factor. And so it's like, oh, well, I'll just use whatever Safari uses. Um, So we'll try it now. Looking and like it's interesting too to see the different answers that you get between Google and DuckDuckGo. And exactly. And right now, and the internet used to be so much better. Meaning, like people would have little websites that they create, and those would come to the top of the results. They don't do that anymore. Okay, so but there are some others that I like search engine wise. One that has been around for like 20 years is called Dogpile. And why is it called? It's just dogpile.com. But basically, it's an older search engine that doesn't have all the fancy stuff on it, which gives you like, since it's older, it gives you more like of what previous results were. So now I'm going to try looking up what these NSA places were. NSA dark sites. And so what I'm trying to find is this website that somebody created that had pictures of all these dark sites in the United States, and you could click on them, and it would tell you like what the history of it was and what they potentially could be doing now. And it was very cool. And the one thing that they all had in common was they um, they do not have windows. So let me try to find this one with Pete Buttigieg. Just one moment. I remember they're like data processing plants, but I'm saying that they could take you there and do, um, yeah, exactly. And so there's this fascinating, like, here we go, a skyline mystery in South Bend. Ever wonder what's inside the AT&T building downtown? I have for as long as, and this is like the person writing, I have for as long as I can remember. I was born and raised here, so that's decades of curiosity. It's 8 stories with no windows, and then there's the odd opening to the top. Is it just a lot of telephone equipment made to look like a building, or does it contain offices? And then it's just like, yes, that about sums up the information I was able to obtain from the company. Initially, I envisioned someone from AT&T giving a Tribune photographer and me a tour of the building. And then it says, our building houses some administrative offices and various electrical equipment. This is the email that they got. Unfortunately, we're able to do a tour at this time. That was on November 29th, and then he sent this person another email telling her that the editors who had long held their curiosity still wanted a story. If no tour, could they interview someone? And when they said don't have anything further to provide on this, I reached out to our local government official who said he wasn't sure what's in the building, and out of respect for their security concerns, we never ask. Like, that's a really scary thing when you're asking the local government and they're like, out of respect for security concerns, they never ask. This is the second biggest building in this town. So the Historic Preservation Commission has no file on the building, despite it being old enough to have a file, said Deputy Director. She called it a little surprising and still a bit of a mystery. So then they went to the archives of the newspaper. Let's see here. So then they learned that AT&T's predecessor in the state built the building, first 2 floors in 1948. At the time, people worked there as operators manually connecting phone lines from local homes to the nation's growing phone network. In 1954, third floor was added the decade after World War II. It was a time of rapid industrial expansion, yada, yada, yada. In 1963, at the height of the Cold War, the company installed 2-inch steel plates over the third floor windows to protect against radioactive fallout in the event of nuclear war. The building also was modified to provide an emergency water supply, and food and medical supplies were stockpiled in the building, which is included in the National Fallout Plan. In 1971, they expanded it, and okay, so the project was also, somebody died there just in creating it. They fell from an elevator shaft. Okay, so basically, what they're saying, like this one person is saying that people use cell phones now, so they don't need these buildings anymore. So it's like, what do they do? Here's what they say. There's another, perhaps more troubling potential use for the building. In New York City, AT&T's Long Lines building, 29 floors tall, with no windows, contains one of the most important national security agency surveillance sites for the covert monitoring of phone calls, faxes, and internet data, according to the investigation by the Intercept Investigative Journalism site. Construction ran from 69 to 74, the same time the company was building the one in this town. So basically, what I was able to do, there were comments. I don't know if they still have comments on this website, and it doesn't look like they do. But I remember reading about this and being like, somebody had written a comment and had this website posted at the bottom, and but basically, well, I remember I had been to this website before. Yeah, exactly. But exactly. I mean, you have to host it, and it's hosting fees are expensive, and it's like you're not making any money off of this. And if you're threatened, or the guy dies, or he's incarcerated or something, nobody can continue to have that website going. But it was a fascinating website. I can just tell you that, because it had. I remember looking at all the places around me in California, because I would drive by these and I'd be like, man, I wonder why that building doesn't have any windows, or wonder what they're doing in there. Because it's like, I drive by this building all the time and I never see anybody go inside. And I mean, that's what they want you to just think, like, just be on your way, don't worry about it. And it was like, this building does not exist.com or something. It's not it, but this, it was just a fascinating thing. So anyway, these are basically black sites. So when this woman saying that she was like raped, That could certainly be where it was done in one of these black dark sites. That and like whenever I heard about a dark site, I always figured like they had to take you to like Langley or like Quantico, Virginia. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Like in Northern Virginia, or like one of those places. But no, it's like they could probably do this stuff in your own town. But what she's saying is that she's controlled by a brain-computer interface, along with biotech devices that were legally placed inside her. Devices that can control the body and mind. People that don't care if I die have access to my body and my home without my consent. So it would be like this woman, if she went to the police are pretty powerless in this, and they would just probably do that thing where they do a psychological evaluation on her, and so she probably doesn't go to the police on these things. She seems like, honestly, like she was a normal person and that they targeted her. I mean, at least according to her Instagram. I agree. And she's very pretty, meaning she could, oh, she could be a model and things. Agreed. Have you been to her Twitter? So I'm gonna go to her Twitter right now, and certainly Twitter's where it's at, man. I know. What I mean to say is, Twitter is going to expand to video calls, so it'll be much more like Discord. It's going to, like the recent presidential candidates announced, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced on Twitter, a Twitter Spaces, which is different. It's just a call like we'd be having right now. And then so did Ron DeSantis. Something that's interesting about it is that it's going to be changed. Perhaps the name of Twitter is going to change to just X. X.com is going to be very, is what it's going to be known as, and or at least the. Well, technically, it has been done, at least in the state of, according to federal documents that were filed in the state of Florida. Twitter.com does not exist. When is it going to be done? Likely under the new CEO. If you look at her, profile, it says CEO of Twitter/X.com. And I mean, Twitter still has like name recognition, so it may take some time. But okay, so here's what she said. She has a lot more on there. She's like text messages. Okay, here we go. I've been psychologically tortured on her Twitter. Yeah, I didn't see like her text messages on her Instagram. Oh, okay, excellent. So the last time she posted was yesterday, and she's got new text messages there. Okay, so she said, I'm being psychologically tortured by a brain computer interface illegal for society. My device is wirelessly transmitted by commit to mercy. Disturb people behind the computer, CNN. I mean, she's going for, I mean, she spent time experimenting biochemicals or and that's why I'm controlled by brain computer interface. And right now, there's no free will. No clinical trial against my will from these brain computer interfaces. So I believe this. It is with Neuralink, they need to try it out on people, and unless they had a huge group of people volunteering to do it, they have to forcibly put it into people. So here's what she says. Somebody texted her, Teddy, what happened? Are you okay, Teddy? I need you, Teddy. They are trying to kill me. They have. This is what she wrote yesterday. They have the ability to morph and mutilate my face. They like to turn me into a monkey. The signal and noises of my mother moaning my name using sleepy and other types of waves. Test on the seizure waves, heat stroke waves, brain hardening waves, anxiety waves, sciences. They put my body, the chemicals in my body, sensitive to my own, all because I'm hot. I don't know if that's why. They torture me ruthlessly. They want me dead. They put silencers on my loved ones to ignore my pleas for help. The program agencies behind it is a non-AT&T and the people that own the FBI, CDC, and CIA. They control my phone. Yeah. Yeah. They control my phone. They control all my TV monitors. They put moaning speakers all over my home. Moans of my mother and father, all because the doctor tested on black prison, and they think that my parents are hot. They use federal services to terrorize me behind my computer. They are down to their begging to stop when I try to do more. They either see me as human because of my skin color. And it comes in my brain so much I'm not programmed to see it. And you are programmed to help me watch me and do nothing about it. So that's one thing that she wrote. And also these text messages she had from yesterday with her mom. So she sent this yesterday, and so it's a text message. She says, I'll be stranded at the airport. I must go. This is to her mom. I'll be stranded at the airport. I must go or else I'll die. Her mom said, we will be stranded at the airport when security is high because of the man who tried to run through the fence last week. So stay here, ignore the voices, listen to gospel music. Are you afraid to move on? Mom, I'm being unethically tested. They have been testing on me for a year. This is one of the reasons I'm seeking legal and medical attention. The next book, human experimentation called Teddy Jail Phone. Can't you see I'm not the same? I'm a hostage to doctors. So basically, it's like within the last year, they have this implant in her. So she also sent us a device and weapon that can control your body and thoughts and control my body, taking their signals, which are much stronger than my own. And let's see what else she has to say. She has it's basically removed all her free will. They want me dead. They're testing us and family. They do body system tests and need salvation outside my body. I have no free will. There's some other things that she's written. My rapist wants control of me, so I won't get home. Into my phone finance and the house and all this work. Save me. I have no free will. She says, they took my phone yesterday. They said I could go this afternoon. I want you to go get it. I think somebody she knows is in jail because like she's sending this to someone on the jail phone. Like she's not in jail, but the person that they know is, right? And basically they said that like this person who she texted in jail, they said they took my jail phone yesterday. They took my phone yesterday. They said I could pick it up this afternoon. I will need to. And that doesn't sound like this person in jail, but they don't let you have phones in jail. It says Teddy's jail phone though. That could be. I will need to go get it. I don't suppose I can meet today. Suppose to meet a guy to sell him to get cash. Don't have much right now. Today that's unconstitutional. You are funded out. You pay for your phone. That's your phone. They are forcing you to use their jail phone. Meanwhile, what if there's a crisis? There is. I need you to meet me at noon. Give me a rainy day fund. They give me rainy day fund money. Please meet me to send money. Can't you see what they're doing? The rapist wants control over us, so I won't get help. They have control over your assets. They force you not to give me any money. Please meet me at noon and give me money. So that was sent 4 days ago. So here's something she also wrote 4 days ago. There are waves and machines that can control and manipulate people's personalities and mental state using AT&T cell towers and satellites. They must warn people about the dangers of wave technology. And then she has Fox News, CNN, NPR, CBC, New York Times, CBC, and BBC and BBC News. Basically, she's just saying that she's controlled, and I honestly believe her. She's got a lot of evidence, and it's also like she's an attractive woman who wouldn't go out of her way to make herself sound bonkers if it wasn't really happening to her. Meaning, like she was living this really nice, lavish lifestyle, and then everything took a change like a year ago. And in my opinion, if I had to diagnose this situation, I don't think that she has like mental issues on her own accord. It sounds like basically they are using her as some kind of experiment. Now, when it comes to the rape aspect of it, I'm not exactly sure because I wasn't there and I don't know what happened to her, but it just seemed like she had like a very normal life. I mean, not just I don't say normal, but like she had a very Instagram modelish life, and then was targeted about a year ago, and they're making her life a living hell. And I mean, she has enough influence that, well, here's some questions. Why don't they just terminate her account? That's a good question, right? If they don't want her to talk, why wouldn't they just terminate her account? So, as I had said a little earlier, it could be what's called soft disclosure of this type of technology. It also, so let's see, about 11 days ago, it has her in the bathroom. People that don't care if I die have access to my body and my home without my consent. While I sleep in home, they take stuff, chemicals, and hormones from my body and home and soon not be with me. I don't know how they do that, but I'm not saying it can't happen. Usually when you're like somebody's stealing your chemicals and hormones, so that's more like UFO related. Yeah, I heard about this. I don't know much. That, in my opinion, she seems legitimate. I mean, like, I don't think she would be an Instagram influencer and then all of a sudden take a hard right turn and say that these people raped her and attacked her and everything. And it seems as if she isn't going to the doctor repeatedly. It's a potential. I don't want to rule anything out, but I would say that I think that she's an enemy of the state, basically. For one reason or another, I don't think she did anything wrong necessarily, but she was targeted, and now they're for some reason, and at least what she's saying, take chemicals from her and hormones and things. And her timeline. Exactly. Here's what she said. This is the first time I've heard her say who her rapist is. My name is Jade Smith. I was raised by the FBI Cybersecurity Director. I'm part of a classified government project funded by faulty government contracts. I have no free will from a mind control device placed illegally inside me. Now, I can tell you this: when Snowden made those disclosures in like 2013, I had been saying that this program, this prison program, existed 5 years previously. I told sure. So he was a government contractor who found out that the government is spying on us. And it's like, well, how are they spying on us? And it's through this, it's called Prism. It's also called, basically Five Eyes. The Five Eyes, basically, the way it's done is it's illegal according to the Fourth Amendment for the government, the United States government, to spy on its own citizens. So what it does is, but that doesn't mean the UK government can't do it. It doesn't mean that the Australian government can't do it. It doesn't mean that the New Zealand government can't do it, or the Canadian government can't do it. So what they do, and also like Canada has a rule that they are not supposed to spy on their citizens. The New Zealand shouldn't spy on its citizens. Australia not its citizens. The UK not its citizens. So what they do is they have, like for the UK, they have United States spy on UK citizens, and for the United States, they'll have the UK spy on the United States to get around these laws. So he basically said this in 2015. Now, I was saying this in 2008. I just learned about this on the internet, and I was telling my friends, and I don't want to say I sounded nuts to them, because I actually have a lot of evidence, and they were like, wow, that's crazy to hear, not that you're crazy, but why don't we hear about this? And it's like, well, I don't know, it's probably some kind of classified program. And then it would come out that it was. So in the same way, I'm saying that maybe in 5 years, we might learn that there's a classified program to install neurotransmitters into people for one reason or another. So it seems crazy, like what this woman is saying. It seems strange, or I don't want to say crazy, it seems odd that she would be having these things, but right, but keep in mind, so was the idea that people are spying on your emails and your telephone. It is, it's wild. So she says, bid off like a slave to big corporations and researchers against my will on their hostage. I have fully protested and begged them to stop. My cries have been ignored, subjected to torture, rape, racial slurs, and acts against my law. They dissect me, insert biotech devices and biochemicals just as they please, and leave my bones. I have no free will from mind control and body control devices inside me. I am being psychologically tortured by a brain-computer interface, and I'm very specific about that. A mind control device that was illegally placed inside me, a device that can wirelessly transmit body commands, and I have no free will at the mercy of disturbed people behind the computer. They terrorize me and hide behind a racist program that is an AT&T network. Save me and being tested on. They want me dead. So let's look at, so we have that idea, but then it's like this new Neuralink FDA approval is exactly. So Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink announces FDA approval from the Food and Drug Administration. Oh, remember I was talking about X.com, right? So everyone thinks like Elon Musk is this really innocent, wonderful guy, or whatever. And I'm not saying that he's not. I'm saying that he's set up for that position, and here's why. At least when you ask ChatGPT, well, and it's not just ChatGPT. This was my unbiased way of finding out his background. Like, do you know about his background? Exactly. They owned an emerald mine, which is story, but he's not. He's been set up. Exactly. Jeff Bezos is the same thing. Perfect. Exactly. Jeff Bezos is the same way. His grandfather was the creator, one of the creators of DARPA. It's like DARPA. DARPA is the thing that created the internet. It's Defense Advanced. So I'll give you, it's an acronym. Defense Advanced Research. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. So these were the people who invented the internet. Okay, they also invented some of their other things. So it started in 1958, and some of the things that they developed based out of Arlington, Virginia, and so Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine sits alongside weather satellites, GPS, drones, stealth technology, voice interfaces, and personal computer and the internet on a list of innovations for which DARPA can claim at least partial credit. So, like, imagine your grandpa. He was like in an organization that developed satellites, GPS, drones, stealth technology, personal computer, the internet, and interfaces. If you weren't successful as his grandson, I would wonder what's up. And so that's Jeff Bezos. So he wants you to think that he started this fucking company in a garage, which is cool, and that's probably how history will remember him. But just know that his grandfather, like, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And that's our last bastion of hope, archive.org and Wayback Machine. Because once that's gone, it's like it was never there. There's no trace of it anymore. Absolutely. Like, exactly. I mean, one of the best examples of this that I know is Anderson Cooper. So Anderson Cooper is, he's been asked. So Anderson Cooper is the CNN correspondent. He had Anderson Cooper 360, and his mother is Gloria Vanderbilt. He's from the Vanderbilt family, basically railroads. Yes. And so, like, when people have confronted him, hey, were you in the CIA? He will not answer that question. So when it comes to Elon Musk, when, like, you're in college, so you were not alive when the internet first started, but when it did, and you probably are still aware that, like, okay, a domain name is very important, but basically single letter domain names weren't generally offered. Yet somehow, some way, Elon Musk got x.com in the 1990s, which is like, wait a second, why isn't someone using a.com? Exactly. And it's like, unless you were set up for this, I mean, why aren't we using a.com? A.com should be a very popular website. The number one.com should be a very popular website, but these aren't used. B.com. Why isn't B.com used? Why isn't C.com used? I mean, A.com. Why doesn't Amazon.com take A.com? Or Alphabet use A.com? Instead of typing in Google, which takes a long time to type, in comparison to the letter A, why didn't they use this? So it gives you an idea that these were set up, basically. And X.com has come out, Elon Musk has said, I want to make X.com the everything app, basically for payment systems, for communications, and social media. And so it's, you're in the know when it comes to he's being set up too, as this rags to riches story. He used to get bullied, and it's like, he used to get bullied. Your mother was an international supermodel, and like your father's an electrical engineer, and your grandfather owned an emerald mine. Like, I mean, if anything, my opinion, he should be paying reparations to people in South Africa for whom he was using their labor. He should be using all his money and have to pay that back to them, but nobody ever talks about that. So basically, and some of the biggest emeralds in the entire world came from this mine. In fact, it was the largest mine in the world at one time. So, and it's hard to find out any information on it. And so back to X.com, he's gonna make that into like the everything app. So I don't know if Twitter will exist, say in 5 or 10 years. Like it'll just be X.com. Everybody will go to the X app, and he's called it the everything app. So where are we getting with that? Back to this lady. Well, what potentially on the surface may seem like one thing, on the under the surface it could be another thing. When it comes to Neuralink. So Neuralink is part of X Corp is the name of the company. So is SpaceX. So is the Boring Company. All his companies are under X Corp. So Neuralink is one of these, and it's under X Corp. And basically, they just got approval to start doing this on people. But that doesn't mean that classified organizations couldn't have been doing this on people before and just not tell anyone. Exactly. And I mean, that's a great point that you just made. They just received FDA approval for it. No one says that they could have been doing it without approval. And it seems like this lady might have been targeted for this program. Does that make sense? I agree. It's scary. Yes. Well, with that, is there anything else you want to review right now, Og? I got some things that I would like to do this morning, if possible. I'm glad you. Oh, totally did. I'm very happy that you did. I hope you learned something. I certainly learned something, and I think we came to a pretty good conclusion that perhaps. No, I didn't. Give me a second. So there's a website. This person does not. Oh yeah. Well, they're known as dark sites. But so there's a website. This person does not exist.com. I don't know if you've ever been there, but basically it's just all AI generated people. And then let's see here. I'm gonna just put in some. Hold on a second. That might be it. Dark site finder. Dark site finder. Version 3. That's a light pollution map, isn't it? So NSA building and Fort Meade would be really big as well. So NSA building APT site. I am as well. NSA's hidden spy hubs it's much bigger than that. They want you to only think it's 8 sites, but it's really every fucking city. And these buildings were like these tight. Some of them are small. Some of them are. So maybe I'll put some of them in. Let's see if it comes up. And see, the thing that I worry about is that website's down. And if it is, then it's unfortunate. I think I got it from Reddit. So let me see. Let me search the Reddit archives. And that's another thing too. It's like if Reddit took it down, it is a but it's just a fascinating website. So I'm going to NSA spy. So that is close. I mean, it's at least a Reddit. Oh, I wonder if there's anything with comments about it. This website was really cool because it had pictures of all the buildings. And you'd be like, oh my God, I know that building. I drive by it all the time. I can't believe I never thought about it. Nobody ever goes into that building. And they were just all over. I mean, I know the one that's here. You want to know the site of it. It's in Palm Beach. It's right next to this place called Skybox. And they'll show you like, oh, each of the stores, not store. You know, if you put like the word "my," like there's some like exactly, yeah, there you go. Here it is. It's 2640 Main Street. It's called AT&T Irvine Data Center. It's like, okay, what the hell? It's like random. They're just very like not specific. So the data center offers co-location. Yeah, let me make sure that that's the one I'm referencing. Does it have windows? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, and so it's interesting when you type it in. Actually, no, that's not it. That's a different one. So, but when I'm glad I typed that in. When you type it in, it's called Alchemy Communications. Like, why is it called Alchemy? Just let me look at the. I'm not sure if it's not that. That looks like it's only 2 stories. The one that I know is like more than that. This one. 26
something in response to it or helps alert you to respond to it, that's great. But it is not cheap for sure. There's different levels of this, as you mentioned. It'll be interesting to see what the minimum basic requirements are in a few years. Hopefully by the end of next month. Because it's another line item. Get back to some of the stories. A lawsuit claims the baseball team.
So when I pull it up, it's called Alchemy Communications. But I don't know, but that's a weird fucking name. I'll find out in just a second. So she's my address.
Legal says the team does not comment on pending litigation. In Anaheim, Corbin Carson, KFID. Latinos make up the largest ethnic population in LA. The latest U.S. Census figures show the total number of people in the county is just over 10 million. That's more than the
oh no, it is there. That up there. No, it is there. It is that one. Exactly. It's just taller than like I think the view that I had of it is distorted because it's taller than that. But why would they call it alchemy? You know what I mean? Like I've never heard of this company. No one ever has heard of this company. And it's right next to Skylock, exactly what it said. All right. Is that it? Yeah, I mean, basically. But I thought it was taller than that. It depends, like weekly or so. Yeah. I mean, actually go outside. I go outside every day. I go to the store. Sometimes I go to a park nearby. The only, yeah, that's the issue. Is it's just that I need to keep connectivity when I do that, so that makes it a little more difficult. And it's a site. Okay. It is. It depends. Like it kind of. I go through um, phases. Like what like how would I say phases? What social media I'm trying to get big on. So like if I'm on Discord, so generally I focus on social media every single day. So let's say on a normal day, I'll wake and I'll go on social media and tell people my story. Um, just basically, I share my life, world peace, yada yada yada. On Twitter Spaces though is where I really. So do you know about cryptocurrency and NFTs and things? Okay, you know what NFTs are? Excellent. So on um, Twitter Spaces is like the main collaboration space for cryptocurrency and NFTs. So basically, you get people who are um, interested in art, digital art, basically, and they'll have a project, and then people will buy into it using cryptocurrency. And then they have discussions every day, generally, and I take part in these discussions. And I've made, I don't want to say friends, but like I've made like acquaintances in the communities that are there. So some of the ones that I'm like associated with are um, there's like a Reddit Wall Street Bets. I don't know if you're familiar with Reddit Wall Street Bets, but it's like their main stock market one, uh, stock market subreddit, and they launched a token. And so I would say pretty involved with that one, meaning on a daily basis we'll have like a call, and while I don't have any money to be buying tons of crypto, um, um, I can entertain them through we play trivia. So basically, there's a website, randomtriviagenerator.com. It's a really nice website, and it has trivia questions, like 300,000 trivia questions. And so while we're passing the time, I'll read trivia questions, and then we'll get new people who come in, and they'll, then we'll talk to them or whatever, and they'll be like, "Hey, can I participate?" Yada, yada. So that's one of them. There are some others as well that are like stock market related, and I'll just go in there and talk to the people, interact with them, um, because these people have a lot of money. That's why I do it. They have a lot of influence, and a lot of them have a lot of money. So um, basically, just trying to, and like I really, yeah, exactly. I don't really meet anybody who thinks what I'm doing is a bad idea. It's just like, well, what's in it for them, so to speak. No, who is that? So that's been done before as well. They had a TikTok house that did that. The thing that makes, yeah, the thing that makes this different is it's archived footage. So his is probably just live streamed, but you can't go back and watch it. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't doubt that it's not kept, but it's not easily accessed. Like, is it on, like on YouTube? Yeah, but clips are a lot different than, you know, like like from 6 different angles, one person. But yes, it has been done. I mean, like Big Brother does this. Well, that's much like Big Brother, you know, the television show, right? You haven't seen the television show Big Brother? Oh, yeah. So Big Brother is a reality show that's been on in the United States for like almost 20 years now, where they have cameras in every corner and they follow or they like watch people and what they do. Um, so what makes mine a little different is um, at least all my footage is on YouTube, and so you can go back and watch it for the last 2 years. In fact, I celebrate 2 years in 5 days. So, from what I can recall, I remember making a video in Los Angeles in front of this synagogue, and June 6th, yeah. So it was 6/6, yeah. So I remember making a video in front of a synagogue there. I actually referenced Gal Gadot in this video. I think it was Wonder Woman had already come out, but I remember saying in the video like, this might be a movie someday, and if it is, like this would be a scene in the movie. And so I remember that was on June 6th, and but I have more footage even before then. But that's a date that like sticks out in my head, and so um, so at least with Sam Hyde, let's how would I find it? It's his house. Okay, Sam Hyde house. Let's see. Oh yeah. Somebody told me about this. You have to you have to at least to my knowledge, I could be wrong, but don't you have to like pay to watch these people? Exactly. Somebody told me about this on Discord. Um, and let's see here. So, and as well, like I don't know how it's archived because it was behind a paywall, but I mean, good for him. I think it's a good thing to do. There are some aspects that make that difficult, though, meaning like um, that if he's got 6 people going there, it's very corporate. Like he can't just. Oh yeah, I mean, like what I do is I like stream like movies. You're not allowed, like he's not allowed to do that, but I do it because they technically can be used for. Well, that could be too. Oh, so then it's just people's interactions. Oh, well, I have heard of this. So, well, and depending on how long he's been doing it, I mean, there are people who have been live streaming for like a decade, but it's not archived. You know, there's a difference between live streaming and live streaming where it's archived. And at least in my case, mine's a time capsule of what the last 2 years has been. Everything from the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. With his, so like you can follow this in like a historic way. With his, if his people don't get electronic devices, well, then you can't really follow chronologically through, you know what I mean? Like through the events that are occurring. Like at least in mine, I've got a radio going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can always go back in the stream and find out what I was doing. Or, you know, like not just what I was doing, but what was happening in the world on this live stream. Additionally, mine's on YouTube, so anybody can watch it at any time, and it's archived. His, you know, it's behind a paywall. You're not going to get the whole world to go behind a paywall. You know what I mean? But mine can very easily. I'm not saying it will today, but in the future, it will go viral. And when it does, it's because everybody could watch it whenever they wanted, and it's very easily accessible. Does that make sense? Well, I actually plan on giving the video to the world as a well, like the raw footage of it. I think what ends up happening is Amazon Prime it eventually goes to Amazon Prime, and it's like searchable. Um, but for my particular case, I become perhaps one of the most famous people on earth almost overnight. And so people are really eager to have me be a spokesperson for them. And so some of the things that, if I recall, that for which I'll be a spokesperson are um, Louis Vuitton and Coach. Those two. Balenciaga. Um, what makes me different too is, at least from my understanding, I Walmart. Um, I don't give a shit about exclusivity contracts. So basically, I'll wear your stuff. I'll wear like different things, or I would say like different. Like usually there's an exclusivity contract. Like if Michael Jordan only wear Nike, he won't wear other stuff. I'll wear whatever. And companies are very eager to have someone do that because it's basically like the Truman Show. Like they want to be associated with this. I can tell you some of the like interesting companies, like brands. Like what becomes really big is Champion, which isn't that big anymore. It used to be big, but it becomes big again. Oh, Under Armour is something. What else? Um, all kinds of foods. Dr. Pepper, so not Coke, because I love Coke, but it's actually going to be Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper's a year older than Coke, and a lot of this is related to Israel. Why? I don't know. It just goes to this company. It's called Raphael Advanced Defense Systems. They're the ones who developed the Iron Dome, and from what I understand, there may be they're like the company that reverse engineered a lot of alien technology after Roswell. Is this true? I don't know. That's just like a dream that I had, and it was very vivid, and that's how it goes down. Some other things that I end up helping Mark Zuckerberg to get the Meta platform going, because there's the metaverse, but nobody uses it. I make that cool, basically. There's a type of camera that they put in my glasses that allows someone to have like first person mode. I know I helped to sponsor Rockstar games. I can tell you this hasn't been announced yet, but I remember it was so vivid that like in the stream I knew exactly what the upcoming Grand Theft Autos were going to be. So the next one will be in Vice City. It will have the ability. So Vice City was already a Grand Theft Auto, but it'll be like Miami basically, and it'll be a lot of drug running to Colombia. So there'll be like rainforest aspects of it. What else? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, you're good. I'll drive like different cars. Genesis will be one of them, which is like a Hyundai one. And that's another thing. Hyundai's very big in Irvine, but it's not Hyundai so much the car company. It's like Hyundai Capital. It's a huge, but also Hyundai owns, Boston Dynamics with those robot dogs. They own that company. They own Boston Dynamics, and so that'll be related to it. What else? I mean, I could go through these, and whether it's going to be true or not, I have no idea. But I can tell you everything that, like, in this stream has come true, including I was able to get on my ID. I'm not male or female. I'm X. That came true, and I also have a hat on in my driver or in my ID picture, and that came true. And so it was like, whoa, I'm like the first person to have a hat on in their ID photo, and it no. Yeah, I mean it's a thing. You can. It's like just a form that you have to sign at the DMV, but no one has a big hat on in it. They just might have like a yarmulke or something like that. Yeah, I mean, at least in Judaism, you're not supposed to remove your head. You can if you're inside generally, but at least in Orthodox Judaism, out of reverence to God. And so showing reverence to God in your driver's license or your ID photo. I mean, not that God cares about that, but it's basically like it's a sign, so to speak, that you're not backing down, and it's just symbolic that hey, like everybody for the last 50 years of driver's license photos has had to have their hat removed, and it's like I'm gonna be the person who pushes the limit, and I'm gonna wear mine. And then also the fact that being uh, non-binary, uh, that was a thing too. Um, I mean, I love women and I don't have sex with men, but if we move towards this future that's transhuman and we can live forever through life extension technology and mind uploading, well then, you know, maybe one day I might want to have children of my own from me using some kind of machine. And if that's true, we're no longer male and female. That's some kind of new kind of being, so to speak. Um, so that was true. Let's see here. What else came true? Kind of. I had to sell my car. I knew that was going to happen, but it wasn't actually sold. I just gave it to my landlord in exchange to be able to continue to live here, and so that came true. What else? Um, I have basically the end of the year, and yeah, yeah. I mean, I had already owed him, so I have. And but the thing is, I don't lose it. I get it back, and the way that apparently I get big is on Twitter Spaces. I post in somebody's Twitter space. I've got this like little meme that tells my story in a circle, like it's like circularly written. Somebody reads it, gets really interested in my story, and then they retweet what I have on my profile. So that already has 100 retweets, but and then that becomes the most retweeted thing in global history eventually. Um, what else? That, like I don't know, like people dream about me. Like this woman on Instagram yesterday told me she had like a very sexual dream about me. That happens occasionally. People tell me that because they do watch. Um, but I become very um, desired as a person, and the reason why is not because I'm necessarily super good looking by any means, but it's because of my honesty and the courage to be able to do this. Basically, to be a human zoo. When it comes to that fish tank, um, I like somebody just can't necessarily go back and watch, you know, camera 4 for 12 hours of that. They have to like buy an account, they have to pay. Like mine's all free, and that's what makes it, you know, really exactly. And it's going to be like, from what I understand, and this is all, I mean, what else can I say was very accurate about these things? Really, nothing has been inaccurate, so to speak. So it's not like, oh, I thought this was going to happen, but it didn't happen. It was like, no, if this chronoscope type of technology is a thing, as has been hypothesized, where you can see into the future by knowing where all of um, the atoms are in a given solar system, um, then this must be true, that you would be able to predict the future, so to speak. Um, it's frustrating a little bit because obviously, like, I just want it to be over. I mean, meaning like I'd love to be just super famous by now or whatever. If I get to the fall or so, I will probably get a job. But I yeah, so I did that for the first year. I did that for the first year. Here's what is the difficulty. I am limited to what internet I have. I have to use the internet of the house where I live, and I can't have like all kinds of other additional lines coming in. And so when I worked for Kimberly Clark as a contractor, making 6 figures, I was um, using the internet that they had here, but the bandwidth made it so that the ISP started throttling it. So what I'd have to do is get another internet line, which is certainly, well, it's kind of like chicken or the egg. I mean, you need to get the internet line first, and I don't have a lot of money to be able to do that. Yeah, I mean, the ISP has still throttled them. If you, even if you, like, they don't expect someone to just be live streaming their life 24/7. Maybe one or two might, but then you also have to understand I live with other people in the house, so they're damn, like, I'm not going to like need to do that. And if I do, then I certainly will need to. There, I end up working for Microsoft, though I help Mark Zuckerberg personally with Facebook and Metaverse, but also Google. I work for all three as a contractor. So Google has Alphabet has something called Project X, and apparently this is Project X. I don't know exactly what that is. There's this brick building in San Mateo that is just called Project X. It may not be in San Mateo, but it's in Northern California. Hold on, let me find out exactly what it is. And not even the CEO, Shinjit Pichai or whatever, knows about what that Project X is. It's Project X of Alphabet. It's just this random brick building in in of Google, and I'm pulling it up right now. Well, what ends up happening is if I could, sure. I mean, just to get out the word about world peace, but no. What ends up happening is TikTok becomes very interested, and we build, or like they build or buy a house in West Los Angeles in a neighborhood called the name of the neighborhood is escaping me. It's just south of the 405, and then I live there with a bunch of people, and it's like a real world. You know what I mean? Like that show, Real World. But it's a TikTok house. Now, TikTok's done this in the past with some success. Okay, it's called X, the Moonshot Factory. Hold on. No, it's X Company. X, formerly Google X, is an American semi-secret research and development. Oh, it's in Mountain View. X has headquarters about a mile and a half from Alphabet's corporate headquarters, but nobody knows about any of like what this thing is. And active projects, they have Google Glass, Tara, Chorus, projects with unknown status. So anyway, it has something to do with that, but apparently this is like some kind of deep state program related to Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. What else happens? I mean, from what I know, I can tell you who the next presidents will be. I think I told. Yeah, definitely. I can just tell you off the top of my head too, though. So Biden wins again, and then he dies in office, and Kamala Harris takes over. Then after Kamala Harris, it's gonna be Stacey Abrams. Then after Stacey Abrams, it's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. After Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, then it is Jeb Bush. After Jeb Bush, it's Chelsea Clinton. After Chelsea Clinton, it's George P. Bush. And just like how we had George Herbert Walker Bush and William Jefferson Clinton, and then George Walker Bush, Bush, Clinton, Bush, it's going to be Bush, Clinton, Bush again. And what else? Life becomes a lot like Grand Theft Auto, meaning not like stealing stuff, but like buying up a lot of real estate. And what I end up doing is I start this. We build a really big synagogue here in Orange County. It's on this what was formerly a military base out here, and then we rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, eventually. That happens before the year 2048. That's the 1 year anniversary of the 100-year anniversary of Israel. And what I end up doing is basically the world becomes much more socialist, not because I necessarily want that, it just does. So people are like really into social justice and things. So what happens? Like you'll get a big company like Goldman Sachs, and so I start this not for profit, basically that for world peace. Okay, fine. And then basically a company like Goldman Sachs end up giving me 51% of all their profits, as do all these big companies like Tesla and um, JP Morgan. Why? Because then they technically can consider themselves not for profit businesses as well. Does that make sense? Because they're giving away 51% to charity. Does that make sense? So we just make this huge stockpile of money that allows us to like basically control the world's resources. But I do my best to treat this like in a good way. The world considers me, will consider me perhaps like, I know this is just like a dream I had, but like a Robin Hood like figure. And what we end up doing is like building desalinization plants. Really, there's a lot of focus on Africa and helping people in Africa. Vertical farming, cloud seeding, hydroponics, all to help agriculture in Africa. And then there's some like um, really big aspects like life extension technology. People like of the wealthier people, they don't start to die at 100 or 120 years old. It becomes like people start to live much longer than that. And then eventually with mind, have we talked about mind uploading? So then it's like a choose your own adventure, whether you want to be a cyborg, a robot, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a clone of yourself. And this is a great question. Eventually, everyone will move towards transhumanism, but there will be a there will be a massive killing off of people. Basically, the power elite will go underground for some time into these deep underground bunkers, and then like people on the surface will like fend for themselves, and there will literally be this like the movie The Purge. That'll be a real thing, and the Hunger Games will be a real thing. Like we're being set up for like a lot of these movies, and like I still haven't seen The Purge, and I still haven't seen Hunger Games. I've read the book, but I only read the book because I knew in this dream there were three big books that become really like that I bought even with like very little money. I bought Cider House Rules, which is like a book that it's pretty gory. There's Hunger Games, and then the last one is and I bought three of them. What's it called? 50 Shades of Grey becomes really big. Like I basically, and if you had all the money in the world, you could live that guy's life, that Christian Grey's life. But basically, women become much more powerful than men, and because they're like able to have children, and they've been like held down for a long time, and the idea of like there's a huge sexual revolution that takes place and a huge religious revolution, and we create something called monism. So we take Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and create a one world religion. There will be, and like we went through this, and of anything, like the one thing that I've ever been wrong on is that Seattle thing that was augmented reality. But basically, that type of what do you call it? Projector technology is used eventually before the year 30 or 2033, or perhaps I think it is in the year 2033, to have Project Bluebeam, where basically everyone overnight becomes part of a one world government, and they have no choice. Basically, there are these massive ships that are over every major city, and then like, or at least allegedly. But I think before then, there'll be a scare, maybe in 2027, of an asteroid that's going to hit Earth. So just like, oh, and I can tell you this, at least I don't want to say I predicted, but when I was in right after college, I I don't want to say I even predicted this. I read this in the Rockefeller. The Rockefeller has a in 2010, May of 2010, they put out um, this white paper called Operation Lockstep, and how a pandemic will, like, an upcoming pandemic will force the world to basically restructure, and that's what we had with COVID-19. I can tell you this: there'll be a COVID, so we'll know if this is true in upcoming, but there'll be a COVID 2023. So in the same way that we had COVID 19, but they'll probably start at the beginning of 2024, but they'll blame it on the year 2023. So just like COVID 19 didn't actually take place until 2020, the same thing will happen in 2024. So what will that mean? Well, it means that presidential candidates won't be able to have rallies like they once did, like traditionally. And then again, you have to wear masks, and it'll be just another one of those things. There'll be a new kind of uh, jab, and the same kind of stuff that they push on people now. Eventually, there will be um, like a nasal kind of what do you call it? Nasal kind of uh, not jab. What do you call those things? Vaccine. But I still don't take it. I still am very much my body, my choice, and then eventually it becomes in a pill, a red pill, and I spit it out. I remember that, and I like tell everybody I know to do the same. Um, what else like comes up in the future? Well, I mean, I know like part of it was, well, I can say this: I have dreams every night, and not every night, but like most nights, and I describe them on camera. But the dream that I had 2 years ago or whatever, almost 2.5 years ago, was much different. It was like I was almost conscious during. No, no, nothing like it. And the ones that I currently have, like they're just normal dreams that I would have had when I was like a little kid. Like this one was like it was like basically like Nikola Tesla had these kind of dreams, or like I mean like there are people, special people in society who somehow, some way like change the course, and apparently this is done through some kind of deep um, yeah. So that was my rabbi worked for Mossad in the 1980s, and then um, you have this Raphael Advanced Defense Systems. I know I end up being a spokesperson for them and Lockheed Martin. So I mean, that's all I really know. I mean, I don't want to say that's all I really know, but when it comes, like, trust me, every single day I think, what in the hell? Like, why did they choose me? Um, and apparently it's to have a leader who will help with the monism and the one world government. Basically, they need someone who's considered like trustworthy for the entire world, and that's why like my wife is on camera, and so people, number one, are really fascinated by the project, but also it shows that like I'm really trustworthy, because I'd be able to put my whole life online, and then I'm able, I don't want to say manipulate public opinion, but basically tell people like, all right, exactly. And my big thing is I don't want people to die. I want world peace. I don't want, especially in Jerusalem, there's going to be a giant war there if somebody doesn't intervene and say that this needs to be done, that the rebuilding of the third temple of Solomon needs to be done in a safe way. And if I'm not going to do it, I want somebody else to do it, but I want them to do it in a way where no one dies. But what else? But I can tell you this, like, at least when it comes to any kind of like voices or manipulate, I don't hear any of that. Or like, I'm in the same boat as everybody else. I have gut instincts, but it is like I had a really vivid dream a few years ago that basically told me what the future was going to be. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, but I'm just kind of. Oh, that was another thing too. At least one thing I would talk to my rabbi about is, look, how is it that we have free will, but yet there's predestination? Like God predestines everything. I mean, it was always a good question that I had. It seemed like a paradox. Like, how can I have free will within a predestined world? And basically, the way it's kind of explained is that yes, you have free will. You think you have free will within the confines of this environment, but in reality, the environment is predestined. Everything about it is predestined. So you think you have free will, and so you make decisions. Absolutely, sure.
The wait is over. Today is iHeartRadio Access Day. 24 hours of incredible, one-of-a-kind deals and unique experiences for you. Just head over to iHeartRadioAccessDay.com to check out some of the great specials from our partners and stay tuned for more. Find exclusive access to experiences and extraordinary deals now at iHeartRadioAccessDay.com. Today only, it's iHeartRadio Access Day. Kim Conway Jr. for an extra side order reports often Tuesdays 4 to 7 on KMI. This is KFI AM 640. You're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And we'll continue on handling the news with the infamous Jason Middleton and me and Lane. Wow. Former President Trump on stage talking about some classified document that he had after he left the White House. The press treating this like some massive smoking gun explosive development. No. He's never said he didn't have classified documents with him after he left office. We know that. Him saying it on a tape doesn't add anything to the evidence against him. It might give you a little insight into the casual approach that he has to classified documents. It's that Truman is me. It's from a
Yeah, so I was looking at those buildings, the ones that don't have windows, and apparently they're like, and that's like I know a little bit more. There's central offices, and they're called central offices, and are the backbone of regional, national, global wireline networks. But a lot of them aren't used anymore. I'm still trying to find that website, and whether it still exists, I don't know. But I remember one time I saw it, and you could just go all over the United States, if not the world. I think it was the world, and see what these things do. As we were saying, though, so I know. Here's what I know of how I get banned. Somebody sees that I post. It's in a Twitter space, and I didn't even know what Twitter Spaces was before the stream. It was like I didn't use it. I wasn't on it, but I'm a pretty. Yeah, I think so. It started around then. It started, I think, in like 2019. I'm trying to think of some things that. Oh, here's something that didn't exist though that I knew would happen in the dream is ChatGPT. So, that came about in November 30th, 2022, and I didn't know anything about, or I knew that something like that was coming along. Oh, what else? I'm trying to think what else I would have known, like in advance. I can't think of anything, but I know ChatGPT was one. I didn't know what the name of it would be, but it would be like, I remember it was described like this. Those chatbots that you use that everybody makes fun of because they stink on the internet? Well, those get really, really intelligent. And there's one that basically everyone like is a revolution. But what was I saying? Getting big. So basically, I post in somebody's Twitter space. There's like a little spot to like chat, and somebody sees what I post, and then they look at my Twitter bio. They see I've got like my archive website there. They see that I have this one thing on Imager that has 30, that I have like Ashkenazi Rabbi has 33 different accounts on Instagram and like Snapchat and YouTube. They find that to be really interesting. Then they click on the YouTube site and see that I'm live at once and like, oh, this is a really big deal. And they retweet what I have pinned to my profile. And then that gets really big over the course of like a weekend. But the whole world is like, your internet sucks, dude. And I'm like, I know. And it pays for me to get a T1 line. And it's like, why would Joe Rogan do this? It's because I stream his podcast all the time, and so a lot of people have interest. Like, what, like he has a vested interest in this, and he and I apparently become friends. Now, I can tell you this: I don't know Joe Rogan. I don't really give a shit about him. I'm not into mixed martial arts, but I'm telling you that's what's supposedly going to happen, and whether it does or all day, every day. Or someone from his like I have this other comedian Joey Diaz right now playing, and the only reason why I have Joey Diaz playing is because I've streamed all the ones all the Joe Rogan ones, all the Joe Rogan podcasts that are on YouTube. Now I have access to them on Spotify, but I don't want to watch it on my phone. I want people to be able to see what I'm doing, and so yeah, right now we're just watching the yeah, absolutely. I already do. Oh, that's a good point. So usually that can, I have done that. I used to run that behind. It does, and then it also works off Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi is already limited. But I can tell you, your fashion brand becomes giant. Or yeah, no, it does. And so these are really good conversations too, because like when I'm on, can I ask, are you starting to, what are you doing in the background? It's very loud. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, way better. So at least on Twitter Spaces, I don't go out and say, "Hey, I had this dream," blah 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 blah, because I don't want to sound like a loon. But I do know, like, at least the people with whom I interact, when they ask me about this project, they're fascinated by it, and it's like it's just going to take one person who thinks that this is, you know, interesting enough to retweet. So I mean, and it's also, I remember this. It was like no matter how hard you try, until it's the right time, no one is gonna. It's not gonna go viral. But when it does, everyone in the world will know about you within like 3-day period. Except my parents don't find out about this. That's the funniest part about it. My mom and dad, they never find out about it. And it's like, well, how do you exactly? So it's like, how do you prevent? So there was So I'm from Indiana, and my parents live in a very like confined to California. Originally, I moved in 2008, and no, I moved here alone, and I'm in a University of Notre Dame. Yep, and I left the next day for California. Political science. And oh yeah, definitely. Very into tech. And yep, I started the most successful car wash app in global history. So it's Uber for car washing. It's very popular here. And so I was managing director of that company. And then from there, I took a position at Kimberly-Clark, where I became a certified project management professional, and also got certifications in big data from Amazon. And then did that for a couple of years. And then from there, that's when I started streaming my life at the same time, and then started doing this full time. No, so there are parts of my life that are streamed. Like I would stream the 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 Microsoft Teams meetings and like Zoom meetings that we would have without. I would, so that'll be on it, and I end up working for them again, and this one project for Walmart that we were doing. So basically, Kimberly Clark's the company that has Huggies and U by K, which are like tampons, and uh, Aviva and Scott paper towels and Kleenex. So those are the projects on which I would work, basically using Salesforce, and a lot of that um, integration into the Kimberly Clark system. And then when this gets big, they find out and they offer me another contract to work for them. I work for a bunch of places basically in the future, but then yeah, exactly. I become a giant mogul one time, and like it was even there's a lot of not forecasting, not foresight either, foreshadowing in this. So like this one time, I was in Ann Arbor, Michigan, with my friend from college, and I had this white like jumpsuit on, this white Adidas tracksuit, and I said to him, had just started doing acid, and I remember saying to him, I want to be a mogul. And I've never really felt that way ever since, but it's like, no, that's like a forecast, like a foresight part of this. There are all these different movies that branch off of this. Like, so like, you'll have a movie of your life. My friends would have movies of their lives, like biographies. There's like a whole universe that basically comes into this. Have you ever seen the show Who Do You Think You Are? It's a show that basically had all the, like people's DNA. When they had those DNA tests, they would have like ancestors, and they would go through like celebrities, like Gwyneth Paltrow and like I don't know John Travolta. They'd have like a DNA test done, and it would tell you like what their ancestors did. Well, apparently, of all backgrounds, apparently I'm connected to all of those people, and it's through the National Geographic genographic study. I mean, I can tell you what my genetic haplotype is, and like no one can do that. I'm MC1R, which means great question. So my uncle who went to MIT is an engineer, and he in 2004 had this no, I don't. Not that we have anything against each other. He's just like he's a busy person, and I don't want to say that we've just never been close. He lives in Atlanta. He owns like the largest franchise of Jackson Hewitts in the United States, and it's like a tax preparation company. It's like H&R Block. You know what H&R Block is. So anyway, he's a very interesting engineer, and like this is a person who like will take apart a car for fun and put it back together for fun. He jumps out of planes. He's a very interesting person. So, and he worked for Rockwell Aviation, which is like a Boeing subsidiary. He had this test done. This is before 23andMe, but he had this test done in 2004. It's called the National Geographic genographic study. Basically, before DNA tests were commonplace, they needed one major one to get everybody's like DNA profile. So anyway, he did this one, and it showed like I was Jewish, and it showed just basically like that according to this, that our family is what's called MC1R haplotype. So what is that? We're people who have like brown hair, but also red patches. So like I have a red beard when I grow out my beard, And it's pretty common in people. And it also, good question. I'm not sure on that. Let me look it up. MC1. So you may not have, but that's because the people don't. Like Ewan McGregor has it. Who's that other guy? Yeah, it's somewhat related to that, but yeah, I mean, I'm like, at least what this genetic test showed, like, it like it was French and Dutch. I think the modern ones are, but this one at least was done through. Yeah, you don't want to do these actually nowadays because in the future, insurance companies are going to use that against you. But at least this one was the one that was used to build all of those. So at least MC1R gene provides instructions for making a protein called melanocortin 1 receptor. This receptor plays an important role in normal pigmentation. Um, Basically, what it is, uh, it goes back to some kind of evolutionary mutation of people who can experience higher levels of pain. So we have higher pain tolerances, especially the women who have this. Um, it is so like who who would be people who have this? Let's see here. It's quite um, it's quite common in Hollywood. Who was that guy? Just one moment. Pardon me? No, no, I could give a shit about that. No, I like it. He has some really interesting topics, but I'm not even playing that right now. I play it's called The Church of What's Happening Now by Joey Diaz. I don't know if you're familiar with who Joey Diaz. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? Certainly. So he's a comedian, and I just like playing the I like comedy, and so I like to play comedians podcasts. So basically, Joe Rogan has I don't know like maybe like 1,000 people he's ever had on his show, and of that 1,000, I don't know, maybe 100 or 200 of them have podcasts. So the comedians of that I like to listen to and play, but by no means am I like I I I guess I don't listen to his new podcast. I'm not sitting there waiting for him to drop a new podcast by no means. Like I'm not a fanboy like that. I just think like some of his like his interviews with Elon Musk have been really interesting. Um, some of the things that he has like with some ancient science or like scientists who study like ancient cataclysms or like psilocybin. Those are really interesting things. Um, but Ewan McGregor is somebody. If you look at his picture, it's brown hair, red beard, and this doesn't always show up like that. I mean, sometimes it's people's pubic hair, um, but they're but so this show. Who do you think you are? All these people are related, and of course we're all related. Um, and have you ever heard of the show? Who do you think you are? So there's a British one and an American one, but apparently all these people are related, and they just didn't tell them on the show. So who would be and like Lisa Kudrow is one of the executive producers. So like who would be the people who would be related? Um, they would be so there were 84 total episodes of this, and I've never seen this show. So it would be like it's not like it was like oh no I've never seen the show. I just know somehow and you and I are probably related at some point, of course, but like Sarah Jessica Parker, Emmett Smith, Lisa Kudrow, Matthew Broderick, Brooke Shields, Susan Sarandon, Spike Lee, Vanessa Williams, Tim McGraw, Rosie O'Donnell, Kim Cattrall, Lionel Richie, Steve Buscemi, Gwyneth Paltrow, Ashley Judd. Like all these people at a certain point are related, and um, I think I have a common. We like have some kind of common ancestry. Um, so, like for instance, some of the people, like who could have this MC1R gene? Um, I mean, I think maybe perhaps all of them at some point, but um, it's unique to humanity to have this and to know what your genetic makeup is. Though I've never had um, a DNA test, and the reason why I don't is because, well, number one, I already knew what the results were from my uncle, but also because I feared insurance companies, and I know this will be a thing in the future. They'll use them to have higher premiums on people. Um, does he have it now? Well, maybe he's part of that 10% that didn't have it. Um, um, I think so as well. Well, they'll just say you're a higher risk factor for this, this, and this, and your premium's higher. When it comes to what I stream, uh, I mean, I just, and like, why Joe Rogan in the T1 line? Uh, at least from what I know, Joe Rogan was the first person, at least I knew, who had a T1 line, and he had this in like the late 90s or the early 2000s because he really loves the game Half-Life. And there's been a Half-Life 1 and a Half-Life 2, but there's never been a Half-Life 3. There will be a Half-Life 3. It's like basically Half-Life 3 confirmed. Have you ever seen that on the internet, Half-Life 3 confirmed? Right, exactly. No one thinks it's happening, but I'm telling you, it will happen after this. Valve comes out with it, if I recall correctly. I don't know anything more about it, but Joe Rogan loved that game so much that he had like this. He spent like a significant amount of his money, like 20 years ago, to have really fast internet. Is it true that he buys this T1 line? I have no idea. But if like this is what I'll be able to tell you, and I mean obviously this is kind of interesting, but like once this goes viral, then all this stuff will fall into place. And be like, oh my God, Joe Rogan, and it's on a Monday. Like basically, we have to wait for the sure. Yep. So like basically like the week that I get big, this is what I recall. I think it's on a like a Monday night. I post something in someone's Twitter space, and they see it. They get interested in me. They retweet what I have posted to my Twitter, um, to my pin to my Twitter profile, and that starts to get big over the course of a week. Then I host a Twitter space, at least on a Friday, and it's Shabbat Shalom, and Israel starts to find out about it, and basically everyone in Israel knows about it by a Saturday night, and then everybody complains that my internet sucks. It's like I understand this, and then by that Monday we get this T1 line, and I end up not actually having the world's longest YouTube. Uh, what do you call it? YouTube. Um, I have the most amount of content, but there are other people who find out that I do this and they start up their own streams. So somebody's like got me on a couple hours or something like that. But eventually I end up having the longest YouTube stream in global history as well. But I was saying, how do you keep this from your parents, right? Well, number one, my parents still don't know about this. And I've been streaming for 2 years now. Not that a lot of people know, but what ends up happening is it does go on the news and stuff, but they can control in certain segments of the United States what goes out on the news, and then just the local news doesn't report on it. Even though from what I understand, everyone at like my mom's work will know, but they don't tell her. And everyone in the town knows, but they don't tell my mom or my dad. And they're just like two individuals on a small town in Indiana. It's not like it's too hard to keep stuff from them. And what ends up happening, like this was a big fear of mine, that they would die. And it ends up that they don't. That somehow, some way, there's some kind of technology out there that will allow them to be cryogenically frozen, only to be thawed like hundreds of years from now. And that's totally fine with me. But basically, that's how you keep it from my parents. And what else? Again, life extension technology becomes very commonplace. There's for the rich, basically, and you'd be included in that. So, and then there's like a race to the top, basically. Like, you know, we give a lot of money to people who need help, but the world becomes very socialist. And what else? Have you seen the? Oh yeah, you asked me about this. If I'd seen it, yeah, Zeitgeist, the movie. You've seen it, right? Okay. Have you seen the second one, Zeitgeist Addendum? Okay, so you know the Venus Project? Sure. So there's this like part of Zeitgeist Addendum that people live in this like utopia of like, you know, like basically everybody lives within their needs, but like they have like tidal power and nuclear power, and like education is free and everything's really good. That's what the future of the world becomes, and it becomes a very like for some people, for other people, it's going to be tough. And I think that there's some kind of UN mandate in the future that basically somebody signs it like on the dotted line, basically, and it removes. It ends up killing a lot of people because of food shortages, basically. Like due to climate change, there's some kind of policy that comes out that ends up killing a lot of people because of food. There's some kind of food shortage. I'm not exactly sure anything more than that. But the UN Secretary General becomes very important because they'd be like the president of the world or the king of the world, so to speak. Not king of the world, so to speak, but more like a president because they are, well, they're like appointed. But what else? We get rid of mosquitoes. So mosquitoes are not necessary for like the ecosystem. I always thought they were for frogs and things, other insects, but they're not. So we end up just actually that is one kind of species that is eradicated, and then some species are brought back. Like the woolly mammoth, I think is the first one. You know, the woolly mammoth has only been extinct in the world for 4,000 years. It's not that long. So basically, we still have that DNA, and it's relative, like especially in glaciers and stuff, relatively easy to get. And so there's some kind of project to bring back the woolly mammoth, the dodo bird, like just for scientific advancement, the saber-toothed cat. Given enough time, humans will either advance to a certain technology or come to the conclusion that it's not worth our time. But even still, there will be some element of society that wants humanity to do the impossible. So it's all about like if given an infinite amount of time, everything will occur. Obviously, I mean that's not so obvious, but if you give, and we're talking like not hundreds of years, but when you're talking about mind uploading and you can live forever, that's, you know, millions of years perhaps. If you want to know the website of what predicts the future, I think we've talked about this, but it's called futuretimeline.net. Have we talked about it? Exactly. If you want to know how it's going to go down, it's basically that website. So Relatively, yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about it that's been inaccurate. It is pretty vague at some points, but it's especially when it gets into like the like far advanced. I think it becomes more accurate because it's vaguer. Um, so like, what does it say for 2020? Like 2020 to 2029. Um, so at least 2023. 2022, the first exascale computers deployed. Level 3 autonomous cars go on sale in Europe. Cross sale opens in London. Beijing hosts the Winter Olympics that we have. A Northeast Corridor high-speed train upgrade. China's first space station is complete. New Horizons completed its study of the Kuiper Belt. The ADA mission arrives at Didymos. Qatar hosts the FIFA World Cup. Xi Jinping extends his presidency, first uncrewed maiden flight of NASA's space launch system. 2023 to 2025. GPT-4 is released. Croatia adopts the Euro. The Aurora supercomputer comes online. The Dark Ages radio tower is launched. The VRC Rubin Observatory achieves first flight. Asteroid sample return mission. Turkey celebrates its 100th anniversary as an independent republic. Launch of China's Xuntian space telescope. The first flight of Ariane 6. IBM debuts a 1,000-qubit quantum computer. So what's going to happen in 2024? Now, notice it doesn't say there will be another pandemic, so we'll see how it goes. Bulgaria adopts the euro. This is more technology based, not necessarily social. The 30-meter telescope is fully operational. Global agreement on plastic pollution. Indonesia gets a new capital city. Total solar eclipse across North America, and that would be a big one. First crewed flight of NASA's Orion spacecraft. Canada's first super tall skyscraper. Euro 2024 is hosted in Germany. Paris hosts the Summit Games. Lunar Mission 1 drills into the moon's south pole. Launches SphereX missions. Bioelectronics for treating arthritis are common in use. Car sharing has exploded in popularity. Wind turbine drone inspection is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Open source 3D printed clothes are at near zero cost. Starlink reaches full capacity. Viper mission to the South Pole. First flight of the New Glenn reusable rocket. India's first crewed space flight. The first probe to fly into the sun's outer atmosphere. COVID-19 vaccinations are available to 90% of 2025 to 2035. 2025 to 2050. Technological unemployment is rising rapidly. We're seeing that. 2025 to 2035. All television is becoming internet-based. Small modular and nuclear reactors gain widespread adoption. Mouse revival from cryopreservation. 2025 to 2030. Many cities are banning fossil fuel-powered vehicles. That's already happening. The threat of bioterrorism is increasing, and that would be something. There'd be like climate terrorists. Like that would be a big thing. People who would like be known as climate terrorists, and climate terrorism would be a thing. Hypersonic missiles are in military use. Some of Britain's most well-known animal species are going extinct. So, I mean, I guess time will tell, so to speak, right? All right. With that, my friend, I'm going to bid you adieu. It's been all our conversations are really good, and I'm really glad that they're recorded. And in the future, people may say, wow, these had a lot of foresight, or it was just a whole bunch of hubbubaloo. But if anything, they were really interesting. I can tell you, I learned a lot from them. Thank you so much, Og. You have a wonderful day. Take care, my friend. God willing. Take care. Bye. Shout out to Og. I gotta take a shit. That's important because both the Republicans and Democrats didn't want the debt limit issue
Republicans doing what they're doing. They demanded and got a whole range of policy concessions from the president. And the big one is the limit on the growth of federal discretionary spending. The budget of the United States is about 2/3. You can't touch it. Social Security, that's law. You've got Medicare, that's law. But the government has about 1/3 of the money coming in for discretionary spending. We're spending on whatever we want. And out of that comes the military, out of that comes everything else, purchasing of goods and the various agencies, etc. So the Republican wanted a limit on the growth of discretionary spending for the next 2 years. Biden agreed to that, and with some requirements for some recipients of food stamps. And I'll talk about that in a moment. Basically, both sides paid or got what they wanted, part of what they wanted. And this is where Kevin McCarthy is defending the bill against his super detractors and conservative, super conservative members of the Republican Party who say he takes it. So, hey, this is legislation. And he was reasonable about saying that. This is compromise. This is what we do. And so it's still, you've got many members, 49 members of the Republican Party said, we're voting against it. We did vote against it. Because clearly they don't believe in compromise. So the food stamp board requirements, I'll talk about in about a minute, and both sides use modest efforts to accelerate the permitting of some energy projects. We're talking about alternative energy. And in a move that kind of surprising, the Democrats allowed a fast track the construction of a new natural gas pipeline from West Virginia to Virginia. And this was championed by Republican lawmakers, fossil fuel, right? For fossil fuel, make it easier to use fossil fuel. And the one Democrat, Joe Manchin of West Virginia. And they so desperately need Joe Manchin of West Virginia for everything the Democrats want. He gets what he wants. He wants a free ride on Air Force One, he gets it. He wants to charter Air Force One to take his family to the Caribbean, he's going to get it. Because he has that much power, being the one senator that can go either way and is still a Democrat. So, let me move on. The caps and the cut spending, the non-defense discretionary spending, which includes domestic law enforcement, forest management, scientific research as well. That is going to be limited to 1% growth in 2025, which means it's really a budget cut. And that is what the Republicans are going to say. We have effectively cut the budget. If the budget calls for a 5% increase, let's say, and it turns out to be a 1% increase, that's a good argument saying we've cut the budget. And so that was part of it. And the IRS, man, that one I just don't understand. And I'll talk about that because this one I shake my head at. I literally just don't get it. And this is where the Democrats wanted to increase the budget for the IRS. And we're talking about $80 billion. And that is to basically get the scufflaws back into the fold. You know, hundreds of billions of dollars a year are lost because the IRS simply doesn't have that enforcement power. A lot of money is left on the table for people who should and don't pay their taxes. And the way the IRS gets hold of them, they do audits. And then they go after these people. And it is who gets the most benefit? Well, the people who have the most money. Make the most money, they have the most deductions, and that is not poor people. That is not the middle class. It is corporations and the wealthy people. And the Republicans are saying, we don't want that to happen. It's money into the government. We'd rather have the money not go into the government. What is that about? I mean, even if you are in favor of big business and wealth, I mean, it is so blatantly unfair. And the government needs so much money because our deficit year after year, I mean, it's $1 trillion a year. All right, let me come back, finish this up. Then Dr. Kim Keeney comes aboard at 7:30. There's some really interesting news in time now.
And then, but like an hour, and like I didn't think about this for like a week because I'm like doing nothing but craving food. But last night I was sitting there, I was like, if I just went to Ralph's or anywhere and got some turkey and made some turkey sandwiches, and even if I had a bag of chips, that would take just as much time, be cheaper, and it'd be easier. And like I felt guilty for wanting it. Like it's, I mean, you lost a more weight than I did for the McDonald's.
Yeah, no more McDonald's. That's out of your mindset. It's like me with cocaine. It's out of your life.
Yeah, but you with cocaine and with what you did with weight too. I mean, you must have like the cravings, and it's just I felt guilty for having them.
I was hungry last night. I was fucking starving. And I stay home, I don't do comedy on those type of nights. And last night I could have done comedy. The problem is I get home at 12, 12:31. Then it takes me an hour to fall asleep, and I gotta come back here at 5.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that to the people. I don't want to do that to myself. And I'm running all fucked up all day. So I stopped doing comedy on Tuesdays. So last night I was home. And again, I had 2 fucking apples and a knife of peanut butter, and I went to bed.
Yeah,
I have cravings every night. And I'll tell you how I take care of my cravings. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Nothing's going to be worth it. Nothing's really going to be. And that's why I say to you, I don't understand. When you put, like I always say to you, when I was in Jersey, I would go to the Berkshire Dining and get a steak sandwich deluxe, which is chopped steak on 2 pieces of toast, mildly toasted with butter.
Yeah.
So the gravy goes into the fucking steak and the French fries. That's what I want to eat at 12 o'clock. And then our burger ain't gonna cut it for me.
Yeah. I mean,
Ain't gonna cut it for me. I don't really like those fries. I don't like any of those fucking fries anybody gives you. I do like Five Guys fries.
oh yeah,
Again, you can't get those at midnight or 11 o'clock.
No.
Number 2, what's really important is, you know who's got the best fries in fucking all of California?
Oh.
You know that dirty, fucking dingy store on Microsham up the block from the It's like a little hut. Have you ever eaten in there?
I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. Yeah.
They have a little steak sandwich, and they have a chicken teriyaki for lunch. I mean, the chicken
Okay.
teriyaki, you take your life in your own hands. There's a lot of colors that I've never seen in the chicken, unless this fucking chicken grew up in the Bahamas or something like that.
Yeah.
But their steak sandwich is delicious, but their fries are up the hook. I don't mean to throw you off. What I'm trying to say to you is nothing is worth it.
And that's what I thought about with the turkey sandwich.
No chips.
Yeah, that's
No chips. That's Weight Watchers. 2 pieces of whole grain toast, bread, a little turkey, a piece of Swiss, a little mayonnaise, and that's it. You eat half of it, you put the other half down, you eat an apple, or a pear, or a Chinese apple. You put that down and you eat the other half.
yeah.
You know, Subway, I fucking hate Subway. But if you're starting, a diet Subway is good because you usually eat a foot long.
Yeah.
I could do a foot long and a half.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I ain't gonna bullshit you, but I'll do a 6-inch with a half a bag of chips and a Diet Coke. Because I can't eat a fucking sandwich like that with water. I'll fucking hate myself. I'll hate myself. And I hate Diet Coke, but you drink what you drink. You know?
Yeah. And I feel bad talking about it because I don't want to be boring, but I mean, the reason why I liked podcasts years before I did this one is I like when people are honest. And it's what I'm thinking about, and it's just, I never really felt guilty, but I felt guilty for like an hour yesterday thinking about it.
You have to. But there's nothing wrong with thinking.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with dreaming. I'd rather you say to me, Joey, on the way out of fucking town, I want to stop at the garlic restaurant and take a meal together.
Yeah.
You know, like I told you yesterday, and I'm the most guilty of this. But I found this out when I traveled last week. I was in New Orleans.
Yeah.
I would love to go get fucking red fish, a piece of red snapper with 2 eggs, that andioli sausage, 2 pieces of toast. I sell it for the oatmeal. I had the fucking oatmeal. That's a sacrifice.
Yeah.
And I made that oatmeal taste like pussy. I made it taste like a good piece of ass. I made it taste like a T-bone steak. You follow me? So don't ever worry about it. There's always substitutes. That's what I never knew either. I never knew there was options either. When you're a fat fuck, like we are, we don't want options.
No.
No, we went to Ralph, we couldn't find a parking spot. What the fuck are you kidding? There's always a parking spot at the supermarket, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So don't ever feel ashamed of that, man. Listen, I dream of fucking steaks.
Oh, yeah.
I dream of a T-bone steak and a big fucking potato. But I'll tell you what, when I was a kid, people would say to me, hey, Joey, wait till you get older and you metabolize. Oh, fuck you, dog. Your metabolism slows down only when you don't, you know, let me tell you something, I do everything I can. I do everything I can. I walk the baby in the daytime. I tell you what I've been doing. I never did before. Look, the elliptical.
Oh, elliptical, yeah.
The elliptical fucking machine. You know, somebody said, didn't Joe has always told me it doesn't put that much pain on your knees. I have a little pain on my knees. I've been eating the strong bone again. I started doing the elliptical a week before I left for
New Orleans?
No. I started in New Orleans.
Okay.
At the hotel, they had one. And it's funny how I was always, there's a guy at the YMCA in Hollywood. This motherfucker's always on. But he goes into like a trance. And he's redone his body.
Wow.
His body was bodybuilder's body, big on top. He's lost 60, 70 pounds. He's a doorman. He's a doorman in Studio City, one of the bars, the cheesy little bars on Ventura there.
Yeah.
And whenever I drive by my wife, I see him. He's a white dude. He used to be in male porn. He used to be a porn guy. And then he changed his life around. And he's the one that's always talked to me for a while about the elliptical. I'll tell you what, my arms are fucking hurt in the middle of my back hurts. You know, I started on there for 5 minutes. Went on there 5 fucking minutes. I was huffing and busy. I was cursing everybody. No, I'm up to 30 minutes. Yes, I did 30 minutes. I went with my wife yesterday to Mommy and Me. They had to watch.
That's awesome.
So she went to Mommy and Me, and I went over to the fucking to the elliptical. Yeah. Well, I did the bike for 20.
Yeah.
I did the Dolce diet for 20, the run, the 2-minute walk, and 30-second run, and then I did the 30 on the elliptical. And I was fucking done.
Yeah.
I went home. My wife made fucking scallops with shrimp around it.
Oh, nice.
A nice big salad. I've been ending the day with a salad. You know, I don't know why. I wake up in the night, take a nice shit. One of the apples last night. I woke up this morning at 4:30, basically this shit. So I heard it down, go meow. I looked at the clock and I go, you know what? I got a half hour to sleep. And I go, fuck it. And I can feel it in my stomach. Those 2 apples.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't get on the scale. You could only go on the scale on Sunday. Let's see what the fuck happens. You gotta try, guys. You gotta try it. That's it. No more fuck. You know, the country's going through this obesity shit that I've never really understood because we're eating shitty food. They just voted that down in New York, right? The big soda tax limitation. Yeah. That is the worst fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Them voting it down.
No, just the whole fucking idea.
Yeah.
Just the whole fucking syndrome of that puts the cigarettes in there. But if you know anything about Bloomberg, he's done a great job in New York. He really does. He's cleaned it up. Hey, man, I grew up in New York in the fucking mid-70s. When I showed you pictures, there was garbage on the fucking streets. It was everything.
Yeah.
If you want to watch a really good movie to see how dirty New York was, watch Our Latin Thing by the Funny All-Stars. It's on YouTube. They broke it up into 9 fucking pieces. And look at the street scenes. It's just filthy. New York is a miracle now compared to it, but you charging big money for big fucking things of soda is ridiculous. Although soda does kill you. I mean, the guy's got a point. You know, when I was a kid, my mother had the bar.
Yeah.
So we would just buy all the soda from the bar and bring it home.
Oh, of course.
So we would bring it to the bar and have my refrigerator upstairs. You should have seen it. It had Coke, 7-Up cans, back all the way. Like 35 of each.
Yeah.
Coke, 7-Up, my Rabbi, which is a Cuban soda, and you don't bet, which is item B, another Cuban soda. And that ran deep. And after that was just Heineken soda.
Yeah.
My mother was a Heineken drinker. Then she had 20 of them in the freezer. And she'd pop them open, mix them with fucking tomato juice or whatever the fuck that is.
Oh, wow.
I grew up on soda.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking lemonade. My mother made lemonade and iced tea from time to time. If you wanted iced tea, it came in a container. A paper container. They opened up like milk container.
Okay.
You know, in the old days before Snapple and shit, it came in a little thing that was like a missing fat kid on there. Have you seen this missing fat fuck? Last scene going to McDonald's or whatever. Where's the reefer, you cocksucker? Where did you hold it out on me? You know,
I'm the one holding out.
yeah, I don't know what happened to that joint.
You smoked it.
No, I rolled 2 of them. You don't be, you're always trying to trick me, cocksucker. Where is it? Don't mess with me. My emotions. I got shit to do unless the thing runs the keyboard. Look at the size of this fucking bat. And I brought the bubblegum today. THC bubblegum.
Yeah. I puked when you had me when I was eating, and I'm not eating now. He's telling me, he's like, you're gonna have 2 pieces of this.
Just one little piece of bubblegum.
Okay. One little piece of bubble gum. I'll pass out.
What should you need? You're gonna take a nap. You're prepared to leave anyway.
I won't make it to the now.
The fucking man. You go on this fucking eating trees. You don't eat a piece of fucking THC gum. What the fuck? What's the world coming to?
It's horrible. You said fucking, I know what you said.
What the fuck you think I'm talking about?
I don't know. I never know.
It's a beautiful fucking day to be alive, cocksuckers. For you fat man alert. Fat man alert. You go to New York and drink soda like it's a fucking, or you can drink bar. Fat guys don't want to go to New York because they can't drink soda.
Well, let me ask you this. What they said was one of the reasons why they turned it down, or one of the reasons when they were talking about it, was that it wouldn't. You could still buy like 2 or 3 sodas. You just couldn't buy anything bigger. Would a ban stop you? Wouldn't you just get a couple more sodas if you wanted it?
You know, man, sometimes you figure out where these fucking people can get thoughts from.
Yeah.
Like cocaine.
No.
Can't stop anybody.
There's a town in Massachusetts that banned bottled water.
Good for them. Good for fucking them. Finally, somebody sees the real scam in fucking life.
It's ridiculous.
I like undetected bottled water. See how clean that fucking water is.
I'm sure it's not anything.
See what swamps they get it from. I want to see the fucking glacier. I want to see the fucking glacier they get this water from. I don't believe this shit. But the water's filthy. In 3 years, you won't be able to drink the fucking water from the ocean. They tell you now what they put in it. What have they been putting in it for the last 3,000 fucking years?
Oh yeah. Well, look, I could read there's ingredients on it, isn't there? Oh, there should be. No, Ralph's doesn't put it on there, so
they're all in the water business. They're all in the fucking water business. You go to the dentist, he's in the water business.
Absolutely.
My dentist in the fucking water business. Dental bottles have their name. They get the water from some fucking faucet. You ever see that bullshit with Penn and Teller?
No, what?
They had an episode of bullshit where they actually went to a water bar in Beverly Hills.
Oh yeah, and they did it in the back out of a tub or something. I heard about that.
I don't know, and these idiots believe, but I mean, whether it's buying iPhones every 4 months, whether it's fucking buying remastered and redigitalized movies for the 8th time, they keep reselling Beatle albums, and these idiots keep fucking. By the way, I'll tell you something. This week I got a little big. I was trying to write that letter for Omar. I was trying to redo my bio, a bunch of shit. And I was listening to the fucking Beatles, Sergeant Pepper's, Only Let's Go. Are you fucking kidding me? When you put the Beatles on now today, if you're not a Beatles fan, listen, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna get mad at you. If you think I got posters of fucking Ringo and John on my wall, you're mistaken. If you think I grew up with posters of Ringo and John on my wall, you're fucking mistaken also. Do me a favor today. In your spare time, Bob Abbey Roads, we'll let it be. Put on one of those fucking albums and see what these guys really were about. Because you don't listen to them, enjoy what the fuck you talking about. I want you to think it was 1966. It was 30 years ago today. What, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, that Sergeant Pepper's was so good. And see, a lot of people know the history of that time. They would listen to this shit. Oh, Abe Lincoln, free the slaves. Let's leave them laid it down in music. These are the guys right there.
Did you ever see that movie they did? It was like a Long Hard Night or whatever.
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
The hell? Oh, now you're watching. You're like, what the fuck was I thinking? It's like watching the Monkeys.
That's a weird scam. A bunch of the stuff I watched in school was about the 70s and stuff like that, about film history. And the Monkeys was a made-up band that went crazy, like popular. Like I don't even understand how that's possible.
At the studios, they're friends with the guy that drove a Mickey Dolans.
Okay.
His friends with, every time the guy would do something, that fucking knucklehead would show up with his little fucking hat on. Like he thought he was a drummer. He thought he was like fucking John Bonham. It drives me crazy. And every time the guy calls me in for a meeting for something, we're putting this together. We're gonna have Mickey from there. What the fuck are you doing? And then when they wouldn't play together, who the fuck was it? Gonna reunion? Who the fuck? I was a Green Hornet fan. fucking beans.
Oh, geez.
Smoke some of this. I just did smoke. You got me over here, so burn some calories. Come on, baby, Uncle Joe. It's a beautiful day to fucking be alive.
Is that your plan? Just to scam to get me to work out, walking back and forth?
Why not? You're gonna have to go to the workout, see the bitch. I know you don't want to do it. You don't like it. You know, you think women may take it in the ass? No, they do it because they don't pay the rent.
Luckily enough to pay the rent by working out.
It keeps you diabetes. You got diabetes.
I don't think so. I definitely have heart issues. I don't have diabetes though. Luckily, that's one of the main reasons I
got drug
to do this.
issues in my fucking family. A lot of issues. Fucking junkies. It's really what happened with him. Sorry.
No. I was just saying like the diabetes is one of the main reasons why I decided to do this.
Do you believe in any type of religion at all?
No.
I think there's a higher power. Do you think there's something that guides you in particular?
When I was younger, I would have said absolutely not. Just, I had a bad experience with it because Judaism is a weird religion when you're not. I was Reform, which is like the lowest end. And if you're not Orthodox, it's kind of a weird thing because you don't speak Hebrew, so you're just sitting there and doing stuff that they tell you and you don't understand anything. So I don't believe in God just because it doesn't make sense to me. I don't want to say that there's no higher power just because to me, that kind of sounds stupid if you say absolutely not. That's just me. But I don't think so. But then again, I think I more believe in like.
I mean, you think back to your 25 years, you don't remember anything before you're 10. I think in your 15 years, you think you love God at the time. Love was made by, opportunity and what people say, luck is opportunity, together.
I believe more in fate than I do in a higher power.
It's funny, a friend of mine, I got a call Monday night, and a friend of mine that I knew had lung cancer. He had the sun cancer.
Melanoma, I think.
In his head. Went to one of his lymph nodes. He's a great, I'm very lucky because, yes, I had an unorthodox childhood. And for some people, they feel sorry. They go, oh my God, I did do it. I did it because God took my family. I've said this 1,000 times. I don't think people think about this. God took my family, but he gave me something else. He gave me the gift of friendship. I did not know what the gift of friendship is because they're other people and they just live their lives. When you really think about your life and the people around you, you know that Jesus Christ, this guy was my friend for these particular reasons or whatever. And as you know, my childhood, a lot of people tend to run away. The people that stayed around, I love with all my heart because I know what was going on at that time. It was very easy to fucking run. In life, it's very easy to run. It's very hard to stay. And especially with friends, and sometimes there's a guy that you know is your friend, but he has a bad fucking month and everybody runs from him. If you stay together, you're strong, and I never ran out of friends. I really never did. I never really tried to, unless the chance you got to tap out when it comes a day. But it was weird. In '83, I didn't know where I was going. I was just a lost fucking kid. I was 21 years old. I was 20. I had no direction. I get emails from people. I had no direction, guys. No direction. I was my own disciplinarian.
Okay.
And I know one thing about that time. I think back about it. It was February of '83, and I will tell you something. If I didn't leave New York at that time, I wouldn't have made the holidays. I do know this. I do know with all the repercussions I did in 1982, all the shit I was doing, that eventually it was going to go to somebody. By that time, I hadn't beat my godfather yet for the money, and I hadn't really gone to war with my stepfather. But I had gone to war with other people. And I knew that something bad was going to happen. It doesn't take a genius to know you're going to go into the city, got a bag of coke, you're going to get out of a car, you're going to walk into somebody having a beef, and you're going to catch a bullet. Yeah. Something was going to happen to me. And it's funny, growing up in high school, there was this family, the Berkleys, and the one that was my age, we didn't get along. We never got along. This is what adds worse to the story. We never got along. He was in a little group called the Boys or something like that, with a bunch of good guys. But I had a party and they were invited, and I disrespected them at the party, and they got pissed off at me because I didn't pay attention to them. I had just invited them to the party at my house. I invited everybody. They didn't like who was upstairs. They left. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, okay.
That was 30 years ago. I still talk to them now. We're adults. It's happened. But Berger was one kid when I was a sophomore and junior. I went up to get weed one night or something. And he was with four of his buddies. They thought he was tough. They came over to me. We kind of wrestled. They broke it up. And we just left it at that. Never really talked or communicated. And do I have ill feelings for him? Whatever. You know, I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. But he had three brothers. He had one brother that went to Brown. He had another brother that was fucking gone. He was out. He had another brother that went to the Air Force Academy. And I had never known him. I knew that they had just tough kids. They were tough German kids, big kids. They're very intelligent. Their mother was a principal. These guys were all like Ron. Ron, the one I didn't get along with, was a fucking dunce if you look at him.
Okay.
But school-wise, fucking guy was off to level A's. These guys drank every night, smoked pot, and did acid, listened to music, and lifted weights. They were all power lifters of sorts. One night I'm in this Joe Mary's bar. Like I said, I had nowhere to go in my life. I'm just sitting in this bar, eating quietly, doing blow, doing crimes, in no direction. He walked in, and it was like, we started talking about something. Then next thing we started pushing Colorado on me if I wanted to go. We chipped on the car together. We bought the car together, and he had to go. I don't know if you know the story. He had to come back to Colorado. But I was about to rob this drug dealer, so I kept saying, "Don't give me 2 more weeks." But it's like anything else. It seemed like I didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Like I was stalling him. So he left without me. And I went to the travel agent with a ticket. It was and he had an accident. And all of a sudden, 3 days later, I see him at the bar. I go, "What happened?" He goes, "The transmission. I get towed back." And right there, that was my sign. From who? To this day, I don't know. Because if that transmission wouldn't have broken, I would have never gone out there.
Yeah.
But that transmission broke and made him come back. He came back to it. I left for sure. I left whether or not I robbed. I think I robbed somebody else and just left just out of fucking principle. That kid was really sick. The cancer, he came on here and hooked up. And he's another guy that's a church what's happening now. He called in, Jimmy Burkle. When he said that, when he found out he had the cancer, when he got a little better to go back to work, he said, "I'm not going back to work." He goes, "If I'm going to die in 2 years, I'm going to die on my own. So I'm going to fish." So he became a professional fisherman for 2 years. He had some contest, he took 80, and some Baja fishing thing. So I really admire him. But I got the call the other night, he was on his deathbed. I didn't say goodbye to him this week. They wouldn't listen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Sacramento Thursday.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard nothing, so it's Wednesday. Even if he dies tomorrow, the wait will probably be, it's a big family. The funeral won't be till Monday. So I can at least fly home, fly out Monday, take a nap, and wake up and go to the funeral, come back Monday night, Tuesday.
Is he still in San Diego or is he back?
No, they're in Jersey.
Okay.
They're in Jersey with their wife and stuff. It's just really weird that I thought about it. I didn't know who brought him into my life. I didn't grow up with him. He was 3 or 4 years older than I was. And it's so weird. I know who brought him in. It was the spirit and come. There was nothing good about my life. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, Mr. Yoon. How are you? Connor Yoon on the phone today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for calling, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes,
I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of the show.
Okay.
The gym, and it always makes me laugh. Like I'll be on the bike over there riding, and people look over at me, laugh in my head. I'm like, who did that? So on the phone with, I got my headphones in on the iPhone, but it's great, man. Good to hear you.
Good to hear you. So you've had both your surgeries. How many surgeries have you had?
In my life, or just recently?
No, just recently.
4.
Wow. So this last injury you got was against Brian Couture, correct?
Yeah.
And what exactly happened?
Well, I've got torn labrums or I had torn labrums above the hip. People are familiar with the labrum of the shoulder as being like sort of a ring of tissue that surrounds that joint. We got labrums in your hips too. And basically they create a seal between the ball of the femur and whatever it is, when that rips out, then that lubricant drains out, so the joint is cushioned, is lubricated, and then you get your early onset osteoarthritis. You get all these issues from that, that tissue breaking down. And so yeah, after that fight with Ryan, I went in and got checked out, and the docs basically said that both my hips were shot, that I had torn labels on both sides, and the joints were all messed up basically, and they wanted to go in. A bunch of these doctors in LA wanted to go in and just give me a double hip replacement, chop off the top of both my legs and hammer a metal rod down in there, and say, okay, here you go, dude. you got two metal legs, and I told him, my dad's got dual hip replacement like that, and he's still out there. He's snowboarding, he's doing jiu-jitsu, and he's doing his thing, but he had them put in, I don't know, 20 years ago, so he was probably, no, it wasn't even 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 50 when they did this. I was 33 at the time, and they're like, you're pretty damn young to have double metal hips. So luckily my mom sent me a letter, a newspaper clipping. She knew I was dealing with it after the surgery, getting looked at, going, all these different doctors get different opinions. And she sent me a newspaper clipping of this doctor that had just moved to Boulder, Colorado, and how he was sort of a hip guru, this hip specialist, one of the top doctors in the world. And he had this new procedure. So I flew out to Colorado, or actually drove out to Colorado to see him and get his opinion. And he basically said, yeah, I can, I'll make your hips better than they've ever been, and I'll get you back 100%. We'll get you back in the cage, and get you ready to go. So then I said, let's do it. I did my research with him. And then August 3rd, they went in and scoped my right hip. They went in and repaired the labrum, cleaned up the sort of the shrapnel in the joint from that fight. Just everything leading up to that, basically my life, and clean that out. And then 10 days later, they went back in, or 12 days later, they went back in and did what's called a PAO, which is cutting edge surgery, basically. They said that part of the issue, part of the reason that my labrum tore in the fight was due to the shape of my hip. Like, I was born with a slightly displaced hip. You hear about hip dysplasia with dogs, Rottweilers, that's where I'd heard about it before. But apparently people get it too. And I had a mild case of hip dysplasia on the right side, that the doctor looked at everything. He said, okay, I'm going to go in and I'm going to repair the damage from this fight. I'm going to repair the labrums that you tore. But they had, again, you're going to go out there and a kid gets the hooks on you and flatten you out and it's cranking on you, you get caught in one of these conditions just because of the way your body is shaped. You're sort of at a greater risk for this to happen again. So instead of just repairing this tissue and hoping that everything's going to be all good, I'm going to go in and I'm going to perform this paratibular osteotomy, which is this fancy hip surgery where they go in and they basically cut the pelvis and rotate it to give you a different connection, between the socket of the pelvis and the ball of the femur. They go in, they cut my pelvis in 3 places, twisted it forward, basically gave me a whole new pelvis, whole new hips, whole new shapes down there. And they told me I could be able to freaking head kick everybody and put my ankles around my head and do all sorts of shenanigans once I'm out of here. But so I'm just sort of waiting it out, taking it slow, and then through the process, trying to learn the lessons or whatever.
What was really interesting last night is when we spoke, you basically said that that's it, you're not fighting anymore. And I was blown the fuck away on how you told me and how you spoke about your future and what you're going to be doing and opening up a gym. Like most guys would be cracked. I would be fucking cracked. You're a young man. You still have 5 or 6 years left.
Yeah, at some points it's difficult. I guess making the decision, announcing the decision to retire I announced it back in January, 2 days after my mother's birthday. Little late birthday present for her because she was she called me crying when she heard she heard about it. My dad's video, I put it on the internet, and she was, oh, thank you, that's the greatest gift anybody could ever give a mother, never having to, know that their son's going up to battle. But yeah, it was sort of hard to give it up. But I feel like I got into fighting for certain reasons. I got into fighting to overcome fear, and I've done that. And I'm no longer afraid. I no longer, other people no longer have the ability to make me feel marginalized or fear for my physical well-being, and that's a tremendous gift that I've gained through this whole process. And I sort of feel like I've proved everything I really need to prove. There's a million guys out there training, and a bunch of bad motherfuckers, and to know that I was in there on one side, sure, my goal was always to be the champion, and it's hard to give up on those goals. But one of the things that I sort of realized through this process is you have to grow, you have to evolve, and I'm sort of looking to go from a soldier, that soldier mentality, grind, push forward, hard work, never give up, to a general mentality, to make executive decisions and not really marching forward like a soldier, just blindly going forward to scrap. I've already proved that I can scrap, that I can fight through adversity, and it's time for me to take the lessons that I've learned on my journey towards sort of this place of self-acceptance and teach those to other people. Nothing beats seeing the look on a kid's face when he gets his first win, and in a wrestle match, or when he lands his first combo in spar, and they taught him, and he's like, oh man, this shit works. When you can take a little kid who doesn't believe in himself, a 12-year-old kid, and give him some techniques and some tools so that he feels confident about who he is, and he doesn't feel that other people can marginalize him. You're changing the world. You're giving a kid who could have been bullied and become a bully, giving somebody the opportunity to live as their most authentic self, and that's beautiful.
That's fucking beautiful. I hope you motherfuckers at home are taking notes. That really is beautiful. One big question I have for you is, when you went into fighting to overcome your fear, what were you scared of? What was the fear that you really had? Because we're all fucking scared, kind of, or something. I go to acupuncture to fight my fear of needles, believe it or not.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's all about. I think, doing the thing that's hard to do. I feel like fear is a teacher for us, and it points out areas where we may be deficient, and by confronting that fear, by looking that fear in the face, you saying, hey, I'm going to go in here, and I'm worried about needles, I'm going to go get some acupuncture, and hope that it helps me deal with my anxiety. Well, just the act of taking action is incredibly empowering, and that's one of the things that's great about fear, is that it can inspire us to action. When we talk about that fear response, that flight response, and in humans it's fight, flight, or freeze. And they talk about how a lot of people encounter these difficult situations or traumatic situations, and they freeze, and they don't ever shake off that negative vibe. Like a deer, a deer runs out in front of your car, it freezes, and then it does that little, and it shakes itself off and runs off into the woods, and it's cool. But humans don't really do that. A lot of times they get frozen in these moments, and they don't move, and that residual, traumatic, negative energy or stressed out fear energy gets stored in the body. So learning to process that and to move through that, or to take action, learning that, okay, when I'm scared, running's fine and fighting's fine, but take action. So what was it that did that, which is ridiculous, but it's something that stems from stuff a real little kid that I've come to understand. I 70 street fights, and I've never lost, but I'm still terrified. Not anymore, but I would say probably up until 5 years ago, I'd be terrified. And I remember, sitting in high school in Spanish class, and I had some kid I was supposed to meet at the flagpole at 3 o'clock. And I remember getting up to go to the bathroom and puking because I was so nervous. And, you know, at that time I was probably 100, probably 100 and some wins in wrestling. I've been out, you know, the world team. I wrestled in France. And I was still terrified to go fight. And, you know, when I got to Eddie Bravo's at 10th Planet, and I met Jason Chambers and Amir Renovardi. Those guys, there were some guys there, Pete Fletcher.